Hey everyone, welcome to the beach with General Sunbeam.
Aloha! Glad you could join us.
Relax, soak up the sun, and enjoy.
Testing. Alright, let me get my phone and still need some preparation. Gonna splash water on my face, probably get me some more water and all that. Preparing take two live stream. And again, viewer discussion is advised. Mature content warning, heads up. All right, testing. 1, 2, mic check, testing. All right, I'm not much of a morning person. It's 8:15 a.m. Today is Wednesday, May the 13th. And let me check. Yeah, still no update from Fandom Events Windbloom 2026. Again, no update from Fandom Events LLC or Lion and Crown regarding Windbloom, the fate or the future of Windbloom 2026 convention. So again, I apologize for the late delay, but multi-live streaming, as always, multi-live streaming. I posted on Facebook, multi-live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch. Yep, YouTube, Twitch, documenting everything as it is with little to no edits. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and try to read. Well, I'm gonna use my phone because I cannot read that far without my glasses, and I don't feel like wearing my glasses anyway. Alright, so this is part 2, take 2. Since yesterday I was nodding off to sleep, falling asleep, trying to get all this live stream, get all the words expressed. So, heads up, fan service. Heads up, fan service, shirt off, bare feet, all talks under freedom of speech / expression, knives out, blogger speaks freely, undisclosed. Dropping the ball, cat is out of the bag regarding Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, the fate and future of Windbloom 2026, that Genshin-inspired fandom convention events, hosted by Fandom Events, any controversy and backlashes regarding Fandom Events and the owner behind it. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, just going to say what has already been ascertained, what I already know about the controversy and backlash related to Fandom Events. Speaking on 4 streaming platforms, again here, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Public, talking like a news style. Again, this is news and politics. So once again, viewer discretion is advised. Mature content, warning notice. So with that being said, I'm gonna take off my shirt and kick my feet on the desk. Time for some early foot fetish Friday, or in this case, foot fetish Wednesday, hump day Wednesday. Some foot focused, foot content, and foot centric moments. And taking off my shirt, so some male fan service. Alright. It's gonna get hot soon anyway. Put on my sword on my hat, talking about clothes. So there you go. Talk about some redneck hippie style freedom here. That's a freedom and the benefit of living here in this house, or living independently, autonomously. Alright. So on my previous live stream, again, I was nodding off to sleep, falling asleep. So I was tired, and I just got off. I also live streamed that I was at bowling at Spare-Time, Texas with my senior friend, Joe Velasquez, Joe the Pro, old school, for Tuesday night evening at the bowling league at Spare-Time, Texas, and I came home early before 9 p.m. and I was tired. I mean, I didn't have coffee or caffeine or energy drink because my doctor told me to cut back on that. Try to eat healthy, eat more vegetables and fruits. I did show a little paper about my after visit summary from the doctor visit from Austin Regional Clinic, ARC. So yeah, I'm doing okay, and I probably am too lazy to exercise. I'm gonna try to exercise if I can, but I'm probably gonna forget and not exercise today. Because I want to spread awareness, doing my part, volunteering to spread awareness, keep the community safe, keep the online community safe, keeping the people informed and made aware of, spreading information, legitimate, truth and transparency, making sure there's not false narrative, hearsay, he said, she said. I'm going to try my best to spread concrete truth and facts and not opinion. Alright, so straightforward. I posted a link on my previous website, www.facebook.com/events related to Windbloom 2026, that Windbloom event that was created last year around August 25th, 2025, that they were already selling the early bird special for the Windbloom For this year, Wind Bloom on August 21st through 23rd, Friday through Sunday, typical 3-day weekend. So Wind Bloom Festival 2026, very likely canceled. So if you already bought that early bird special ticket at weekend membership pass, that VIP and the regular attendee pass, get your money back. Get your money back. There is some hot water controversial with the owner behind the scene, business-wise, from what I hear and read. Going by what can be ascertained from ChatGPT, by OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and other related AI, artificial intelligence search engine, deep dive research to protect individuals from being all-out doxxed, attacked, and consideration. So yeah, I'm doing my best not to dox anybody, not to call out any other staff or volunteers that have nothing to do with Fandom Events. I'm a volunteer. I used to be a volunteer at Fandom Events at Edgy Expo and Windbloom, and I know some friends that have volunteered there or gone there as an attendee, but they have nothing to do with it because they're just there to do their job. And I'm a volunteer. I used to be a volunteer. I used to be a volunteer at Fandom Events. But yes, I'm going based on what I can ascertain on the internet that can be searched up from, especially from deep dive from AI sources such as ChatGPT, Gemini, maybe Mysterio AI, the chat, or Venice, deep dive research to protect individuals from being all out doxxed, attacked, in considerations. But I can't guarantee that. I'll try, but I can't guarantee that. I just want to give a heads up. Anyway, good day, everyone. This is a public commentary notice for an upcoming live stream and open discussion. I will be talking about the ongoing concerns surrounding Fandom Events, Windbloom Festival 2026, Lion and Crown, LLC, hotel reservations, refunds, convention planning, and general public accountability in the anime and fandom convention community. If you booked a hotel, ticket, vendor space, or travel connected to Windbloom Festival 2026 or any event previously connected to Fandom Events, please carefully review your booking, refund policy, cancellation deadline, bank statement, ticket confirmation, and hotel terms. If your reservation is refundable and you are no longer comfortable moving forward, it may be wise to consider canceling early and recovering your money while you still can. This live stream will also include broader news style commentary, including current U.S. politics, international news, online accountability, public health topics such as the Hanta virus, updates, internet culture, and random open discussion. This is commentary and opinion based on public information, personal concern, and viewer discussion. I am not giving legal, medical, or financial advice. Please verify information for yourself. Contact the hotel or ticket provider directly, such as Tixar, the Tixar.com that functions as a source, a website that sells weekend membership pass and tickets and all that, and make the decision that protects your money, safety, and peace of mind. I support open public discussion, fair criticism, First Amendment rights, and the ability for people to ask questions when money, travel, safety, and trust are involved. Keeping the community safe, as a standard saying, the cliche, again, keeping the community safe, protecting hard-earned money from con artists, scammers. Put a stop to shady businesses and dealership, again, scammers. Thank you for watching, following, subscribing, and supporting the channel. And again, I got my social media links right there, Facebook, DemonArt from Solitaire Cosplay, my links, YouTube, Wattpad, Blogspot, Twitch, DemonArt, Rumble, and again, viewer discretion is advised, mature content advisory for political discussion and insensitivity. So again, 18 plus, not safe for work sort of discussion here. And and again, let me read. Let's see. So yeah, multi-live streaming again, Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, streaming 4 ways. Trying to spread awareness, spread and keep the general public of the internet well informed. And as always, exercising First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of press, media recording, freedom to protest, the right to assembly, all protected within the United States Constitution. That's what the First Amendment stands for, and part of this is to speak my mind, commentate, and criticize, and to point out and spread awareness. Truth and transparency. Based on what I can ascertain, I did post several links related to Fandom Events, but I'll get to it later. So I always poke it out and communicate that. Trying to save those that have already purchased the early bird special for Windbloom 2026 to help them get their money back and get refund, to cancel their hotel before it's too late. Since it's about to be 4 months away to Windbloom 2026, there have been no fresh update coming from Fandom Events itself, and I've already reached out to them. I sent an email, a few emails, and so far no response. I will check my email right now and see if I got a response from them. Hey, Sunbeam 0072, you have a new follower. Thank you, WOLLDKIN. Thank you for following me. Appreciate the follow on Twitch. Now I got Substack. What the heck is Substack? I don't know what Substack is. So far, I have not received any email. No email from Family Events. No email from Fandom Events. So that sucks. That's terrible. Bad service or bad business, I would say, from them. Got no update email from Fandom Events on the website or on email coming from them. Ooh, Rumble, take control of your money. Okay, I don't care about that. Alright, just trying to stay updated with all my emails. So yeah, again, no update from Fandom Events. I sent an email, like a few emails to them. No emails regarding the cancellation or confirmed cancellation of Windbloom 2026. So I'm just gonna get a pre-verdict and just say that it's unclear. Precisely, it's unclear, but I would just assume it's canceled. Windbloom 2026 is presumably canceled. So get your money back, get your refund. It's a good thing I didn't even spend money on that early bird special. I was thinking of spending money because me and my wife love going to convention. Well, my wife is a big fan of Genshin Impact. She plays Genshin. She posted a lot of Koyaverse, like Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, ZZZ, and Genshin Impact. And we've been going to Windbloom Festival last year, 2024 and 2023 for the last 3 years. And now this year is terrible. This year will be terrible, and it's terrible because Fandom Events, LLC, is in hot waters with all these legal issues and legal concerns surrounding greed and pride that have to do with money and self-promoting images. I know this is not surprising to me because Fandom Events has always been in the hot waters and have been receiving business-related complaints behind the scene of the convention regarding financial problems. So it has to do with greed and pride for the 7 deadly sins, or 2 out of 7 of the 7 deadly sins. But anyway, I already discussed that very well and have discussed that previously and have already sounded the alarm on here on Facebook and communicated all across the streams. So I am saying this as a news commentary style. But anyway, let's get to the point. I'm going to get back to Fandom Events later. Alright. Talking about clothes, the only clothes I'm going to put on is the orange high visibility vest. Because, I'm just being me myself, and orange is my favorite color. I am General Sunbeam, and it is sunny out there. I'm going to go ahead and open the blind. So they say, as they say, no shoes, no shirt, no pants, no shoes. There'll be a problem or no service. In this case, no shirt, no shoes here in this household, no problem. This is it. This is the 18 plus not safe for work adult house after all. At least I'm wearing what is appropriate for all social media here: Facebook, Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. All right. So it's 8:31 a.m. Texas Central Daytime. It is sunny. I opened the blind, so you see it's bright. So here in North Austin, it's sunny. Sunny, clear skies, light clouds for the weather forecast. So, yeah. All right. Oh. There you go. All right. So, good day, everyone. Good day, viewers and audience that care to watch this live stream here on Facebook, Twitch, Rumble, or YouTube. I shared my Rumble and YouTube and Twitch. I am Sunbeam0072 on Twitch. Thank you for following me. Appreciate the followers. I also have a Wattpad account and Blogspot or bloggers. I already have posted the links and the links and the website links on my Facebook and probably across other social media related. So again, I'm multi-live streaming 4 ways to spread awareness, keep the general public of the internet well informed, truth and transparency. And this is open public discussion. Everything will be made public knowledge based on what I can do here, what I can legally do, and again protected under the First Amendment rights, freedom of speech and expression, based on what I know and based on my own knowledge. Before getting started, I apologize for sucking as a content creator. I suck as a content creator. I'm not a professional content creator. I'm not Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Markiplier, or any other mid-high profile content creators on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. I'm just being me myself. You have to give me that. Just being myself. Doing the best I can. So I apologize for sucking as a content creator. I'm not a professional content creator. I'm just a professional amateur content creator. Just doing what I can here. Or streamer. Still setting up other live stream platforms on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. I already did that. It took me a while. Just to try to get hashtags and tags just to spread traffic and views all at once, simultaneously. I am being me, myself as usual. I am not Mr. Beast or any high-profile, well-known public celebrity, famous figures. I do what I naturally do. So reading the mature advisory warning segment as well, which is, viewer discretion is advised, mature content warning heads up. This contains political discussion, political and sensitive topics, which may be hard, which may sound unsettling, or again, insensitive. So, mature content precaution, viewer discretion is advised. I want to take a moment to speak openly, honestly, and seriously about where I am right now in life, health, work, and content creation. I believe in being transparent with my viewers and audience that care to watch my live streams throughout the social media of the general public of the internet. Because if I'm going to keep showing up, keep streaming, and keep building something in public, openly in public, then I want people to understand the reality behind the screen. To begin with, I have been dealing with significant moderate to severe acne pimple breakouts. All those zits, pustules, papules, and any lumps and bumps on my face and on my shoulder blades, on my upper back and shoulders, even to my waist area. So again, I have been dealing with significant moderate to severe acne pimple breakouts or skin cosmetic problems and skin issues for a long time throughout my 30 years of my life, suffering acne since around middle school to high school, as well as acne scars and hyperpigmentation or dark spots on my cheeks and on my shoulder blades, as shown. So I'm not hiding that. So I've been having acne or skin issues for a long time, including ingrown hair or any acne pimple bump related skin issues. I am not talking about one or two small blemishes here and there. I mean serious acne breakouts on my face, across my upper body, around my shoulders, on my back, and even around my waist area. On top of that, I am also dealing with acne scarring, including deeper scar textures, dark marks, and hyperpigmentation. Some of the most frustrating parts are the lingering dark spots, the uneven skin tone, and the visible damage that stays behind after the active pimples calm down. I also have certain natural marks and imperfections or skin discoloration. So again, I also have certain natural marks or birthmarks and imperfections that add to the insecurity, such as such as here, my nose right here around here. This is natural marks right here, birthmarks. I've been taking a shower, splashing water in my face, going swimming, going to the beach, and you know it. It's still right there. These are not dust or dirt or charcoal or anything. They're not dirts or any form of black marks, sharpies or anything. These are natural hyperpigmentation, pigment, birthmarks, natural marks on the bridge of my nose right here. I want to make that clear. A lot of people that tell me about that or have confused me about it. And I have taken showers, washed my face, splashed water on my face, and you've seen it clearly. You probably have seen me come out of the shower or gotten soaking wet, especially in the rain. So I want to make that clear that here on my nose, these are birthmarks, natural marks. They're not dust or any dirt. So yeah, I got certain natural marks and imperfections that add to the insecurity. So when I speak on this, I am speaking as somebody who has genuinely been struggling with it, acne breakouts. Not somebody pretending to understand it from the outside or hiding behind a paper plastic bag over my head. I'm not that secure. I'm not that insecure. I mean, I'm a grown man now, trying my best to act my age and not my shoe size. Well, I tried. Oh man, my mouth is drying up. Alright. Maybe more water. Yeah, turn on the lights, extra lights. Don't want to fall off my chair again. Alright. So yes, I've been struggling with moderate to severe acne, and it shows. I'm not hiding behind a paper bag or a plastic bag over my head. I'm not hiding behind a mask. What you see is what you get. I am still suffering from moderate to severe acne, pimples, scarring, and hyperpigmentation. That is why I keep looking into better treatment options, because I am tired of wasting money on short-term fixes that do not solve the root problem at the deeper level. I have spent a lot over time on products, skincare attempts, spas, day spas, getting a facial, and different efforts to improve my skin, and yet I am still dealing with the same cycle of breakouts, scars, and frustration. So yes, I am paying attention to acne treatment options, skin analysis, and anything that might actually help long term. Because this is not only about appearance, it is also about confidence, comfort, self-respect, and wanting to feel better in my own skin. At the same time, I am living through very real financial pressure, at least continuously. I am living through very real financial pressure. I am working. I am trying to stay awake. I am trying to stay sharp, and I am continuing to do lunch drop gigs during the weekdays, and sometimes picking up extra breakfast or dinner drop opportunities whenever they are available, off routes or additional routes. That means I'm still out there driving on the road, traveling on the streets, still putting mileage, Again, still putting mileage on the vehicle, wear and tear, sometimes still buying coffee to stay alert when in emergency for safety purposes, still making pickups, still making drop-offs, and still trying to keep moving. The image of the coffee receipt and the delivery route speaks to that reality. I mean, any receipts or delivery routes I posted on Facebook, briefly on Facebook before I deleted it. I mean, I have posted up, all my content showing lunch drop in action on YouTube and Rumble, so it's there. What's it like to do lunch drop? I mean, green hot bags, green insulated hot bags. You're picking up at restaurants. Instead of going to customer apartments and houses, you're going to public office companies, whether that's school, banks, hospitals, doctor clinics, like open public company buildings, not just customers' residential apartments, condo, home, Airbnb, and all that. So it speaks to that reality. So it's based on any coffee receipt and delivery routes or invoices. That is not just random spending. That is part of trying to stay functional and stay productive while doing gig work that depends on energy, timing, focus, and endurance. And that brings me to something else I want to say very clearly, very clearly. There are always going to be people with opinions. Yes, there are always going to be people with opinions, political opinions and impression, always their thoughts, and just a bunch of fresh hearsay. There will always be celebrity opinions, internet opinions, political opinions, outsider opinions, and random commentary from people who do not know me. Yes, from random commentary from people who do not know me, or care not to know me, or care not to get to know me, do not help me, and do not carry any of the weight that I carry in my real life, in my own real life experience. And my position on that is simple. If they are not helping me put bread on the table, again, if they are not helping me put bread on the table, if they are not helping me pay the bills, if they are not helping reduce the pressure, the financial pressure, then their opinions does not control my life, and it does not matter. It's bullpocky. I am not saying people cannot speak. Again, I am not saying people cannot speak nor exercise their First Amendment rights, speaking their thoughts, exercising freedom of speech and expression here in the USA. I'm saying that I personally have reached a point where I care more about substance or sustainability and substance than noise, than verbal noise and rhetorical noise. I'm just speaking my thoughts, and I appreciate it for any viewers in the audience just hearing me out from start to finish, hearing what I have to say, and watching my live streams or any of my contents. But yeah, I really, at the same time, I would partially not care if anybody's not going to stick around that long to hear me out. Like, if they don't care about what I have to say or my opinions, then okay. Well, again, everyone has free will and free choices here to watch or not to watch, or to hear me out or not. But other than that, I believe in solid, concrete facts. I believe in legitimacy. I believe in evidence. I believe in skepticism, because I am a skeptical person, a hard-headed, stubborn, and skeptical person. I am the kind of person who looks at things carefully and asks whether they are real, whether they hold up, and whether they actually matter in practical life. Realistically, I believe in the principle that seeing is believing, and that actions speak louder than words, and that picture worth 1,000 of words. In other words, I do not live off hype, hearsay, false narratives, and just plain opinion by word of mouth. I do not live off hype. I do not live off fantasy. I pay attention to what is measurable, what is real, like concrete real, what is being done, action-wise, hands-on action-wise, and what produces results. At least what I can do is spread awareness and keep the general public of the internet well informed here through my live streams, and that's what I can do based on action, spreading the word and communicating to the general public of the internet, to all the audience, viewers on social media across the internet, openly, transparently, and publicly, news style. That same mindset applies to my content creation journey. I have been working hard on YouTube and other platforms like Twitch, Rumble, here on Facebook, Instagram, DeviantArt, Wattpad, Blogspot or bloggers, Tumblr, you name it. I have been working hard on YouTube and other platforms, social media related, continuing to upload, continue to push, continue to try, and continue to build. Oh my gosh. Oh, I feel so snotty. Oh my gosh, who's texting me? Who's messaging? Alright, let me check my messenger. Yep, that little thing pop up. This is my wife. My wife posting on the group chat. Yeah, so no new update. Not even any update from other outside sources from Fandom Events, for those working for Fandom Events. I'm sorry, but I'm unable to check your messenger. The tool I use requires permission to access your notification, and it seems that permission is not granted. Please grant notification access to continue. Oh, heck no. No. I'm not using Gemini at the moment. Oh my gosh. What was I? Yeah. So yeah, back to what I was saying. Sorry, I got distracted from a Facebook chat right there. Alright, let me check on Twitch. I want to make sure. There you go. That's where I need to be at. Again, yeah, I'm showing stuff on Facebook, on Twitch, and on YouTube. So showing all that on there. Alright, let me adjust the camera. I'm trying to get my camera to show all my feet. There you go. Once again, viewer discretion is advised. Foot centric, foot focused. Alright. So as I was saying, again, I continue, you know, the same mindset applies to my content creation journey. I have been working hard on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, here on Facebook, and other related platforms, other related social media platforms. Continuing to upload, continuing to push, continuing to try, and continuing to build. Yet despite all that effort, growth is still inconsistent. Last time I checked on YouTube, I am over at 185 subscribers. So thank you for those subscribing to my YouTube channel, General Sunbeam. Appreciate the subscribe. So thank you, subscribers. Thank you for the long-term subscribe. Hoping to break 200, but again, hoping to reach 500 subscribers. 1,000 subscribers. Same thing with Instagram followers. Here on Facebook, 1,000 followers. Rumble, 1,000 followers. 1,000 followers on Twitch. 1,000 watchers on DeviantArt. 1,000 followers on Wattpad, 1,000 viewers, followers on Blogspot, you name it. I'm trying to grow to be a successful and prosperous content creator, similar to Mr. Beast. Well, I mean, I'm not Mr. Beast, I'm just me, General Sunbeam, being me myself. You have to give me that. So yes, despite all that effort, growth is still inconsistent. On Rumble, I have over 52 followers. Here, I'm almost at 500 followers on Facebook. Instagram, I'm around 30 followers on Instagram. So yes, growth is still inconsistent. Sometimes I gain subscribers, sometimes I lose subscribers. Sometimes the numbers move a little, sometimes they stay flat, and sometimes the numbers go down, which is so upsetting. So yes, it just feels like, sometimes it feels like I'm pushing uphill with little return, and that is frustrating. That is very aggressively frustrating, stressful. It is frustrating to create content, publish videos, spend time and effort, spend energy, and still not see the kind of viral traction that so many people chase. And it's so competitive, and I hate that. I hate the competition. I hate having to compete, trying to be seen and heard and read, and to try to reach many of the social media monetization requirement policies. 1,000 followers, 10K followers. I find it ridiculous and retarded. But I want viewers to understand that this is the reality of being a small creator. It is not always glamorous. It is not always rewarding in the short term. It is often repetitive, uncertain, and mentally exhausting. You put the work in, you edit, you take the time to edit, add special effects, you put in the time and effort trying to edit your videos, trying to add some dynamics, Hollywood special effects, and all that, and it's not always rewarding, It's not always rewarding. It's not always rewarding in the short term. It is often repetitive, uncertain, and mentally exhausting, and taxing. You put the work in, you edit, again, adding special effects, Hollywood-style special effects, and the results do not always match the effort. And yet I keep going. Despite all that, I keep going. I keep posting. I keep producing content, video content, like here what I'm doing right now, live streaming. I keep producing. I keep trying to build an audience, hoping to create some serious traction. I keep showing up. That is the part many people do not respect enough. They see the final numbers, but they do not always see the grind behind those numbers. The effort and the time. I mean, it's almost 9 a.m. and it's 8:52 a.m. So soon I'll be going out and do lunch drop and getting my vehicles taken care of so I can get prepared to do the license plate sticker renewal, because my license plate sticker is gonna expire. So yeah, I'll be out doing my Wednesday lunch drop gig as usual, being out on the road, again putting all my time and effort, trying to make money to pay bills and all that. But yes, see, when it comes to content creation, a lot of you viewers and audiences and many viewers and internet users don't see the grind behind those numbers. And you see, I'm already investing my time and effort here communicating to all of you, and it's almost about to be 9 a.m. in real time. So when I say I am still doing lunch drop, still buying coffee, still making weekday runs, still doing breakfast routes, still doing dinner routes, when available, and still trying to grow my YouTube and other related social media platforms, while the numbers stay stagnant, it slowly increase or it goes down. I am saying that this is the real picture of where I am right now. I am balancing work, health struggles, financial pressure, and content creation all at once. Living a true life here, keeping this roof over the head, keeping this household, having to pay land rent, chattel loans, and trying to keep this house, pay all electricity, utility bills, and putting all entertainment, recreation, and leisure activities at the very bottom as the least priority. That's what it's like to be a productive, responsible adult, and I can't stress that enough. And content creation, all at once. I am not sitting around waiting for life to fix itself. I am actively trying to move forward, even if progress feels slow. I also want to be transparent that I do have Cash App. I do have Cash App support available at $Sunbeam 0072. So I do have Cash App support available at $Sunbeam 0072. And I am not forcing anyone. I am not demanding anything. I simply want to be honest that support is appreciated. Tips and donation greatly appreciated, because real life costs real money. Bills are real. Gas is real. Especially the gas price is going up again. It was last skyrocketed at 4.20 or 4.30, 4.30 or 4.20 at the pump. and now it went down to almost $4 a gallon at the pump. So gas prices like going up and down, slightly inflating and slightly deflating, and you can thank politics for that. So yes, bills are real, because real life costs real money. Bills are real, gas is real, food is real, and water is real. Health concerns are real. Car wear and tear is real. Time is real. So if anyone chooses to support, tips, donation on my Cash App, Sunbeam0072, I appreciate it. I thank you for that. Thank you very much. And if not, I still appreciate those who simply listen and understand. At the end of the day, my message is this. I'm trying. I'm working hard. I'm putting in time and effort to commentate, to show myself, to present myself, being me, myself, speaking my mind openly, truth and transparency, communicating to the internet of all the users and audience that uses the internet across the public of the social media, of what's going on, and providing concrete evidence, and not just blind opinions and hearsay, he said, she said. Try my best to show any concrete facts of what's going on based on what I can ascertain on the internet. So yes, I am enduring, I am staying skeptical, I am staying grounded, I am paying attention to facts, not empty noise. I am dealing with health issues, financial stress, gig work fatigue, and the slow grind of content creation. Yet I am still here, I am still speaking, I am still creating, and I am still pushing. Hoping to, get out there and make a name for myself, build serious traction, hoping to go viral, which I doubt that. And that, to me, matters more than outside opinions from people who do not know my life, or very much choose not to care, choose and care not to know my life, or choose not to get to know me as a friend, or acquaintance, or as a friend, and do not carry my burdens, financial strain. But anyway, thank you to everyone who listens, everyone who understands, and everyone who respects the reality behind the content I put in or I produce. I appreciate you all, and thank you to everyone who hear me out from start to finish, watching this live stream or any of my content. And thank you to everyone that try to help me, pay my bills and help me succeed and prosper. I appreciate you all. Now, a slightly tighter ending I can add here, so just to further add, so yes, I am still in the fight, still dealing with acne, still dealing with scars, still trying to improve myself, exercise, working out, trying my best to take care of the acne breakouts, but again, I want long term, not short term. I don't want to keep spending money on cosmetic products that pretty much work short term, but not long term. So still trying to improve myself, still doing lunch drop, still buying coffee. I try to cut back on that. So still buying coffee to stay awake and keep moving. Still trying to grow YouTube and other social media related. Even when the growth feels slow and inconsistent. Still believing in facts, concrete facts, evidence, legitimacy. Oh my gosh, who's messaging me now? Who's messaging on chat? Oh, just my wife. Yeah, my wife posting on the group chat here on the Messenger on Facebook. Yeah, still trying to grow YouTube even when the growth feels slow and inconsistent. Still believing in facts, evidence, legitimacy, and action over empty words. That is where I stand, and that is the truth and transparency. Now let me continue with a few connected life updates and public reminders because all of this ties back to responsibility, health, money, and trying to build something online while still dealing with real life. First, on content creation. So first on content creation and monetization. As I covered this and talked about this I want to say this in a cleaner way. In my opinion, many social media monetization rules feel restrictive, gatekeeping, frustrating, and heavily gatekept. I understand that platforms have to prevent spam, fake engagement, low effort public posting, and policy violations, but from the perspective of a small creator who has been trying for years and years, decades, it can feel discouraging when you keep posting, keep producing, keep uploading, and still remain below the requirements needed to actually earn money from the work. YouTube's official partner program still requires like around 1,000 subscribers with either 4,000 valid public watch hours in the last 12 months or 10 million valid public shorts views in the last 90 days before full ad revenue sharing becomes available. YouTube also reviews channels for policy compliance before acceptance. So even reaching the numbers of the monetization requirements does not automatically guarantee approval, which is bullpucky. Same thing on Twitch. I think similar things on Twitch. You need at least 50 to apply for our Twitch partnership. 50 followers, and right now I think I'm at 40 or 41 followers at the moment on Twitch. I'm not getting a serious viral breakthrough or serious traction on Twitch. Hitting 50 or 100 or 1,000 followers on Twitch, and I'm almost at 500 followers here on Facebook. So follow me on Facebook, help me reach 500, 1,000. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, help me reach 1,000. Rumble, help me reach 1,000. You know, followers, subscribers, greatly appreciated. Come on. And that's what I hate about all these social media monetization requirements. Like, you gotta require 1,000 subscribers with either 4,000 valid public watch hours in the last 12 months, or 10 million valid public shorts views in the last 90 days before full ad revenue sharing becomes available. YouTube also reviews channels for policy compliance before acceptance. So even reaching the numbers does not automatically guarantee approval. For me personally, based on my latest screenshots, or any what I have posted, my YouTube channel has been moving slowly. I have been around the 170 subscriber range back then. I have been around the 170 subscriber range with well over 700 videos uploaded, or more than 700 videos uploaded. One screenshot shows 170 subscribers and 767 videos, while another shows 174 subscribers and 774 videos that I uploaded here on YouTube. The count may go up or down, but the point remains the same. Oh my gosh. Ah, thank you. Oh. Sorry about that. I got allergies. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna step out and use the restroom. Splash water on my face. Pick up the hat. And I'm gonna go ahead and charge my phone. Oh my gosh, it's 9:06 a.m. already. Alright, be right back. Alright. Alright, viewers and audience that are still watching and tuning in, thank you for watching. I am back. So again, sorry, I got allergies, morning allergies, feeling snotty, slight stuffy nose and all that. So again, just feeling snotty and, a little bit stuffed up, but I'm here. So as I was saying again, regarding the YouTube monetization requirements, Twitch partnership program, so required for all these social media partnerships. So at least focusing on YouTube. So it's been moving slowly. I used to have been around 100. I have been around the 170 subscriber range with well over 700 videos uploaded. One screenshot shows 170 subscribers and 767 videos, while another shows 174 subscribers and 774 videos. The count may go up or down, but the point remains the same. I am still working hard to reach 200 subscribers on my YouTube channel, and then 500 and eventually 1,000 to reach the YouTube partnership program requirement to monetize and earn. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I hate that feeling when there's something right here like a bug or something in the throat kind of thing. My wife is posting on the TAG not safe for work on the group chat. So yes, reaching eventually 1,000 subscribers and 1,000 followers is so freaking hard, as well as traction and trying to go viral and all that. I don't know how many content creators and many Instagram users, Facebook models and streamers are doing it, but I should already be at 1,000 already. At least for here, Facebook, YouTube, and hoping to break the same thing on Rumble and Twitch. I've been around for decades and I'm not growing. I am not growing significantly. That is frustrating when I have spent years or decades trying to be seen and heard, producing content, recording videos, live streaming, posting updates, and pushing myself as a content creator, live streamer, Asian male model. I may gain subscribers one day and lose some later. Same thing with followers. I may gain followers one day and lose some later. That's what I've been seeing on Facebook. I lost like 1 or 2 followers, then I gain 1 follower, and then lose that follower up and down. Really hate that. So yes, I may gain subscribers one day and lose some later. I may gain 1 follower. I may gain subscribers one day and lose some later. And that can feel disappointing, frustrating, and stressful when so much dedicated time and effort is being put into the work of any of my live stream and content creation. Again, adding special effects, Hollywood effects, all that. The same applies to DeviantArt, DA. My watcher count has been moving around the high 450s into the 460 range. I appreciate every watcher and every real person who takes time to view my work. But I also understand now that online growth is not guaranteed just because a person works hard. You can be consistent and still not go viral. That's the straightforward point. That's a fact. You can be consistent and still not go viral or build serious momentum and traction in views, reposts, and shares, and all that. You can be consistent and still not go viral. I'll say that 3 times. You can upload hundreds of pieces of content and still not break through in viral, gaining serious momentum and traction. You can be serious, dedicated, and active for more than a decade and still feel like you are fighting the algorithm, competition, monetization rules, and viewer attention all at once. That is the reality of modern content creation. At least if you're trying to do it ethically, because I am not reaching 200 subscribers on my YouTube as of now, and last time I checked on my YouTube channel, I'm around 185 or 186, 184, like around 185 subscriber count on my YouTube channel. Last time I checked, I try to screenshot and document everything for concrete and just to keep that record stable. But in real time, last time I checked on my YouTube, I'm around 185 subscribers, 52 followers on Rumble, so thank you very much. 30 followers on Instagram, thank you very much, and almost 500 followers here on Facebook. Thank you very much. And 464 or 463 watchers on my DeviantArt account, and still stuck at 10 followers on my Wattpad account. 10 followers on my Wattpad account throughout the years. Come on, follow me on Wattpad too. General Sunbeam, Sunbeam007 on Wattpad. So yes, that is why I keep saying that I respect. So that's the reality of modern content creation, and that is why I keep saying that I respect facts over outside opinions. Sorry, that's a different content. I'm going to say that is why I keep pushing and continue to produce and keep on stressing that I disagree with the monetization requirements, and I wish that they do something to make monetization easier to apply and without the gatekeeping. I don't like that. I don't like YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or like YouTube, Twitch, Pinterest, Reddit, all having that strict gatekeeping monetization requirements. It's hard to reach 1,000 subscribers. It is hard to reach 1,000 followers. It is hard to maintain all that because one can follow, subscribe, or do the same or the opposite. Unfollow and unsubscribe. You gain followers or subscribers and you can lose subscribers and followers. So it's hard to reach some sort of partnerships with YouTube, Facebook, Instagram because just simply one of the viewers or the viewers choose not to support you, choose not to follow you, or subscribe to your content or whatever. And that's the reality of modern content creation, and that's the stress and the pros and cons about it. And I disagree with it. I hate the competition. It is easy said and done, and yet too good to be true, and yet too bad to be false. And now moving on, and that is why I keep saying that I respect facts over outside opinions. A random opinion from a celebrity, politician, influencer, model, or stranger online on the internet does not put bread on my table. It does not pay my bills. It does not cover gas, food, lot rent, health care, dental care, vehicle wear and tear, or credit card debt. What matters to me is concrete evidence, visible action, or visible hands-on action, legitimate results, and real support. I believe in facts. I believe in seeing what is actually happening. I believe in action speaking louder than words. Now let me connect that to alcohol responsibility. Let's talk about alcohol responsibility, alcohol drinking, and understand alcohol. Because one of the screenshots I posted shows a post where I was reminding people to read labels, reminding people and friends, peers to read labels and know their limits. In the United States, the minimum legal drinking age is 21, 2-1. Dos uno. Legal drinking age is 21, dos uno. And the CDC explains that this law exists because it helps reduce alcohol-related harm, especially crashes and injuries involving young people. So before anything else, if you are under 21, do not drink. And do not purchase alcohol. They will ask for your ID to verify that. So if you are under 21, do not drink, do not purchase alcohol. You will be carded and asked for ID. If you are 21 and older, you still need to drink responsibly. Read labels and understand what is actually inside the bottle or can. When you look at alcohol, do not just look at the flavor or the packaging. Look for the words alcohol by volume. ABV, ALC, period, by vol. Short for alcohol by volume. Or similar wordings that common sense contains alcohol. That percentage tells you how strong the drink is. The TTB explains that alcohol labels are regulated to give consumers information about the identity, quality, and alcohol content of what they are drinking. That matters because one can, bottle, or glass does not always equal the same strength. A sweet drink can still be strong. A small drink can still hit hard. A drink that tastes like juice or soda can still contain alcohol. The CDC and NIAAA or NIAAA explain that in the United States, the standard drink contains about 14 grams or 0.6 fluid ounces of pure alcohol. That is roughly 12 ounces of regular beer at 5% ABV, 5 ounces of wine at 12% ABV, or 1.5 ounces of distilled spirits at 40% ABV. That means a 12-ounce drink at 10% ABV can hit closer to two standard drinks. Even if it looks like just one container. So the label matters. The percentage matters. The serving size matters. For me and my wife, we have to be careful because stronger alcohol affects us quickly. Anything around 15% or higher is too strong for us. That means no whiskey, no gin, no hard liquor, no strong shots, and nothing that we are not prepared to handle. So no gin, no cognac, no whiskey, no gin, no hard liquor, no tequila, no vodka, no strong martinis, no strong shots, and nothing that we are not prepared to handle. Anything for specs, at least. Something lighter like Seagram's escapes around 3.2% alcohol by volume. It is more within the range we can tolerate. And even then, we still need to be careful with how much we drink, whether we have eaten food and how we feel afterward. The lesson is simple. Know your own tolerance. Do not let somebody else pressure you into drinking. Do not let somebody else pressure you into drinking stronger alcohol just because they can handle it. Your body is your body. Your limit is your limit. And this ties into health overall. One of my medical visit summaries shows that I am at a point in life where I need to monitor my health more seriously. Hang on. Good thing I got my medical record, my after summer visit. So right here. Alright, so there you go. My after summary visit. Get that on camera. Alright, so I'll read it right here. Got the after visit summary from my Austin Regional Clinic from my doctor. Alright, so this ties into health overall. So one of my medical visit summaries shows that I am at a point in life where I need to monitor my health more seriously. The screenshot shows a weight of 192 pounds, a BMI of 28.35, and a blood pressure reading of 140/92. I am not going to diagnose myself on a live stream because only a qualified medical professional can diagnose high blood pressure or any serious conditions. But the American Heart Association classifies readings of 140 systolic or higher, or 90 diastolic or higher as stage 2 hypertension, if confirmed. So readings of 140 systolic or higher or 90 diastolic or higher as stage 2 hypertension, if confirmed. And it also makes clear that only a doctor or medical professional can confirm a diagnosis. But of course, going from there, going based on the paper here, my blood pressure is at 140/92, BMI at 28.35, weight 192 pounds, my height 5 feet 9 inches, pulse 85, respiration 16, and oxygen saturation is 97%. Yes, so for me, that means I need to take this seriously. I need to cut back on salty foods, sugary drinks, excess energy drinks, cut down on ramen, and habits that push my body in the wrong direction. I need to work on exercise, vegetables intake, vitamins, better hydration, better sleep, and better consistency with my overall health. My doctor has already told me to cut back on salt and sugar, reduce energy drinks, eat more vegetables and fruits, and get more physical activity. That is not glamorous, but it is real. At 30, I cannot act like health problems are something far away in the future. They can build slowly and quietly. Blood pressure can be silent, weight gain can creep up, sugar problems can develop without feeling obvious at first. So yeah. yeah, all that can build quietly. Blood pressure can be silent. Weight gain can creep up. Sugar problem can develop without feeling obvious at first. That is why I need to monitor, follow up, and stop ignoring the warning signs. I also want to say this carefully. If anyone watching has chest pain, serious shortness of breath, sudden weakness, vision changes, trouble speaking, or severe symptoms with very high blood pressure, that is not a live stream topic anymore. That is an emergency situation, urgent situation, medical situation. The American Heart Association says severe readings over 180, like severe readings over 180, over 120 with symptoms can be a hypertensive emergency, and people should call 911 in that situation, or should call 911 in that regard. So, so take your health seriously. Yes, take your health seriously. Do not wait until a problem becomes catastrophic. So the bigger message I want to give tonight, or give today, is this. Life is not only about chasing followers. It is also about staying alive, staying healthy, staying responsible, and building something sustainable. I want to grow on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, every other social media platforms out there. I want to grow and be a successful and prosperous content creator, streamer, modeling, cosplayer, gamer, all that. I want to grow on DeviantArt. I want to grow on Rumble, Facebook, Twitch, and every other platform I use. I want to hit 200 subscribers, then 500, then 1,000, and eventually reach monetization requirements and start earning with ad revenue. But I also need to protect my health, manage my alcohol tolerance, reduce bad eating habits, stay careful with energy drinks, caffeine, and sodas, and keep myself physically able to continue creating content. That is where I am at. That is where I am right now. I am still doing lunch drop. Again, I'll repeat this. I am still doing lunch drop. I am still producing content. I am still fighting slow growth. I am still trying to be seen and heard. I am still learning how to take better care of my body. And I am still trying to turn all of this into a better future. Better, brighter future. I really strongly dislike and disagree with the competition and the heated chase to be seen, heard, and recognized to earn followers, subscribers, watchers, or any form of the viewer's trust to break through into earning via monetization programs or partnerships with the platforms. I find it retarded and so exhausting and gatekeeping, and I hate all that. So to everyone watching, read your labels when purchasing alcohol, ALC by volume, ALC by vol, or alcohol by content, anything that says 5% alcohol or something. So read alcohol labels, read labels, know your limits, verify facts, take your health seriously, and do not let social media make you forget the real world responsibilities sitting right in front of you. That is the message I wanted to add here for this part of the subject topic, which is the memo. Moving on, which let me continue with another technology and public health update, because this ties into the modern world we are living in right now. After watching commentary about self-driving cars, from Webby Websurf, like YouTubers such as Webby Websurf that I posted on here on Facebook, but I'm going to share it on live stream here, on multiple live streams here. So with another technology and public health update, because this ties into the modern world we are living in right now. After watching commentary about self-driving cars, autonomous robotics, artificial intelligence, and the way technology keeps moving forward,
I am not surprised that 2026 feels like an era of advanced technology. We have AI generative art, we have AI art, generative AI text, self-driving vehicles, working robots, war drones, automated systems, and new tools appearing in entertainment, transportation, business, and even military discussions. But like I always say, no technology is perfect. Every technology has benefits, risks, weak points, chink in the armor, and consequences. The future may look exciting, but it also requires responsibility, regulation, and common sense. When we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, or advanced innovation, we need to define it clearly. Artificial intelligence means a computer or computer-controlled system performing tasks that are normally associated with human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, pattern recognition, language, image generation, or decision making. Machine learning is one part of AI where computers learn patterns from data instead of being manually programmed for every single situation. Generative AI is the part people recognize from AI art, AI music, AI writing, and image generation. That is why some creators see AI as a tool while others see it as a threat to human artists, workers, and originality. Both sides have a point. So both sides have a point because technology can help people create, but it can also flood platforms, steal attention, and raise concerns about consent, labor, and authenticity. The same thing applies to robotics. Robotics is about designing and using machines to perform tasks that humans traditionally do, especially repetitive, dangerous, or high precision work. Robots are used in factories, warehouses, hospitals, research, military environments, and sometimes public-facing service jobs. Some robots, are simple machines, following repeated movements, while others use sensors, cameras, AI, decision-making systems to operate in more complicated environments. The dream is convenience. The dream is convenience and efficiency. But the concern is safety, job displacement, surveillance, and whether machines are being deployed faster than society can understand them. Now, on self-driving cars, Waymo is one of the biggest example. Yes, Waymo is one of the biggest example. Let me pause right there and drink some water. I'm feeling dehydrated. My mouth is dry. Oh boy. Let me get some snacks too. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. I gotta get a little bit of water and some snack. Oh, come on. And take the trash can. Yep. Alright, so as I was saying, artificial intelligence, back on the rise of AI, artificial intelligence, or advanced innovations. So, yes, some robots are simple machines, following repeated movements, while others use sensors, cameras, AI, and decision-making systems to operate in more complicated environments. The dream is convenience. The dream is convenience and efficiency, but the concern is safety, job displacement, surveillance, and whether machines are being deployed faster than society can understand them. Now, now on self-driving cars. Self-driving cars. Waymo. Waymo is one of the biggest examples. Waymo began as the Google self-driving car project in 2009. According according to Waymo's own history, the project started with autonomous Toyota Prius vehicles, then later reached a major milestone in 2015 with a fully autonomous ride on public roads in Austin, Texas, using its Firefly vehicle. Waymo became an independent Alphabet company in 2016, and in 2020 it opened fully driverless Waymo one to and in 2020 it opened fully driverless Waymo 1 rides to the public in the Phoenix area. So this technology did not appear overnight. It came from years of testing, sensors, mapping, software, and controlled deployment. Cruise is another important example, but its story also shows the downside of rushing, like, but its story also shows the downside of rushing or struggling with public trust. Cruise was a self-driving company backed by General Motors, GM. So General Motors, GM acquired Cruise in 2016 and invested heavily in robo-taxi technology. But after safety controversies, including a serious 2023 San Francisco pedestrian incident, Cruise paused operations and came under investigations and regulatory pressure. By late 2024 and early 2025, General Motors (GM) decided to stop funding Cruise as a standalone robotaxi business and instead fold the technology into its own fold the technology into its own driver assistance and personal autonomous vehicle work. That tells you something important. Even giant companies with billions of dollars can struggle with the reality of autonomous vehicles. And Waymo is not controversy free either. Waymo is not controversy free either. In 2025, Waymo recalled more than 1,200 self-driving vehicles after minor collisions involving chains, gates, and roadway barriers. Let me repeat that again. Waymo is not controversy free either. In 2025, Waymo recalled more than 1,200 self-driving vehicles after minor collisions involving chains, gates, and roadway barriers. Those incidents reportedly did not cause injuries, but the recall still shows the point clearly. Even advanced autonomous systems can have edge cases. A human might see a chain, gate, or odd road situation and immediately understand it, while an AI system may need software updates and more training data to handle unusual conditions consistently. That is why autonomous technology is impressive, but it should not be treated like magic. Another important distinction is this. Not every vehicle with driver assistance features is truly self-driving. NHTSA explains that consumer vehicles available today still require the driver's full attention, even if they offer lane assistance, adaptive cruise control, or similar features. Level 4 systems can operate in limited service areas under specific conditions, while Level 5 would mean full automation everywhere. Under all conditions, NHTSA says Level 5 vehicles are not available to consumers today. So when people say self-driving, we need to ask, is this a robo-taxi operating in a defined service area, or is this a driver assistant feature that still requires a human to stay alert? I also want to briefly address drones, war drones, and military technology, but only at a high level awareness level. So drones, unmanned systems, and AI-assisted military tools are part of the modern battlefield now. That does not mean every system is fully autonomous or making decisions alone, but it does mean war. Surveillance, targeting, logistics, and information gathering are increasingly shaped by software and machines. The concern is obvious. When advanced systems are used in war, society has to demand accountability, human oversight, lawful use, and serious safeguards. Technology should not become an excuse to remove human responsibility from life and death decisions. Now let me shift into the hantavirus. Okay, that's a different topic. So again, the whole AI with self-driving vehicles like Waymo, Cruise, ChatGPT, Gemini, Venice, and all these AI prompts and texts. It is out there. It is 2026, so it is the era of advanced innovations and all advanced technologies. It has been heavily integrated, and AI is pretty much all over the internet, believe it or not. And there are AI-programmed self-driving vehicles like Waymo, and some are being integrated into almost every vehicle. And it is what it is. AI is being heavily integrated, whether you agree or disagree, and I don't know where I stand on that. I always remain neutral, concise, and factual if I could. And yes, I could really go for some coffee. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Oh my gosh, all this talking is making me feel drowsy, tired. Oh my gosh. But yes, the concern is obvious. When it comes to AI, unmanned war drones, or any form of weapon, any technology that has to do with weapons in the military background. So yes, the concern is obvious. When advanced systems are used in war, society has to demand accountability, human oversight, lawful use, and serious safeguards. Technology should not become an excuse to remove human responsibility from life and death decisions. And that's all I gotta say to that. And it is what it is with AI, artificial intelligence. And again, I've been using AI, I've been using ChatGPT, Gemini, and all that because it's available to the public. It is not illegal itself, especially when I disclose it and give credits to ChatGPT and all that. But I do use them. I do use AI, and I produce my own original characters, original concepts, my own animation, and my own characters. No fan arts. Believe it or not. Now let me shift into the hantavirus. Now moving on to the next subject. Time to shift into the hantavirus. The hantavirus cruise story, because that screenshot with the rat virus headline is serious. but we need to explain it calmly. Reuters and WHO, the World Health Organization, reported a hantavirus outbreak linked to the MV Honduras cruise ship. The MV Honduras cruise ship. World Health Organization said that as of May 4th, 2026, there were 7 cases, including 2 laboratory confirmed cases and 5 suspected cases, with 3 deaths reported. Oh, that's bad. With 3 deaths reported. Reuters later reported that countries were tracing passengers after the outbreak, and that 2 Texas residents had been aboard the ship before the outbreak was identified. Oh, is it not charging? Come on, let me get the phone charged. Oh. There you go. Oh, my phone. Dang, this flashlight's at 100%. Oh, boy. Okay, let me finish. Oh. All right. So, World Health Organization said that as of May 4th, 2026, there were 7 cases, including 2 laboratory confirmed cases, and 5 suspected cases with 3 deaths reported. So rest in peace to all those affected by the hantavirus. Reuters later reported that countries were tracing passengers after the outbreak, and that 2 Texas residents had been aboard the ship before the outbreak was identified. Texas health officials contacted those 2 residents. They reported no symptoms and no known contact with sick people while on board. This is where I want to be very clear. The hantavirus is serious, but this should not automatically be described as another COVID-19 pandemic or another COVID-19. The hantaviruses are usually spread from rodents to people through contact with infected rodent urine, droppings, saliva, or contaminated dust. The specific strain involved in this outbreak is reportedly the Andes virus. And the World Health Organization says Andes virus is one of the rare hantaviruses where limited human-to-human transmission has been documented, usually through close and prolonged contact. World Health Organization currently assesses the risk to the general population from this event as low. That is very different from COVID-19, which spread efficiently through respiratory transmission across the general population. So the responsible message is not panic. The responsible message is awareness. If you are around rodent droppings, nests, urine, or places where rodents may have been living, do not sweep or vacuum dry droppings into the air. CDC says exposure can happen when contaminated dust is stirred up and breathed in. The better prevention is rodent control, sealing gaps, keeping food sources cleaned up, and following safe cleanup steps. In regular public settings, the general risk is low, but people should still take sanitation seriously, especially around cabins, storage rooms, garages, sheds, campsites, vehicles, or any enclosed area with rodent activity. Oh boy. And yes, this naturally reminds people of the COVID era because many of us remember lockdowns, stay home orders, hand sanitizer, masks, vaccines, social distancing, and the feeling of uncertainty. In the United States, COVID stay at home orders are not all one single federal switch. CDC reported that from, oh my gosh, who's texting now? Oh, it's just my wife. Posting reels and videos on the group chat. Alright, so as I was saying, and yes, this naturally reminds people of the COVID era because many of us remember lockdowns, stay home orders, hand sanitizer, masks, vaccines, social distancing, and the feeling of uncertainty. In the United States, COVID stay at home orders were not all one single federal switch. CDC reported that from March 1 to May 31, 2020, 42 states and territories issued mandatory stay at home orders, and those orders reduced movement and close contact outside the home. Then in December 2020, the FDA authorized the first Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use. And vaccine distribution began that month. Oh, sorry, feeling a little sleepy. So yes, so the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use and vaccine distribution began that month. Reuters reported that by December 28, 2020, more than 11.4 million doses have been distributed and more than 2.1 million first doses have been administered in the United States. So the lesson from COVID should not be fear, and the lesson from the hantavirus, the latest disease outbreak, reported from the news, from the major news outlet, the hantavirus, should not be panicked either. The lesson is public health awareness. Wash your hands, sanitize where possible, do not touch your face after handling dirty surfaces, keep distance from people who are visibly sick when appropriate, stay home when you are sick if you can, read public health updates from reliable sources. And when it comes to rodent-related viruses, specifically, avoid rodent exposure and clean contaminated areas safely. And I'll pause right there, use the restroom, and do more stretches and drink water. Feeling a little sleepy and drowsy. Alright, I am back. General Sunbeam is back. Trying to keep my feet up on this trash can. Like a footrest. Alright, so yes, stay at home when you're sick. Social distance, as always, keep your distance. Practice social distancing whenever you're sick, whether that's any form of flu, influenza, or whatever, any form of sickness, if you have a migraine headache or whatever, in this case, regarding post, the post pass of COVID-19 or COVID-2026 or whatever, and the hantavirus, as of now, the serious virus outbreak of the hantavirus, keep your distance. If you're sick, stay home, communicate. Who the hell is, hey, I helped streamers grow on Rumble by sharing their content in active communities to boost visibility, followers, and engagement. If you want real promotion support, add me on Discord. Well, thank you for the live comments on YouTube or Rumble, whoever you are. So thank you for the live chat and the comments. So I read that, I saw that right there. Well, all you can do is repost and share. Share my live stream to help me and add hashtags. I don't need to spend money or add anyone on Discord. But anyway, keep your distance. If you're feeling sick, whatever sickness or diseases you have, keep your distance, stay at home, get vaccinated, eat right, exercise, and drink water. Stay hydrated. Overall, this is the bigger message. We are living in an era where technology and public health move fast. AI, artificial intelligence, is changing content, changing the internet, changing the social media. It is being heavily integrated into everyday life. You see AI all around and being advertised and promoted on YouTube, Rumble, and all that. So AI is the reality, the new reality. Back in 2012 or 2014 or even 2016, all this AI talk was non-existent and it was rarely talked. But now it became relevant. It becomes relevant. It is relevant. So AI is changing content. Robots are changing work. Autonomous cars are changing transportation. Drones, war drones, and unmanned robotics are changing warfare, at least drones regarding military background. New illnesses and outbreaks can move through global travel, but none of this should make us panic nor give up. It should make us more alert, more educated, more aware, and more careful and more responsible and informed. Technology is not automatically good. Oh, it's almost 10 a.m. So as I was saying, technology is not automatically good or bad. It depends on how people use it. Public health news is not automatically a reason to panic. It is a reason to pay attention, verify facts, and protect yourself. That is the balance I want my audience and viewers to understand. Stay informed, stay skeptical, stay healthy, and keep common sense in the center of the conversation. And that's the memo for that subject topic. Now moving on. Or I want to reiterate. Again, now on self-driving cars, so back to self-driving cars, Waymo is one of the biggest examples. Waymo began as a Google self-driving. Okay, I just want to repeat this part here. So on self-driving cars, Waymo is one of the biggest examples out there. I've seen Waymo when doing lunch drop or DoorDash, driving my Kia Niro, and I've been seeing Waymo, that white and black vehicle with cameras that clearly says Waymo in the ATX area. So Waymo is one of the biggest examples. Waymo, W-A-Y-M-O, Waymo began as the Google self-driving car project in 2009. And I have never heard of that. I didn't even know they were working on that in 2009. I haven't seen that on the news. And that was around President Obama's time. Around President Obama's first term. Google self-driving car project in 2009. According to Waymo's own history, the project started with autonomous Toyota Prius vehicles, then later reached a major milestone in 2015 with a fully autonomous ride on public roads in Austin, Texas, using its Firefly vehicle. Waymo became an independent Alphabet company in 2016, and in 2020 it opened fully driverless Waymo One rides to the public in the Phoenix area. So this technology did not appear overnight. It came from years of testing, sensors, mapping, software, and controlled deployment. Cruise is another important example, but its story also shows the downside of rushing or struggling with public trust. Cruise was a self-driving company backed by General Motors. GM acquired Cruise in 2016 and invested heavily in robo-taxi technology. But after safety controversies, including a serious 2023 San Francisco pedestrian incident, Cruise paused operations and came under investigations and regulatory pressure. By late 2024 and early 2025, General Motors (GM) decided to stop funding Cruise as a standalone robo-taxi business and instead fold the technology into its own driver assistance and personal autonomous vehicle work. That tells you something important. Even giant companies with billions of dollars can struggle with the reality of autonomous vehicles. And Waymo is not controversy-free either. In 2025, Waymo recalled more than 1,200 self-driving vehicles after minor collisions involving chains, gates, and roadway barriers. Those incidents reportedly did not cause injuries, but the recall still shows the point clearly. Even advanced autonomous systems can have edge cases. A human might see a chain, gate, or odd road situation and immediately understands it, while an AI system may need software updates and more training data to handle unusual conditions consistently. That is why autonomous technology is impressive, but it should not be treated like magic. Another important distinction is this: not every vehicle with driver assistance features is truly self-driving. NHTSA explains that consumer vehicles available today still require the driver's full attention, even if they offer lane assist, adaptive cruise control, or similar features. Level 4 systems can operate in limited service areas under specific conditions, while Level 5 would mean automation full automation everywhere. Under all conditions, NHTSA says Level 5 vehicles are not available to consumers today. So when people say self-driving, we need to ask, is this a robo-taxi operation? So when people say self-driving, we need to ask, is this a robo-taxi operating in a defined service area, or is this a driver assistant feature that still requires a human to stay alert? I also want to briefly address drones and military technology, but only at a high-level awareness level. Drones, unmanned systems, and AI-assisted military tools are part of the modern battlefield now. That does not mean every system is fully autonomous or making decisions alone, but it does mean war. It does mean war, surveillance, targeting, logistics, and information gathering are increasingly shaped by software and machines. The concern is obvious. When advanced systems are used in war, society has to demand accountability, human oversight, lawful use, and serious safeguards. Technology should not become an excuse to remove human responsibility from life and death decisions. And again, oh gosh, I don't know why it is always a repeat. So again, it talks about the hantavirus. Wait, skip all that. So again, when you're sick, when you got that virus, COVID-19, the hantavirus, swine flu, H1N1 swine flu, the Ebola, or any form of diseases, you know the drill. Stay home, let your workplace know, communicate with your workplace saying, hey, I can't make it, I'm sick. And go to the doctor, eat right, eat healthy, rest, drink water and all that. So when you're sick with any form of diseases, stay home, practice social distancing, and stay safe. Oh my God, it's 10:05 a.m. already. right, so yes, stay skeptical, stay aware, stay informed, and understand, common sense, right from wrong, and all that. Because again, AI is the future. AI is here. AI is now. Whether you care about it, you believe in it or not, if you still continue to disagree and protest with artificial intelligence and advanced innovations, advanced robotics, like in all these self-driving vehicles like Waymo, Cruise, and all these self-driving or self-doing kind of thing. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but I just want to say as it is neutrally. Trying to go by facts and not opinions. As long as it is not being weaponized to be used to harm, that's all that matters. Now let me continue on the subject of the Second Amendment. Let's talk about the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, the right to register firearms and hold weapons as a civilian, as a citizen. So the subject of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, and the responsibility that must come with firearms in America, or including knives. First, we need to be historically accurate. The 13 colonies were originally British colonies. The American Revolution did not begin because a foreign country invaded a fully formed United States. The United States did not exist yet. What happened is that British colonists in North America increasingly resisted British imperial control, taxation, military enforcement, and what they saw as tyrannical rule under the crown. Tensions escalated into armed conflict broke out. One of the key flashpoints was April 1775 when British forces marched toward Concord, Massachusetts, to seize and destroy colonial military supplies, including arms and ammunition. The National Park Service explains that this led to fighting at Lexington and Concord, including the famous North Bridge confrontation, where colonial militia were first ordered to fire on British soldiers. That revolutionary history is part of the background behind later American distrust of centralized power, standing armies. Oh, it's town line. Alright, just to turn off the alarm. So where colonial militia were first ordered to fire on British soldiers. That revolutionary history is part of the background behind later American distrust of centralized power, standing armies, and forced disarmament. After independence, the United States created a constitution, but many Americans feared that the new federal government might become too powerful. That is why the Bill of Rights became so important. The National Archives explains that Congress proposed 12 amendments in 1789, and 10 were ratified on December 15, 1791, becoming the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment was one of those first 10 amendments. The National Constitution Center gives the text clearly. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I'll repeat. The National Constitution Center gives the text clearly. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So when people ask where the Second Amendment came from, the fair answer is this. It came from revolutionary era fear of tyranny. It came from revolutionary era fear of tyranny, fear of disarmament, concern for state militias, and the belief that citizens should not be helpless under a powerful government. James Madison helped shape the Bill of Rights, but the idea also came from older English legal traditions, colonial experience, militia culture, and the political fight over how much power the new federal government should have. All right, let me go ahead and, oh my gosh. Go ahead and accept that I'm available for lunch drop. All right, already accept that. Now I'm back to reading. Now let me be very clear about the modern meaning of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment protects a right to keep and bear arms. And in District of Columbia, in Washington, D.C., and in District of Columbia v. Heller, District of Columbia versus Heller, the Supreme Court held that it protects an individual right to possess a firearm for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. Again, such as self-defense within the home. But that does not mean a gun is a tool for domination. It does not mean a gun is used for intimidation purposes. It does not mean a gun is for scaring people, settling arguments, threatening neighbors, escalating road rage, or shooting someone point blank because of anger, ego, pride, or impulse. I want to make that clear. So again, it is a lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. But that does not mean a gun is a tool for domination. It does not mean a gun is for intimidation. It does not mean a gun is for scaring people, settling arguments, threatening neighbors, escalating road rage, causing terrorism, or shooting someone point blank because of anger, ego, pride, or impulse. Self-defense has to be understood responsibly. It is not just, I own a weapon, I own a handgun, I own an assault rifle, AR, I own a rocket launcher, I own a machine gun, I own knives, hunting knives. So simply, it is not just, I own a weapon, therefore I can use it whenever I feel threatened. Self-defense law is generally about reasonable fear. Self-defense law is generally about reasonable fear, intimidating danger, reasonable fear, immediate danger, proportionality, or equilibrium there, and whether force is truly necessary. The details vary by state, so nobody should treat a live stream as legal advice. Well, don't treat this live stream as legal advice. I'm just communicating accurately as best as possible. But morally and practically, the point is simple. A firearm or any weapon should be handled with discipline, restraint, training, and respect for human life. If someone owns a firearm, that person must understand that every bullet has consequences. Every careless decision can destroy a life, a family, and a future. That is why I am calling out gun violence clearly. Again, that is why I'm calling out gun violence clearly. A constitutional right is not a license to commit murder. A right to bear arms is not a right to terrorize the public. A right to self-defense is not a right to use deadly force recklessly. If a person truly respects the Second Amendment, then they should also respect safe storage, lawful use, de-escalation, and the duty to prevent unnecessary harm. Now let us connect this to the real world. Gun violence in America is not theory. Pew Research Center's latest analysis says 44,447 people died from gun-related injuries in the United States in 2024, with suicides making up 62% of those deaths and homicides 35%. CDC data also shows 15,364 firearm homicides in 2024. So when we talk about gun violence, we are not only talking about mass shootings. We are also talking about suicide, domestic violence, neighborhood violence, accidental shootings, and situations where access to a gun turns a crisis into a permanent tragedy. That's very sad. It's so frustrating and just awful. So much outbursts of outrage. Mass shootings also have to be defined carefully because different organizations define them differently. Pew notes that there is no single agreed upon definition. The FBI's active shooter category is narrower, while the gun violence archive definition counts incidents where 4 or more people are shot, injured, or killed, excluding the shooter. That is why statistics can look different depending on which definition is used. Here in Texas and Central Texas, we have painful examples. In Killeen, in 1991, the Luby's cafeteria massacre killed 23 people and injured many others before the shooter died by suicide. That happened in Central Texas and remains part of the state's long memory of mass gun violence. At Fort Hood near Killeen in 2009, 13 people were killed and dozens were wounded in a workplace and military-based shooting. These are not distant abstract stories. They happen in places Texans recognize. We also remember Uvalde, the Uvalde in the city, and I think in the city or town of Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed at Robb Elementary School in 2022 in Uvalde, Texas. We remember Sutherland Springs, where 26 people were killed at the First Baptist Church in 2017. We remember El Paso, where a gunman killed 23 people at a Walmart in 2019 in a racist attack targeting Hispanic shoppers. These incidents are different in motive and setting, but they show the same truth. When firearms are misused, the damage reaches far beyond the moment of violence. Families, schools, churches, cities, and entire communities carry that trauma for years. More recently in Central Texas, Austin has also seen serious gun violence. AP, or I think the Associated Press or the Austin Press, AP reported that the FBI concluded the March 1st, 2026 West 6th Street mass shooting suspect acted alone. That attack killed 3 people and injured more than a dozen others before the shooter was killed by Alt Life police. Austin police also reported a May 6, 2026 shooting at Cajun Eats on FM 1825, which, oh man, is local. So also reported a May 6, 2026 shooting at Cajun Eats on FM 1825 where Michael Jones was killed and 4 others were wounded after an altercation escalated into gunfire. And in April 2026, Austin police reported another homicide at the Cabana Club. So Austin police reported another homicide at the Cabana Club on East 7th Street, where Richard Barr was killed after a parking lot altercation escalated and the victim was shot while moving away. Round Rock also had a major public event shooting in 2024 when a Juneteenth celebration at Old Settlers Park ended with 2 people dead and at least 14 wounded after an altercation between groups. Authorities said the 2 people killed were not involved in the altercation. That is exactly the kind of tragedy that shows how reckless gunfire does not only hit the intended target, it hits bystanders or people going about their way on the streets. It hits families. It hits people who just came out to enjoy a community event. And domestic violence has to be part of this conversation. The Houston Chronicle reported that a recent River Oaks murder-suicide involving the owners of Travelers Table and their two children was one of 18 Texas 18 Texas murder-suicides recorded so far in 2026 by Gun Violence Archive data. In Louisiana, Reuters reported a horrific domestic violence shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 7 children of the suspect and the eighth minor were killed. These cases show why firearms and domestic crisis are such a dangerous combination. When stress, control, rage, mental health crisis, or family violence meets easy access to a firearm, to a gun, the outcome can become irreversible. So here is the message I want to make clear to the viewers and audience here on the live stream. The Second Amendment should be discussed with maturity, responsibility, accountability, and liability. It was born out of the American fight against tyranny of the British control back in the time. The fear of force, disarmament, and the desire to protect liberty. But it was never meant to excuse murder, intimidation, domestic violence, political violence, or reckless public shootings, including dominations and terroristic demands. If you own a firearm, if you plan to get a firearm, you must store it safely, train responsibly, obey the law, and understand that de-escalation is often the strongest decision you can make. Make sure you are well healthy and understand the consequences of owning a firearm. CDC guidance says secure storage, such as a locked safe or a lockbox, and keeping firearms away from unauthorized users can help prevent firearm injuries and deaths. And if anyone listening is in crisis, in a domestic violence situation, or afraid that somebody may harm themselves or others, take it seriously. Call 911 for immediate danger. If it is a mental health or a suicide crisis, 988. Oh my gosh, 988 is available. 988 is available 24/7 across the United States for free and confidential emotional support. If it is domestic violence, do not wait for it to become deadly. Reach out for help. Document what is happening and get to safety if you can. So to wrap this part up, yes, Americans have constitutional rights. Yes, the Second Amendment has deep historical roots. Yes, lawful self-defense matters, but responsibility matters just as much. A weapon should never be used to dominate, scare, threaten, intimidate, nor murder anyone. The correct culture should be safety, training, restraint, secure storage, lawful use, and respect for human life. That is how we honor rights without glorifying violence. And as always, when it comes to all these, when you see crime or anything happening, anything unfolding, any form of danger, the saying goes, you see something, say something. Document it, report it. Call it out for what it is. Now moving on. Now let me add a careful public health follow-up regarding the hantavirus and the Andes virus cruise ship situation, because this is the kind of story where people can either ignore it completely or panic too quickly. The correct answer is somewhere in the middle. Take it seriously. Take it seriously, but do not treat it like another COVID-style global lockdown unless public health agencies actually say that. Now, I've been seeing this on the news, so according to the news, on the most reputable news, the CNN-style headline show here appears to be about the 2026 hantavirus cluster linked to the NV Hondius cruise ship. According to the World Health Organization, the outbreak was reported to WHO on May 2nd, 2026, after a cluster of severe respiratory illness appeared among passengers on a Dutch-flagged cruise ship. World Health Organization's WHO's May 8 update said the ship originally had 147 passengers and crew on board, with 34 others already disembarked, and that 8 cases had been reported, including 3 deaths. 6 were laboratory confirmed hantavirus infections, and all confirmed cases were identified as the Andes virus. World Health Organization assessed the risk to the global population as low, while the risk for passengers and crew on the ship was considered moderate. That is a key point I want viewers to understand. Serious for people exposed on or connected to that ship, but not currently being handled like COVID-19. World Health Organization itself described this as a serious incident while still assessing the broad public health risk as low. They also emphasized international coordination, contact tracing, patient care, and safe disembarkation rather than worldwide shutdowns or general lockdown orders. Now let us explain what hantavirus is. What the hantavirus is. CDC says that hantaviruses are a family of viruses that can cause serious illness and death. They are usually spread from rodents to people through exposure to infected rodent urine. So they are usually spread from rodents to people through exposure to infected rodent urine, droppings, saliva, or contaminated dust. A person can become infected when contaminated particles get into the air and are breathed in, or when contaminated material reaches the eyes, nose, mouth, or broken skin. CDC's general hantavirus page says these viruses are mainly spread by rodents and usually are not spread person to person. The special issue here is the Andes virus. The World Health Organization states that Andes virus is the hantavirus species known for limited human-to-human transmission, generally linked to close and prolonged contact. That is why passengers and crew are being treated with extra caution, even while the risk to the general public remains low. Reuters reported that European health authorities considered all passengers on the ship high-risk contacts as a precaution, while still assessing the wider risk of further spread as low. So in simple language, this is not something to mock, dismiss, or turn into internet drama, but it is also not automatically another COVID-19. COVID-19 spread efficiently from person to person through respiratory transmission, which is why it became a worldwide pandemic and led to major public restrictions. The hantavirus is different. It is usually connected to rodent exposure, and Andes virus person-to-person spread is considered limited and tied to close contact, not casual public contact in the same way COVID spread. Symptoms matter too. World Health Organization's outbreak update described illness involving fever, gastrointestinal symptoms, and progressions in severe cases to pneumonia, acute respiratory distress, and shock. CDC says early hantavirus symptoms can be confused with influenza and may include fever, headache, muscle aches, nausea, and fatigue. Serious cases can involve breathing difficulty and may require supportive care. If someone had a true exposure and then develops worsening breathing symptoms, chest tightness, severe weakness, or serious illness, they should seek medical care right away and mention possible rodent or outbreak exposure. The prevention message is practical. CDC says the best way to prevent hantavirus infection is to avoid exposure to rodents in their urine, droppings, saliva, and nesting materials. If you find rodent droppings, do not sweep or vacuum them dry because that can stir contaminated particles into the air. CDC advises using disinfectant or bleach solution. CDC advises using disinfectant or bleach solution, wearing gloves, soaking contaminated material first, wiping it up carefully, disposing of it safely, and washing hands afterwards. That is a simple but important message. Do not create dust, do not breathe in contaminated debris, and do not treat rodent contamination casually. And yes, this does remind people of the COVID era because many of us remember lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, sanitizers, distancing, masks, and vaccine rollouts. CDC reported that from March 1st through May 31st, 2020, 42 states and territories issued mandatory stay-at-home orders, and those orders were associated with decreased movement and reduced close contact outside the home. Later that year, the FDA authorized the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use on December 11, 2020, before full approval came in August 2021. That was a very different public health situation from what agencies are saying about this hantavirus event right now. So my message to the audience is this: stay aware, but stay reasonable. Wash your hands, sanitize when appropriate, keep your living space clean, do not leave food out where rodents can get to it. Seal gaps if rodents can enter your home, garage, shed, or vehicle. Use proper cleanup steps if you see droppings or nesting material. Stay away from people who are clearly sick when possible, and if you are sick, do not carelessly expose others. That is not panic, that is basic public health responsibility. And for anyone who wants to argue carelessly, dismiss everything, or turn public health into a shouting match, I am not obligated to waste energy on that. I can only control what I do, stay informed, read reliable sources, take reasonable precautions, communicate responsibly, and protect my household and my family. Whether other people take it seriously is their choice, but I will continue doing what is within my control. The bottom line is this: the NV Hondia's hantavirus outbreak is serious for exposed passengers and close contact. It is not currently being treated by the World Health Organization as a COVID-style global emergency. The correct response is not panic. The correct response is awareness, hygiene, rodent prevention, safe cleanup, clear communication, and medical attention if someone with real exposure develops symptoms. That is a mature and reasonable way to look at it. Let's see. So yes, and that's the memo for that topic, talking about the hantavirus and any other diseases in general. Now let me also address the Facebook comments shown on my public post, on one of my posts regarding the hantavirus, because this is part of the reason I keep saying that public discussion needs more maturity, more patience, and more basic respect. One commenter said, "Nobody cares but the uninformed." Another response was basically, "Get informed, bro. It's not that deep." So let me respond to that calmly. People are free to disagree. People are free to care or not care. Nobody is being forced to read my post nor comment, watch my stream, or follow my commentary. But at the same time, if something is posted on my own profile wall and I am sharing it for awareness, public discussion, or general information, then I am allowed to speak on it. That is the whole point of having a personal platform. and again, protected under the First Amendment under the United States Constitution, freedom of speech and expression. My position is simple. People often say nobody cares until the issue becomes serious enough to affect them directly. That happened with COVID-19. That happens with public health scares. That happens with gas prices, safety warnings, crime trends, scams, and technology concerns. People may laugh at something early, dismiss it, or say it is not that deep, but later on when the issue grows or touches their own life, suddenly it becomes serious. It suddenly becomes serious. That does not mean we should panic over every headline. It means we should stay informed, stay aware before the situation gets worse. Try to stop it and document it and report it and solve it before it gets worse. When I talk about something like the hantavirus, a cruise ship outbreak, COVID history, health safety, or public awareness, I am not saying everybody is going to die. I am not telling people to live in fear. I am saying be aware, stay informed, read reliable sources, use, exercise safety precautions, wash your hands, stay healthy, pay attention, and do not dismiss public health information just because it feels inconvenient or boring. That is a reasonable position and reasonable thing for me to express on here. And when someone says they are healthier than me or makes jokes about vaccines, boosters, or personal health choices, my response is this: that is not the point. That is not the point. Health is not a competition. Public health is not about who gets to brag the loudest. A person can feel healthy and still be wrong about a risk. A person can be physically fine and still spread misinformation. A person can be skeptical and still remain respectful. The goal is not to prove who is tougher. The goal is to communicate responsibly about spreading awareness on the virus and diseases. Because viruses, bacteria, germs, and diseases, they share one thing. They are not picky. They don't care if you're a Democratic or a Republican or socialist or federalist. They don't care who you support or whatever your ideological belief is in your head. They will, if you're a human being, if you're a biological being, a living being, you will get affected. They will affect you. You will get infected. So it doesn't matter what any form of ideological belief you support in. If you're a human being, you will be infected. That's the one way I'll put it at. I also said in the comments that I can screenshot things for the record and do better on research. That is exactly what I believe in. If someone challenges me, I am willing to go back, check sources, verify information, and improve how I communicate. That is not weakness, that is discipline. If I make a post, I want to stand on facts, not blind he said, she said, hearsay, not rumors, not false narratives, not misinformations. I want to be corrected by evidence, not mocked by attitude, but there is a difference. Another person asked me to make a post about the Disney cruise, and I said, sure will. So here's a post, here's an update. Well, I'm going to talk about that here on my stream. So that is an example of a constructive comment. That is how public discussion should work. Someone brings up another topic, ask for coverage, and I can look into it, research it, and address it properly. That is better than dismissing everything with sarcasm. I don't care if it's a joke or a sarcasm. I'll speak it out and call it out for what it is naturally, without edits. So let me say this clearly to the audience and viewers. I am not here to argue with every person who does not care. If you do not care, that is your choice. If you think a topic is not important, that is your opinion. But I am still going to speak on what I believe is worth discussing and to keep the community safe and keep every people well informed based on concrete facts on the internet. I am still going to speak on what I believe is worth discussing. I am still going to raise awareness, stay informed. I am still going to encourage people to stay informed. I am still going to post on my own wall and use my own platform to talk about public issues, health, safety, technology, content creation, and real life concerns. And to anyone watching, this is a mature lesson. Do not let dismissive comments stop you from communicating. Do not let sarcasm stop you from researching. Do not let one person saying nobody cares make you believe your topic has no value. And do not let all these haters, trolls, and those demonize you with grief, giving you grief, unnecessary amount of grief, and all these bad vibes. They can go out and touch grass, get some sunlight, and stop and smell the roses. And remember that if they care about their own life, and they should at least be aware of the hantavirus and all these diseases going on. Otherwise, I don't care whatever happens to them. It's their own funeral. Sometimes public awareness starts small. Sometimes only a few people listen at first. But if the information is useful, responsible, and grounded in facts, then it still matters. That is why I keep saying, do your research, stay aware, and stay respectful. If you disagree, disagree with evidence. If you correct someone, correct them with facts. If you do not care, move on, scroll along. But do not act like awareness itself is a problem. And once again, for anyone who wants to follow my content and support the work, follow me on Rumble at General Sunbeam and Instagram as well. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, General Sunbeam. Appreciate it. I will continue posting, researching, commenting, spreading awareness, keeping the public of the internet informed, and building my platform one step at a time. And that's the memo regarding the hantavirus and the content creation and trolls and haters and all these disparaging, cold-blooded, disparaging, disrespectful comments, sarcasm, jokes, or whatever. And it's 10:43. I might as well start getting ready and head out to do lunch drop because I'm already late for the route. And I'll stop right there and I'll continue the live stream later on whenever I feel like it. I'll probably also be heading out to bowling, so I'll be live streaming there at bowling at Spare Time, Texas with my friend, senior friend Joe, the pro old school. And I'll try to charge my phone because I'll be streaming and again streaming on Facebook here and posting on YouTube and Rumble whenever I get a chance. This is your boy General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 0072 on Twitch, Sunbeam 0 on DeviantArt, and simply known as Sunbeam. And thank you for watching, hearing me out, what I have to say from start to finish. And again, regarding Windbloom Festival 2026, make sure to get your money back. Make sure to get your refund from the early bird special on Windbloom 2026, because I'm gonna bet it's very likely going to be canceled due to all these legal issues with the owner behind Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC. There is a document out there that highlighted and detailed everything from the Discord. Well, I did join the Discord, but I got kicked out of the Discord. I guess I really went overboard on asking too much question that became so dramatic that I got removed from Discord in one of the groups. But I got my questions answered, and I will just say it here from my own perspective, coming from me, General Sunbeam, that Windbloom 2026, I will presume that it is canceled. So get your money back, get your refund, and there's going to be a lot of reviews and a lot of complaints and a lot of backlashes towards the Fandom Events, the owner behind Fandom Events that hosted Windbloom Festival 2026. I posted the links on the Facebook and on here on Rumble and on YouTube. I think I might have posted on Twitch, but I'm just spreading all this information. You can search it up yourself. It is now public knowledge. And there is a Google document forum talking about everything about the owner. You know, there's two out of 7 daily sins: greed and pride. I can say that the owner of Fandom Events, the owner behind Fandom Events, especially Windbloom 2026, cares a lot about money. It's all about the money, which is why everything's always so pricey, so expensive. There are a lot of conventions, all these conventions under one big branch. So yeah, get your money back. Make sure, I hope, for those that spend their money on the early bird special, the tickets for Windbloom 2026, since it was posted on August 2025, get your refund, get your money back, cancel your hotel. I hope it's not too late. Save your money. And that's all I got to say about Windbloom 2026. And I'll continue this live stream whenever I feel like it. I'm going to head out on the road and do my lunch job and take care of my vehicle. So thank you for liking, thank you for sharing, reposting, and commenting. This is your boy, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan, always trying to spread truth and transparency,
concrete facts and not just false narrative, he said, she said, hearsay, and misinformation. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following me. Appreciate the share and repost. And I'll see you whenever I can. Peace. Oh boy. All right. All right. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and we're live streaming. This is the eighth episode. Welcome to the chapter 8 episode. Chapter 8, continuing on the content creator fandom here. Let's talk about fandom events again. Fandom event, Edgy Expo, Windbloom Festival, OkiCon, Anime Texas, Anime New Mexico, and Onsen Anime or Anime Onsen, Bomb City Comic Con, Fort Smith Comic Con, Level Up, or some kind of exercise Comic Con, that there's a latest and brand new event being opened up called something that has to do with working out, Power Up or Level Up Power Up Comic Con or something, some kind of Power Up Con, hosted all under the same branch, the same wing as Fandom Events. Fandom Events. And then there is a new brand or a new company that's supposed to be the successor of Fandom Events. It's called Lion and Crown. Lion and Crown. Sounds like a gin or whiskey kind of drink. But you know what? It falls under the same ownership. Basically, the same owner of Fandom Event has sold himself to a new company which is under the same ownership to elude, to evade owing money to the vendors to all the previous conventions event that he hosted. Shame, 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 repent. Reference from, I forgot what it's called. Oh, but yeah, shame, shame, repent. Oh, I forgot what's that called, what that weird movie or show called. Yeah, I forgot what it's called, but yeah, again, shame, 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 repent. But once again, before I get to the point here, again, this is the eighth time I'm live streaming follow up on Fandom Events. And I'll reiterate, I am really doubling down, triple down, quadruple, or 8-time doubling down on this. So once again, First Amendment content disclaimer, viewer discretion advised. This content may include mature themes, discussion or commentary intended for adult audiences, 18 plus. Viewer discretion is strongly recommended. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including freedom of the speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press, media production. So any reference or any discussion from news or articles and other posts or other comment posts here on Facebook or other social media are exercised under fair use for critical critiques, commentary, news, education, and to spread awareness and to provide information as best as accurate as possible. With that, to all the viewers watching and tuning in, you have been warned, and once more, viewer discretion is advised. Mature content or discussion ahead, and exercising free speech, First Amendment rights. Once again, and this is your boy, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan. Today is Friday, I think. Yeah, Friday. Yeah, let me double check. Oh, yes, Friday, May 15th. It is Friday, May 15th. It is 9:55 p.m., almost 10 p.m. Oh my gosh, time goes by so fast. It's already like almost 10 p.m. here. Happy Foot Fetish Friday. Happy Foot Fetish Friday, by the way. I love fan service, but you know what? When there's fan service, there's a bit of feet service, foot service. So I prefer feet and foot. Feet service. So I don't care much about fan service. I'm just there to see feet. So happy Foot Fetish Friday to all the viewers, audience, and all that. I'm just throwing it out there. I'll be right back. Give you some drink. Alright, gonna charge my phone. My phone battery is like almost like 49%, almost 50, but I gotta keep my phone charged. Alright. I have said this numerous times, but I guess I'll repeat it and reiterate it once more. Alright, so as you know me, this is the chapter 8, episode 8 of live stream as a content creator fandom. Continuing on to report and document regarding Fandom Events / Lion and Crown under the same ownership and the whereabouts
the fate and the future of Wind Bloom Festival 2026. All right. Oh my gosh. So viewer discretion advised. This is part 8 of my General Sunbeam / Solar News update about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, and Wind Bloom Festival 2026. And this is the purpose to spread awareness, to provide information, to get the word out, and to concrete document this as fact. This live stream is part of the proven fact coming from me, General Sunbeam, regarding Fandom Event and the fate and the future of Wind Bloom Festival 2026. Ever since it was posted regarding the early bird tickets that was being sold, posted on August 26, 2025, which was, I believe, was like half a month until January 26th and January 30th of 2026, that Fandom Event have filed bankruptcy, Chapter 7 bankruptcy, or that was around January 26th when Fandom Event sold all of its asset, branding, and any copyright intellectual property to the successor, the supposed successor to Lion and Crown LLC under the same ownership. And then January 30th, 2026, that's when the same owner filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy and owed a lot of money to all the convention that the owner hosted. So it's under some serious hot water, financial legal issue, and it has to do with all that. It has to do with the money. It has to do with greed, pretty much. Yeah. So viewer discretion is advised. As I was saying, I am keeping this simple and clear. Wind Bloom 2026 was promoted online with early bird tickets back in 2025. So again, Wind Bloom 2026 was promoted online with early bird tickets back in 2025, as according to all my previous live stream documenting, addressing this regarding Fandom Event, precisely about Wind Bloom Festival 2026 or Wind Bloom 2026, that was posted, or in the event is currently still up here on Facebook. So regarding Wind Bloom, it was promoted online with early bird tickets back in 2025. People may have bought tickets, planned hotels, planned travel, or made convention plans. Now there is public confusion because Fandom Events' own website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says certain event names and branding were sold to Lion and Crown LLC, but Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events' debts, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. And that is very fishy, very shady, and that is bad business practice. When I read it out loud many times, I read this numerous times, and you can tell that sounds dishonest right there. That sounds immature. It's basically the owners of eluding and avoiding paying any money owed to the vendors, artists, attendees, staff, and such. So that's the problem, and I think that's what's going on, and that's what's being addressed, and why the owner is in legal trouble financially, and that's the case. And I'm going to presume that is definitely the case. So it was promoted, Wind Bloom 2026 was promoted online with the early bird tickets back in 2025, and people, the attendee customers may have bought tickets, planned hotels, planned travel, or made convention plans. Now there is public confusion because of Fandom Events' own website says Fandom, has ceased operation, sold their assets and brand and intellectual property to pretty much the same owner of Lion and Crown, basically just to avoid paying the money or owing any money to all the convention it has hosted in the past, and is in legal financial trouble with lawsuits and with the city or such. And Fandom Events is in a court proceeding or something. And I think that's what's going on, and that's the case. So I guess that's why I'm going to say I will pre-affirm and pre-confirm that that's the case, and that's what's going on. The owner is potentially held liable and responsible for theft, financial theft, for stealing all the money from all of the staff and all the past events hosted and that is called embezzlement. Either spending it for himself is called embezzlement. Stealing all that money from the business for himself personally is called embezzlement. Company theft. That's dishonest. And there might have been more allegation or some sexual allegation or misconduct and such. Being called the mustard daddy, con daddy, yeah, coming from Fandom Event, the ownership of Fandom Event, the top boss, the head honcho, the organizer, yeah. So at the same time, Windbloom's website says Windbloom 2026 has not been canceled and is still proceeding. But the same page also says ticket sales, vendor applications, registration, and sponsorships are not currently being accepted through that website. Very fishy, very shady and sketchy. That is why people are asking questions like myself. Who is legally running Windbloom 2026? Are early bird tickets still valid? Who is holding ticket money? Who handles refunds? Are vendor and artist payments protected? Is the venue contract confirmed? What happens if the event does not happen? This is not harassment. These are normal consumer protection questions. Consumer protection questions. I know I have talked about this many times already. I know I have documented this through my previous live stream, my last live stream, and the previous live stream before that, and the previous live stream before that, and another live stream before that. And I did post this numerous times asking what the heck is going on, what the freak is going on with Windbloom Festival and why Fandom Event has ceased operation. What's going on? It would have been obvious and it would have been clear if it was still going on. They would have already announced the first guest, the second guest. They would have keep on promoting. They would have advertised and marketed on the Windbloom page, on the Windbloom event page, on Fandom Event, even on the website, on the official Windbloom website, but it's all taken down. When I go on the Windbloom official website, the Windbloom website itself, calling our traveler and all that, it actually got taken down. The website went down and it only took me to the Wix website. So basically the Wix website is the host of all these subdomain of all these conventions, separate conventions under Fandom Event. So yeah, I can figure out that it's owned by Wix. That's their host, their domain host home website is Wix. But I'm saying when I went to the Windbloom website to purchase ticket, it got taken down, and so does Edgy Expo and other related convention under Fandom Events / Lion and Crown. And I know again I'm documenting all this and repeating this over and over, but I am trying to spread across all the convention, and that's why on this live stream I tag every convention under Fandom Events and any hotel tied to it, spread my word, to spread the word, to spread awareness, and to really communicate to all the general public of the internet on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Romo, and even if it gets shared on Twitter X, I hope it gets shared on Twitter X, VK, Pinterest, Reddit, 4chan, MySpace, Blue Sky, Discord, Skype, MySpace again, AOL, Yahoo, Google Gmail, what else? WhatsApp, WeChat, Snapchat, every social media out there. I want the message to be spread out there and say Fandom Event is a fraud. Well, I will not confirm it yet, but it feels like it. When the Windbloom Festival 2026 and any related convention after that within this year hosted by Fandom Events, and the people and the attendees, the customers that have already purchased a ticket for this year's Windbloom Festival, and roughly in the next 4 months, ever since the early bird special tickets are out on August 26, 2025, and they have already, and it's been like, I don't know, 5 or 6 months until Fandom Events have relocated their brands to Lion and Crown, and by January 30th, 2026, Fandom Events / Lion and Crown filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy, and I was in legal financial trouble, in hot waters, owing that much money to all the past conventions, to the vendors, artists, staff, contractors, hotels, city properties, the venue properties, and maybe to any attendees.
that felt like their monies were stolen or swindled. And I might say there's some serious financial misconduct and embezzlement, serious embezzlement going on. Believe it or not, I mean, I'm telling all this as it is, and based on what I heard and what I read on the Google document from Discord and from somewhere on Facebook. Like some of my friends, peers are sharing their experiences. This was way back in 2023 during Etchy Expo cosplay prom, the cosplay gala prom, at the Hilton by Marriott or Marriott by something, in the Impact Boulevard in Pflugerville, Texas. That was so. There was an allegation regarding the owner with with one of the staff or one of the face of Etchy Expo that was advertising and marketing Etchy Expo, Fandom Event Etchy Expo, that eventually created Waifu Expo, Kimochi Con or something. So now there are like few other adult, not safe for work, 18 plus related convention out there, all that. But yeah, I'm gonna reiterate. So again, I'm just gonna repeat again. So this is why people are asking questions. Who is legally running Windbloom 2026? That's gonna begin roughly 4 months from now. Are early bird tickets still valid? Who is holding ticket money? Who handles refund? Are vendor and artist payments protected? Is there a buyer protection for those? And including attendees? Like who handles refund, once again? Is the venue contract confirmed? What happens if the event does not happen? That's a big thing. This is not harassment. These are normal consumer protection questions. And we, the attendee customers, and the vendor or artists that spend money on tables and the tickets and the badge, the pass, they have the right to ask these questions. So, yeah, what's going on? What the hell is going on? And let me check. I'm going to check. Let me see if I get any likes or comments. Once again, I said this is a First Amendment, and thank you for the likes. Oh, one viewer. Thank you for the views. Johnny Millen. Thank you, Johnny Millen. Like your real. Continuing on the address. Continuing on the address, episode 8 of the Content Creator Fandom. So thank you for watching. Thank you for viewing, and thank you for liking. Appreciate that. And no shares, no clips, for freaking too low FPS. Freak that. Don't give a crap about that. So yeah, I'm just gonna, again, continue on the address, episode 8 of the Content Creator Fandom arc. Fort Smith Comic Con, Hampton by Hilton, Mesquite Convention Center, Windbloom, Bomb City Comic Con, Anime Texas, Anime New Mexico, OkiCon, Etchy Expo, and inspired by Volusia County Mike Chitwood, I'm going to put the nail in the coffin and end this career. I didn't mean to be that blunt, but I'm going to say it like that just to be dramatic. If I were to have purchased that early bird ticket, say a VIP Aristocrat Weekend Pass for the next Windbloom Festival 2026, roughly in 4 months from now, only for the owner of that event to swindle and screw with my hard-earned money, and we, the hard-working, dedicated attendees' money, there will be more backlashes, more controversies, more demand for refund and answers. I am the one that would document. But luckily, I didn't book the hotel nor purchase the ticket. I had a feeling something like this would happen, and I don't get how lucky and suddenly fortunate that I am able to avoid all these controversy moments surrounding convention or public events. Like, for example, Instagram.com/cancel box of props. Like, there have been issues with box of props, George Rosh Martinez, again, box of props, Mario, box of props, Truth. Then the whole Wheat Pete with Diddy P or P Diddy ordeal. Then Vic Minokna, Vic M, and Anime Matsuri, and the original voice actor of Tainari from Genshin Impact. Those what I remembered well. There may have been other large misconduct, but you know that the sky is the limit, and there will be crimes, allegations of misconduct left, right. It's well as it is. So again, viewer discretion is advised and pledged under the First Amendment rights as well as open door policy. So this live stream is public commentary, consumer awareness, and convention community discussion. It is not legal advice, financial advice, or claim of confirmed criminal guilt. But I am not going to just let corruption and any form of crime happen under noses. I'm gonna document it, I'm gonna address it and call it out. And to anyone following me, I appreciate hoping to have 500 followers. Oh my gosh, 499 followers. Just one more. Give me 505. Give me 1,000 followers. I'm really trying to spread the word and keeping the peace and keeping the community safe and protecting the hard-earned money of the hard-working attendee customers. Oh, happy Foot Fetish Friday. Actually, let me move the trash can. And it's getting hot, so I'm going to take off my shirt too. So again, viewer discretion is advised. Okay. As you can see here, this is how much it costs. The t-shirt, you see? T-shirt, Bankruptcy Expo, VIP. That costs a lot of money just to get the VIP weekend pass, but at least it comes with a shirt. Hey, at least I get to go home with a shirt and I get to keep this. I'm happy. So I'm glad while I'm spending money that at least I go home with some sort of merchandise or merch from Fandom Events. And as you can see right here, all the sponsorship of Fandom Events. And this is Etchy Expo. This is from Dallas. This is VIP something from Etchy Expo, probably from Dallas, I think. The Big D. It's kind of a shame. All this when we're trying to have fun, have a good time. But luckily, I didn't buy the early bird for Wind Bloom 2026 because I would have lost that money for nothing. Because I had a feeling something like this would happen. That the owner will file Chapter 7 bankruptcy, and now the owner is not taking any financial responsibility for all the previous past convention, owing the money, and all that. Oh man, that is like big death and criminal right there. So I know I have talked about this many times already, but I am spreading awareness because I do not want attendees, vendors, artists, volunteers, or congoers losing money unnecessarily. Once again, I know I have talked about this many times already, but I am spreading awareness, providing information because I do not want attendees, vendors, artists, volunteers, or congoers losing money unnecessarily. This is about protecting hard-earned money and keeping the community well informed about all this, including any other convention, controversies, backlashes, and any form of embezzlement from conventions. Like I heard, Anime Expo also have similar controversies about embezzlement and similar greed issues with not paying their vendors, artists, and all that. There have been some similar controversies with Anime Expo, and I might share that as well and communicate that and get that address out there. So when it comes to money, they say money is the root of all evil, and it's true. Sort of true, opinion-wise, but they say money is the root of all evil. Am I not scrolling this up? I'm not looking at myself. There you go. There you go. That's all right. Let me kick my feet up. Time to celebrate Foot Fetish Friday. Oh heck yeah! I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like looking at my own feet. Feel like home. And this is why I wish I could make money. I wish I could be a millionaire just doing what I like to do and being myself, kicking my feet up, chilling and relaxing. I wish I had orange hair and orange eyes, and I wish I had a sexy, beautiful, handsome body. I don't like having body hair like my leg hairs and all that. Ugh, but I have very bad, moderate to severe acne pimples on my face, acne scar and hyperpigmentation, dark spots, and body hair, belly hair. I don't like all that. I'm bloated, I'm kind of overweight, and trying to work on losing weight, slimming down. Trying my best, but it's hard. I'm gonna just be honest, it's hard. Miracles, I wish miracles can happen, but good miracles and good news. Literally. Sorry for derailing, but again,
So I'm spreading awareness because I do not want attendees, vendors, artists, volunteers, or congoers losing money unnecessarily. It is all about protecting hard-earned money and keeping the community informed, keeping the community safe, and making sure that your money are well spent. If you spend your money, pretty much, you expect to get something out of it to make it worth the trip and worth all that money. So yeah, I would agree, and this is why I'm really going at it, cracking down on all these embezzlement and dishonest bad business practice, and addressing that no chairman, organizers, or head honcho of any public events, cons, or conventions should not be swindling, embezzling, and stealing the attendees, vendors, or artists' money. If they're truly non-profit, they should be using all that money to continue the next event. If I am correct about that, that's how the process of convention works. I know that every convention is public business, public business open to the public, open to the general public. Therefore, like myself, as a customer, from a customer point of view, can leave a one-star review, a bad review, can blog about this, can vlog about this, can express about this, document about this, like what I'm doing right now on live stream. I'm also live streaming 4 ways: Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I am trying to spread the word and get this well addressed. This is the 8th time I'm live streaming here on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch to really address this about Fandom Event, and this is a strong, hardcore example of do not steal attendees' money, do not steal vendors and artists' money. There will be serious legal trouble and legal consequences involving serious theft and embezzlement. And the money is indeed a root of all evil, and that is why I try my best to not be very greedy and selfish when it comes to money. Right now, when I talk about money, I hope to have 500 plus followers, 1,000 followers, 10,000 followers, 100,000 followers on Facebook, on Instagram, 100,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, and the same goes for Rumble and Twitch. I really want to make extra money and to fulfill my dreams to be an anime producer, to be my own animator like Monty Ohm Ruby. At least he didn't have a lot of controversy, Monty Ohm, but he passed away at an early age, around my age, in his early 30s, due to a severe allergy. That's at least what I understand from Wikipedia. But rest in peace, Monty Ohm. Your legacy is not forgotten, and I did watch a bit of Ruby, but it is under Rooster Teeth's copyright, intellectual property, it seems. And I want it to be my own. If I were to produce my own anime, as my own animator, I want 100% copyright so I can watch my own anime, I can download it and watch it at home. That's all I want. But to be fair, I've already been using AI like ChatGPT, and I've already created a lot of blueprints for my original characters, like Sunbeam, as you know it. It is not just my in-game name, IGN. It is not just my simple alias. It is all the above. It's all that. In-game name of MMORPG, my alias online, and the character name, my original character name. All in one. Sunbeam, General Sunbeam, maybe Sunbeam 07, Sunbeam 072. I literally made it all in one kind of thing. But primarily, yes, Sunbeam, I really am trying to almost trademark in a sense, but to copyright it as a character in full orange. Orange hair, orange eyes, orange full attire, completely orange, 100% orange, or about 100% orange. That is what I'm hoping to get all the animators and artists to help me fulfill that dream. I want to be like Monty Ohm and to produce my own anime. I don't have the money, I don't have the resources, and I probably don't have the time to draw, hand draw, or use CGI on computer. And with all the competition and all the oversaturated artists out there, I'm talking about the human artists, it's going to be hard for me to get there and produce my own anime, the full pipeline of it. And I know with the rise of AI, I know how many human artists, traditional artists, hate computer, robotic AI art, specifically, like AI in general. I know that. But again, I want to be like Monty own and produce my own anime. Cannot stress that enough. And I'm glad to at least communicate that here on all my live streams to get that well addressed. Now again, back to Fandom Events, Windbloom, Etchy Expo, and all these related conventions under that same company. I just want to make sure that all media attendees get their money's worth, that we spend our hard-earned money, and that we try to get our badge, and we don't go there for nothing. You know how much backlash that's going to get if they realize, well, at least I'm calling it now and addressing this now, if all these hardworking attendees just realize, oh, the owner just eluded them, and now they're changing different brand or different company to avoid paying, giving them, or spending money on the badge, to really pay back the attendees, the vendors, the staff, or volunteers, or anyone going there, and all that. You know, that's a ripoff, and that's like a swindle. That's just a cheap knockoff in a sense. That the owner is stealing their money and running away with it, trying to hide behind a different company name. And now the owner filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy and is in a serious financial legal court proceeding. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad, and I can't believe that actually happened. I can't believe that I'm surprised that I don't see a lot of updates on Etchy Expo or Windbloom Festival. No guest announcement, no nothing. So there's no updates on any of those branches of all those conventions. I am not saying, though, despite that, I'm not saying confirmed fraud, confirmed theft, or confirmed embezzlement. I don't know if that is true, but it's considered allegation, and that's what it means. But I am still going to call this out and just presume it's going to be the case, based on that the owner filed bankruptcy and very much that there's no update on Windbloom Festival 2026, no update on Etchy Expo, or no solid updates on all the conventions under one roof of that company, other than the official Fandom Event website. But the owner might be hiding under Lion Crown, or doing the same thing, which I'll dub it as Fandom Event 2.0, trying to do the same thing over and over with different states and such. But I am saying there are serious public concerns, refund concerns, business practice concerns, same ownership concerns reported by public media, and possible financial harm. So basically, you just keep receipts, keep screenshots, keep emails, check refund policies, watch hotel cancellation deadlines, verify official updates, do not spend more money into the event operator, refund responsibility and ticket status are clear. And now, of course, again, no doxing, no threats, no harassment. Stay concrete, factual, stay respectful, and protect the community. And I am at least doing my part. You know, I went out of my way over my previous multiple live streams covering the same ordeal about Fandom Events / Lion and Crown, to really watch all of your hard-earned money for we the attendee customers that loves to go to convention, have a great time, but at the same time we pretty much all agree that we want to make sure that when we go to convention that we get our money worth the spent. We want to make sure that it's worth the money, right? Worth going over there. That you don't go over there and all of a sudden the convention didn't happen and you wasted all your money traveling, and the hotel is non-refundable, the tickets, the airplane travel is non-refundable, and you wasted gas money. You got a flat tire, only for the owner to trick you, to dupe you, to con art you, being a con artist, has stolen all your money, and you wasted all these additional money on travel, all for nothing. Let me make that strong and clear. Lucky again, I did not purchase the Windbloom Festival early bird tickets. That was out since August 26, 2025, and there are few commenters on that event, on the Windbloom 2026 event, are asking about it, that the Windbloom is happening roughly in the next 4 months from now, are wondering about what's going on with the website, because the website are down. One of my friends, Echo Ego Geo, has also trying to book the hotel, trying to gather information as well. They're saying that the website is down, and I did check for myself, and I just realized, yes, the Windbloom official website is down, But the Windbloom event on Tixar.com is still up, but not selling the ticket in any way. And I'm going to reach out to Tixar. I might as well reach out to them and let them know the same ordeal. What's going on with Fandom Events / Lion and Crown, with the Chapter 7 bankruptcy, with the swindling, with the embezzlement, the financial theft, owing a lot of money to all the past cons, and yeah. There's been a lot of backlashes, controversies, and a lot of roasting, and a lot of reviews and complaints, and a lot of chatterbox about all that. Again, these are not breaking news, fresh breaking news. It's more like the developing story since this was called out and addressed way back in 2023 regarding the owner, detailing all the owner's mismanagement, and such on a Google document. And I found these Google documents probably on Instagram or something, and I have also found the Google document on a Discord group called the Flagship, but I got kicked out of that Discord group, probably asking a lot of questions, stirring up the pot regarding the owner of Fandom Events to stay in Japan and all that. A lot of controversies with all these cons. Well, at least I'm doing the right thing and trying to stop further unnecessary transaction from all the attendees from spending their money and not getting their money worth it. Because I don't want any of you attendees going to any convention or convention in general only for it to not occur, and you waste your hard-earned money and wasting your time and gas and tickets, like airplane tickets or train tickets, all for nothing, going all the way there for nothing, for the convention to not occur, and that the hotel is not aware or informed or anything, and you've just been duped, tricked, and swindled of your hard-earned money. I want to make that loud and clear. That's why I didn't really had a thought that something like this would happen from Fandom Events, and that the owner had just embezzled all that money or running away with all that money of all the hardworking attendees, vendors, artists, staff, performers, the hotel, the property, the venue property, and the contractors. The owner just sweep all that money and run away and trying to hide behind a different company. So that really shows shady, bad business dealings right here, and that's criminal theft. That's what I call embezzlement. Yeah, that's not good. So that's why you keep receipt, you keep screenshots, you present your ID, you present the receipt, your proof of transaction that you bought the ticket. You communicate with Tixar, you reach out to, like what I did, I reach out to Fandom Events, I reach out to Windbloom, I send an email, and I haven't got any response. The email on there, it says info@fandomevent.com or something. Info@fandomevent.com or something. Yeah, I did show that on my YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and I think I showed that on Facebook when I was screen sharing it, so it's all documented. But yeah, that's, I'm going to reiterate again. I'm just going to repeat and reiterate over and again. Alright, so once again, viewer discretion advised, public commentary, consumer protection concerns, convention community concerns, and financial controversy discussed. So I'll reiterate once more, based on the screenshots and public information, based on my previous live stream and what is shown here on the website particularly, I'm able to share that on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube, on Facebook. So based on the Facebook, the information provided regarding Fandom Event, specifically Windbloom Festival, the future of Windbloom Festival 2026, or I'll say the fate and the future of Windbloom Festival 2026, hosted by Fandom Events, publicly promoted Windbloom 2026 on Facebook, on the Facebook event, back on August 26, 2025. The post stated, "We can't wait to see you once again for Windbloom 2026, with the event listed for August 21 through 23rd, 2026. And it also stated that early bird tickets are available now through Tixar. That matters because later public information shows a major change. Fandom Events official website now says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not be producing future events. The same public notice says certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, were sold to Lion and Crown LLC. It also says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, obligations, refunds, vendor contracts, or past claims. It's very shady and sketchy. At the same time, Windbloom's official website says Windbloom 2026 has not been canceled and is proceeding as scheduled. However, the page also says no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorships are currently being accepted through that website. That creates a serious public confusion problem for attendees, vendors, artists, staff, volunteers, hotel guests, and anyone who may have already spent money going to that particular convention, Windbloom Festival 2026. And again, I know I already communicated about public bankruptcy listings, connected to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy case filed on January 30th, 2026. Let's see. So I guess I'll reread this again regarding the bankruptcy issue with Fandom Events. Public bankruptcy listings also showed Fandom Events LLC connected to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy case filed on January 30th, 2026. Public reporting has raised questions about a reported ownership connection between Fandom Events and Lion and Crown through Josh Wilson. That does not automatically prove fraud, criminal guilt, or personal liability, but it does raise fair consumer trust questions, especially when early bird tickets were promoted before the shutdown and bankruptcy information became public. I want to be very clear, this live stream is commentary, opinion, criticism, documentation, public awareness, and news style discussion. And again, exercising open door policy and the First Amendment rights. And that addressing this to prevent any other attendee customers from falling in the same trap and losing his or her or their hard-earned money to a very greedy, egotistical, and prideful owner stealing all your hard-earned money for himself, committing company embezzlement, and creating all this mishap and distrust and a lot of misconduct, financial misconduct over all past convention events. And I want to put a stop to that and give all you proper information so you don't lose your money and to protect your hard-earned money. Whether you believe me or not, at least you have to give me the credit. I'm going out of my way here on my 8th live stream to communicate all this, and I'm sure everyone else is doing their part on Reddit and other social media like Reddit or Discord, keeping tabs on the owner of Fandom Events. Well, I guess I'm my own person here. I'm a solo person. I'm like a ninja. I'm hiding under the radar. I guess nobody's gonna care to watch this live stream. Nobody's gonna hear me out from start to finish. I'm embarrassing myself. I got no shirt, no shoes, wearing swimwear, shorts, sweatpants, speaking my mind and just addressing that, hey, the owner of Fandom Events is just stealing your money. That in 4 months, roughly 4 months from now, Windbloom Festival event is going to happen. There's no update, no guest appearance, no further advertisement or update or any posts on Windbloom page on here on Facebook or on the Windbloom website, because the website is down. The official Windbloom website is down, and the official Fandom Event website, it ceased operation. There's no other options on that website or on Windbloom website, and even on Tickster website, it advertised Windbloom and the Windbloom exhibitor tickets, the events. And there's no tickets for sale because I signed in on Tickster.com. There's no way to purchase a ticket, and there's no way to book the hotel at the Hampton Inn Hotel in Mesquite, Texas, where the convention of Windbloom is being held at the Mesquite Convention Center. There's no strong or solid update. Like, I know there's updates, because I'm sure every convention will keep on updating and staying posted, announcing guests on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter X, I don't see any fresh update from Fandom Events, from Wind Bloom Festival, from Etchy Expo, or anything. I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm surprised to notice that I checked and read all this and I don't see a lot of updates coming from the owner behind all these events. That's just very strange. And now there's a bankruptcy, a Chapter 7 filed bankruptcy on January 30th, 2026. You can tell that's how shady and how bad that is. But once again, I want to be very clear. So again, commentary, opinion, criticism, protected under the First Amendment of freedom of speech, expression, freedom of the press, and freedom of religion, freedom to right to petition and protest. Yes, I am boycotting and protesting Fandom Events, because if I would have spent my hard-earned money, you know how much I love going and I love taking my wife to go to Windbloom, and my wife loves these conventions, loves Windbloom. And you know, I'm trying to sugarcoat this a bit. I appreciate the owner of Fandom Events hosting Windbloom for the last 3 years or 4 years. The last 3 years. And now, sadly, Windbloom, I presume, is canceled. It's not going to happen because the owner committed serious company embezzlement, stealing all the money from the attendees, the staff, the vendors, and he owes a lot of money based on the Chapter 7 bankruptcy or any form of financial legal issue that is going on, some kind of court proceeding, lawsuit, or whatever, that has to do with owing a lot of money, embezzlement, some sort of financial theft. It feels more like a criminal matter on top of any civil lawsuit regarding all that. But again, I am not claiming confirmed fraud, confirmed theft, confirmed criminal, confirmed embezzlement, or any again, criminal conduct or confirmed cancellation unless official proof supports that claim. If there are confirmed public court proceedings or court information, court documents, law enforcement documents, and there's some major central news, like mainstream news, like from ABC, CNN, Fox News, like those mainstream international news, or probably a lot of news coming from local news from whatever the origin living place of the Fandom Event is at, like I don't know, whatever, somewhere in Central Texas or something. Like if there's a lot of publicity from the central mainstream news covering all this, then that would at least be something. But a lot of testimonies from Reddit and from every users based on their experience from Fandom Events, Etchy Expo, and all these conventions, it's going to be considered testimony, like substantial testimony, evidence for the police, for the law enforcement police and authorities to add to their logbook or add to their database on top of that for this whole Fandom Event, Lion and Crown, mismanagement, swindling, embezzlement, financial theft case. Again, regarding the First Amendment protects freedom of speech, freedom of the press, peaceful assembly, and petition rights from government restriction. And of course, I am anti-censorship. That does not mean people should harass, threaten, dox, or make knowingly false claims. Hey, well, I'm not making any false claims. Based on what I'm precisely sharing here, I've already shared a lot of links, website links, and tagged every other event under Fandom Event. And all that is true, and all that is presented here on Facebook, and I also show on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. The link, the website link, the official Fandom website, it all is well documented. And the 8th time I've already live streamed this multiple times on my multiple live stream, it is all well documented. So it means people have the right to discuss public business concerns, ask fair questions, document public information, criticize unclear business practices, and warn others to protect their money. I do not believe in reckless call-outs. Like, I'm not trying to harass. I mean, I am not really harassing anyone else, so I do not believe in reckless call-outs. But I want to be fair, I cannot guarantee that. If my reckless seems careless, at least I am recklessly calling out bad actors, scammers, and con artists, and any form of criminal misconduct right here on this live stream. But I also do not believe in sweeping public complaints and alleged wrongdoing under the rug. If attendees buy weekend badges, book hotels, pay vendor fees, apply for Artist Alley, travel, take time off work, or support a convention with their hard-earned money, they deserve clear, crystal clear answers. The basic questions are simple. Regarding Wind Bloom Festival 2026, the fate and the future of it, who is legally operating Wind Bloom 2026 now? Who is holding ticket money? Are existing early bird tickets still valid? Are vendor and artist alley payments still valid? Who is responsible for refunds? Is the venue contract confirmed? If Fandom Events is shut down and Lion and Crown did not assume old obligations, who the hell is responsible for attendees and vendors? These are not harassment questions. These are normal consumer protection questions. There are also public complaints and allegations circulating on Reddit, Discord groups, community forums, and shared documents about past Fandom Events related issues, including alleged non-payment, vendor concerns, staff concerns, contractor concerns, hotel/property concerns, and event management disputes. Reddit and social media are not court-proof, so I am treating those claims as public allegations and warning signs, not final legal conclusions. A Reddit thread about Fandom Events shutdown includes public community complaints and speculation about the Lion and Crown transfer. But those comments should be handled carefully as allegations, not confirmed legal findings. My message is simple. Do not panic, but do not be careless. If you bought tickets, book a hotel, pay for vendor space, apply for Artist Alley, sponsored the event, or made travel plans, save everything. Keep receipts, keep invoice, screenshots, emails, bank statements, ticket confirmations, hotel cancellation terms, vendor agreements, and official messages. If you believe you were misled, overcharged, denied a refund, or financially harmed, consider contacting your bank or card issuer for a chargeback. So if you are all that, misled, overcharged, denied a refund, or financially harmed, consider contacting your bank or card issuer, ticket platform, hotel, venue, or proper consumer protection agency. See something, say something. Document responsibly, report properly, protect your money, protect your safety, protect the community. Stay informed and keep on spreading the awareness. Now again, to everyone watching, good day to everyone watching. I want to continue this live stream with two major topics. So first, the Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, and Wind Bloom situation, as I repeated this earlier, and now I'm going to repeat it once more. Ooh, my chest. Ooh. And second, the current political and economic news affecting people in the United States, especially gas prices and international conflict. So again, starting with Fandom Events and Wind Bloom, the situation as of now, Friday, May 15th, the weekend, is still confusing from a public customer point of view. The official Fandom Events website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and additional assets, to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. That is the most important confirmed public statement. At the same time, the Wind Bloom website says Wind Bloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. It also says the previous entity connected to the website is no longer operating, and that certain event name and branding assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction. That means the event is presented as still moving forward, but the public still needs clearer answers about who is legally running it, who holds ticket money, who signed the venue contract, and who is responsible for refunds. Who is responsible for refunds should Windbloom 2026 or any convention within this year under Fandom Events / Lion and Crown is canceled. The Tixar page adds more confusion because it still has a Fandom Events group page. That Tixar page describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still lists Windbloom 2026 and Windbloom Exhibitors 2026 under that group. This matters because Fandom Events' own site says it is not producing future events or accepting ticket purchases, vendor applications, sponsorship, or registrations. So from a regular customer's point of view, the message looks mixed. One page says Fandom Events is done. Another page still shows Fandom Events branding tied to Windbloom related listings and pretty much on Tixar.com. There is also a real bankruptcy issue. Bankruptcy Observer summarizing Pacer, P-A-C-E-R, Pacer. Federal court records reports that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas on January 30th, 2026. Case number 26-226. It lists assets between $0 and $100,000, $100,000, and liabilities between $101 or $101,000 and $1 million. In basic language, that means the company may owe more than it has available. That does not automatically prove fraud or a crime, but it is a serious financial legal issue for anyone who paid for tickets, vendor space, artist tables, sponsorship, or other convention-related costs, or other contractors related to all this. Pretty much the owner of Fandom Events / Lion and Crown is owing that much money to all those that he owes the money for serving to bring on and make the show and all that. And now what LLC means. An LLC means limited liability company. In simple terms, an LLC is a business structure that can protect the owner's personal assets in many situations if the business faces debts, bankruptcy, or lawsuits. The U.S. Small Business Administration explains that LLCs can protect owners from personal liability in most instances, but the details depends on the law and the facts. So an LLC is legal by itself, but people can still question how it is being used when customers, vendors, or creditors feel left behind. The Beat reported that Fandom Events was a Texas-based company behind events such as OkiCon, Etchy Expo, Bomb City Comic-Con, Fort Smith Comic-Con, Windbloom Festival, Anime Texas, Anime New Mexico, and Onsan Anime or Anime Onsan Colorado Spring, and other anime-themed events. That article also reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Josh Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The Beat did not make a court ruling or criminal finding, but it did say the situation looked concerning and compared it to a possible start a new LLC and transfer assets while shutting down the old one type of maneuver. That is public media commentary, not a legal conviction, so I will keep my wording careful. No, not really. I'm not going to really guarantee that. From the screenshots I have, one public comment says, Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. He sold fandom to himself under a new name. I am quoting that as a public comment claim, not as a proven court finding. The stronger confirmed facts are still the official Fandom Events shutdown statement, the Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the bankruptcy filing, and the public reporting from the beat. Reddit discussions also show strong public frustration. The original Reddit post said Fandom Events operated Ecchi Expo, Anime Onsen, OkiCon, and other events, and added, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they have had to cancel. Other Reddit comments made stronger accusations and complaints, but those should be treated as public testimony, not verified legal proof. Reddit can be useful as a warning signal, but it is not the same as court evidence. So my message to viewers and audience is simple. If you already bought a Windbloom 2026 badge, vendor table, artist table, or hotel reservation, check everything now. Keep screenshots, keep receipts, keep invoice, emails, payment confirmations, and refund policies. Ask who is legally operating Windbloom 2026, or ask who is operating pretty much any convention under Fandom Event, whether that's Ecchi Expo, Anime New Mexico, Anime Onsen, Colorado Spring, any form of Comic Cons, or anything under Lion and Crown, and such. So who is legally operating all these conventions? Ask whether tickets are still valid. Ask who is responsible for refunds. Ask whether the venue contract is confirmed. Ask whether Tixar is authorized under the current operator. These are fair consumer protection questions, not harassment. Now shifting into current political news and gas prices. Politics is directly affecting everyday life right now. AAA or AAA lists the national average for regular gas at $4 or 4.528 as of May 15th, 2026. Texas is lower than the national average, but still high at 3.996 statewide. Austin San Marcos is listed around 3.967. For drivers, delivery workers, 1099 gig workers, and families, that is real money every time they go to the pump at any gas stations. The Iran situation is one of the major reasons oil prices are in the news. Reuters reported that oil prices rose more than 3% after President Trump said he was losing patience with Iran, and basically makes him want to Iran from Iran, with market concerns tied to tension near the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude was reported at $109.19 per barrel, and U.S. West Texas Intermediate was reported at $104.89. That matters because when oil rises, gas prices, shipping costs, food prices, delivery costs, and business expenses can all feel pressure. Another major story is President Trump's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Associated Press, AP, reported that the summit covered U.S.-China relations, trade, Taiwan, Iran, nuclear arms control, oil, and broader diplomacy. Even if people do not care about foreign policy, this affects ordinary Americans because China and the United States are deeply connected through trade, technology, manufacturing, imports, farming, shipping, and global markets. Ukraine is also still a major international crisis. Reuters reported that Russia launched major attacks against Ukraine, including drones and missiles, with civilian areas and infrastructure affected. This is another reminder that international conflict does not stay isolated. War affects human lives first, but it also affects global politics, military spending, food markets, energy markets, and public attention. Okay. Oh, that should put me at 500 followers on Facebook. Nice. A random friend request. So again, war affects human lives first, but it also affects global politics, military spending, food markets, energy markets, and public attention. So the overall point is this: whether we are talking about Fandom events and convention money, or gas prices and international conflict, the same rule applies. Follow the facts. Keep receipts, Read official statements. Do not trust rumors blindly. Do not spend money without knowing who is responsible. Do not let excitement override common sense. Now for conventions, fans deserve transparency. Vendor deserves respect. Artists deserve fair treatment. Volunteers deserve proper recognition. Customers deserve clear refund policies. For politics and the economy, workers deserve to know why fuel, food, and bills keep rising. This is why I talk about these topics. It is not just drama. It is money, accountability. It is money, accountability, public trust, and real life. To wrap this part up, Fandom Events says it is shut down. Fandom Events says it is shut down. Fandom Events says it is done with all these events. However, Windbloom says it is still proceeding. Then Tixar on the Tixar website still shows Fandom Events related listings. Bankruptcy record shows a Chapter 7 case. Public comments and Reddit discussion show people are concerned. Gas prices are high. Oil markets are reacting to Iran. Trump's China summit affects global trade and diplomacy. All of this is connected through politics, money, and public accountability. That is why I keep saying, stay informed, document everything, and ask questions, and protect your hard-earned money. Now again, I will just reiterate, viewer discretion is advised. This live stream discusses politics, public business, concerns, convention controversy, online privacy, social media criticism, and public accountability. This is commentary based on public information, screenshots, official websites, reporting, and public discussion. I am not encouraging harassment, doxing, threats, stalking, or mob behavior. I am speaking as a content creator documenting public topics, and I will separate confirmed facts from allegations, opinions, and unverified testimony to the best of my abilities, but I can't guarantee that. Again, this is good day to everyone watching. This is General Sunbeam Titan, and just, I want to give a current update on politics, gas price. Okay, I think I said all this so much. Oh man, I forgot to delete all this. Sorry, I'm not trying to repeat all this a lot, but I already made it clear on all my previous live stream. I did say all this, but I guess I'm just saying this again here, that trying to spread my word far and wide and get my live stream, going up. Getting my posts going up, consistent posts, going up, So, let's see. So another domestic political story is Texas redistricting. AP has reported that the Texas Supreme Court rejected an attempt by Governor Greg Abbott, and state Republicans to remove Democratic lawmakers who left the state during a 2025 redistricting fight. That is a reminder that politics is not only presidential speeches, it is also district maps, voting power, state government, representation, and who controls the rules. Oh boy. Let me get me some tea. Let's see, is there any more tea? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, so again, I'm just going to shift back to conventions and public fandom events. So conventions are fun, but they are still public-facing businesses. They sell badges, vendor spaces, artist tables, sponsorships, hotel blocks, guest appearances, and public experiences. That means they can be reviewed, documented, live streamed, criticized, praised, recorded, and discussed by attendees, vendors, artists, bloggers, journalists, the press, photographers, videographers, and content creators like myself. To be clear, a convention being open to the general public does not mean people can ignore venue rules, privacy rules, or event policies. If an event has filming rules, photo rules, press rules, or no recording areas, those should be respected. Well, if it's reasonable, that is. But if a business publicly advertises tickets, guests, vendors, events, schedules, and branding, then it should expect public attention. It should expect public attention, public reviews, and public accountability. For Fandom Events, the official website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. That is why people are confused about Windbloom Festival 2026. The Windbloom website says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. But the same page also says the previous entity associated with the website is no longer operating, that certain event name and branding assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction, and that no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorships are currently being accepted through that website. The Tixar page adds to the confusion because the Fandom Events Group page still describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still shows listings such as Windbloom 2026 and Windbloom Exhibitors 2026. That creates a public mismatch. Fandom Events says it is done, Windbloom says it is proceeding, and Tixar still shows Fandom Events related listings. The bankruptcy issue is also serious. Bankruptcy Observer summarizing Pacer federal court records report that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas. I already said that, so and the Beat reported that Fandom Events was tied to events like OkiCon, Expo, Anime Love Walk, Windbloom Festival, Anime Own Sound, and other related events. The Beat also reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Joshua Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The article was careful not to make a final legal judgment, but it described the structure as concerning. On Reddit, one user wrote, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they had to cancel. Another comment said, the cons were run so badly overall and the volunteer staff were treated poorly. I am quoting those as public Reddit testimony, not as court-proven fact. Reddit comments can be warning signs, but they are not the same as official evidence. A public comment shown in my screenshots also claimed Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. Again, I am treating that as a public comment claim, not a legal conclusion by itself. The stronger public facts are the official Fandom Events shutdown statement, the Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the bankruptcy filing, and the Beats reporting. For KawawaCon and Beach episode, I searched for reliable index web information in this session, but I could not confirm clean official details from search results. So I would not treat dates, location, ownership, or event status as verified unless it comes directly from KawawaCon's official website, official social media ticketing page, listing, a venue listing, or a reliable event calendar. The safe way to say it is KawawaCon. Oh man, I feel sleepy. or status as verified unless it comes directly from CallCon's official website, official social media, ticketing page, venue listing, or a reliable event calendar. A reliable event calendar. The safe way to say it is, CallCon appears to be separate from Fandom Events, unless clear evidence proves otherwise. But attendees should still verify the operator, location, date, refund policy, hotel details, and ticket terms before spending money. And speaking of that, I'm gonna stand up and stretch and drink me some more tea. I am feeling a little sleepy. Oh boy. Ah, crap. Oh boy. Okay, I am back. Alright, so yeah, CallCon, of course, is separate from Fandom Events. I don't know why it thinks like that, but okay. But again, but attendees should still verify the operator, location, date, refund policy, hotel details, and ticket terms before spending money. The general rule for any convention is simple. Before buying a badge, vendor table, hotel room, or travel plan, ask who is legally operating the event, who is responsible for refunds, whether the venue contract is confirmed, whether the ticketing platform is authorized, and whether vendors and artists have written terms. If the event is real and stable, those questions should be easy to answer. I also want to make an important privacy point. If you become a model, cosplayer, public figure, influencer, vendor, organizer, convention guest, or online creator, or public business owner, your public image and your businesses can be saved, reposted, clipped, criticized, praised, archived, and discussed at will. That is the reality of the internet. Once something is public, it can spread quickly. But that does not mean anyone consents to harassment, stalking, doxing, blackmail, impersonation, deepfakes, or threats. Public exposure increases risk, but abuse is still wrong. If someone cares about digital privacy, they should use strong privacy settings, avoid posting sensitive personal information, separate public branding from private life, and think carefully before sharing images, addresses, family details, travel plans, or financial information. As a content creator, I myself understand that my own public identity can be screenshotted, criticized, misunderstood, or misused, or be misused for malicious, cold-blooded attempt. I will never understand or wrap my head around why someone would do that. That is part of the risk of being online, but I still choose to document, live stream, produce content, speak, and build my platform because I believe in public discussion matters, and that I like to grow and make a name for myself. So my closing point is this: conventions can be fun, but they are still businesses. Politics can feel exhausting, but it affects gas prices, money, travel, safety, and daily life. Public figures can seek publicity, but publicity can also bring scrutiny, potential scrutiny, backlashes or controversies, hate, and negative, condescending rhetorical remarks. If an event takes money from the public, it should be ready for public review. If a company shuts down while another related event appears to continue, people have the right to ask questions. This is not about attacking fandom. This is about protecting fans, artists, vendors, volunteers, attendees, and hard-earned money. Stay informed, keep receipts, document everything, verify official sources, avoid harassment, respect privacy, and ask clear questions before spending money. And again, viewer discretion is advised. I am speaking as a content creator, commentator, and public observer. This segment discusses public business concerns, convention events, politics, gas prices, social media posts, and public allegations. I am not encouraging harassment, doxing, threats, stalking, or mob behavior. I am also not declaring anyone criminally guilty unless there is a verified legal source, law enforcement statement, or court record. I am speaking from public information, screenshots, official websites, and public reporting. And again, good day to everyone watching that care to watch my live stream and hear me out from start to finish. I want to provide an update regarding Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, Wind Bloom Festival, and a newer concern being discussed around Alt Life Expo 2027. I also want to be clear that if a public post is deleted, a screenshot may still exist as documentation. That is part of the reality of the internet. Once something is posted publicly, people can screenshot it, save it, share it, discuss it, repost it, or use it as a record of what was publicly said. The screenshot I have shows a public Facebook style post warning the Denver area poly community and event organizers about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, and Josh Wilson. The post claims that people should be cautious about working with or attending events connected to Fandom Events or Lion and Crown. It also mentions Alt Life Expo 2027. I want to be careful here that post appears to be public testimony or public opinion, not a court ruling. If the post was deleted, the screenshot still documents that the post existed, but it does not automatically prove every claim inside the post. The confirmed public facts are already serious enough. The official Fandom Events website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. And yeah, they repeat that numerous times over and over on my previous live stream, on this live stream. Like, well, at least anyone that care to hear me out or listen, at least this has been well communicated numerous times by me, and and you can search this up. You can search Fandom Event official website itself, and it will say the same thing. You can search Windbloom, you can search Pixar, and it will say all that. I already did all the work and documented all this here. I showed it all here on my multi live stream. I just heard a big thud. What the heck is going on? Alright, what the heck is going on out there? I heard a big thud outside. Alright, be right back.
Alright, sorry about that. Again, I heard a big thud outside. Not sure what that is, but it's too dark. It might be windy outside. I don't feel safe going outside to investigate, but just want to be safe and sorry to stay inside. Alright, so I already repeated and repeatedly reiterate everything what's going on. Oh man, I just don't want to waste too much time just saying everything. Alright, scrolling down all these notes. So again, regarding there was a post posted 48 weeks ago on March 22nd from one of the Facebook user that has to do with the Denver area, the poly community, regarding the Alt Life Expo 2027, hosted by the same owner of Lion and Crown, which is the same as Fandom Events. So again, just regarding Alt Life Expo 2027. So there was a post that I got deleted. I screenshotted it and reposted it on there. So it's there and documented. Nobody's hiding. I'm getting all this addressed. Open, public, open sesame, public knowledge. Knives out on the table. No holds bar. So everything's going to be well documented. And once something is posted, people can screenshot it, save it, share it, discuss it, or use it as a record of what was publicly said. The screenshot I have shows a public Facebook style post warning the Denver area poly community and event organizers about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, and Josh Wilson. The post claims that people should be cautious about working with or attending events connected to Fandom Events or Lion and Crown. It also mentions Alt Life Expo 2027. I want to be careful here that post appears to be public testimony or public opinion, not a court ruling. If the post was deleted, the screenshot still documents that the post existed, but it does not automatically prove every claim inside the post. The confirmed public facts are already serious enough. The official Fandom Events website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026,
Fandom Events completed the sale and assigned of certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, obligations, refunds, or claims. It also says Fandom Events is not accepting ticket purchases, vendor applications, sponsorships, or registrations. Windbloom's official page creates the confusing part. It says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled, but it also says the entity previously associated with the website is no longer operating, that certain intellectual property assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction, and that no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorship are currently being accepted through that website. That means the event is publicly presented as still proceeding, but the public still needs clear answers about who is legally operating it, who is responsible for refunds, and who is financially accountable. Tixar also still shows a Fandom Events group page describing Fandom Events LLC as an event management company. And the page lists Windbloom 2026, Windbloom Exhibitors 2026, Enchanting Shadows Exhibitors Portal, and Alt Life Expo. That matters because Fandom Events' own website says it is not producing future events or accepting registration. So from the customer's point of view, the messaging looks mixed and confusing. When I searched for Alt Life Expo 2027 specifically, I did not find enough reliable public information to confirm details such as a firm 2027 date, full organizer statement, ticket status, or updated official policy. The accessible Tixar page title shows Alt Life Expo tickets at the Hyatt Regency Aurora Denver Conference Center in Aurora by Fandom Events. Oh boy. So again, the accessible Tixar page title shows Alt Life Expo tickets at the Hyatt Regency Aurora Denver Conference Center in Aurora by Fandom Events. But the accessible page text did not provide enough detail for me to confirm more. So the safest statement is this: Alt Life Expo appears connected to the Fandom Events Tixar listing environment, but I cannot verify from reliable public sources that the 2027 event is fully confirmed, properly organized, or financially clear. The Beat reported that Fandom Events shut down and quoted the same shutdown statement. The article reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Joshua Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The Beat was careful not to make a final legal judgment, but it described the setup as concerning and said it sounded like a start a new LLC and transfer assets while shutting down the old one type of maneuver. That is public reporting and commentary, not a criminal conviction. So here is my fair and professional position. I am not calling anyone a convicted criminal. I am not doxing anyone. I am not telling anyone to harass anyone. But I am saying that the public business situation is concerning. When one company says it has ceased operations, another entity receives certain branding assets, Tixar still shows event listings, and people online are warning communities about future events, customers have the right to ask direct questions. Those questions are simple. Who is legally operating the event now? Is it Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, or another company? Who is holding ticket money? Who signed the venue contract? Who is responsible for refunds? Are previous ticket purchases valid? Are vendor and artist registrations still valid? Is Tixar authorized to sell or hold funds? Hold funds under the current operator? What happens if the event is canceled? if a business is if a business is honest, stable, and organized, these questions should be easy to answer. Now, I also want to say this sincerely. Speaking freely does not mean speaking recklessly. Well, at least I try not to. I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech, documentation, and public accountability. But I also believe in accuracy, to the best of my abilities. If someone is a bad actor, a scammer, dishonest organizer, or unsafe person, the strongest way to expose that is through facts, screenshots, records, receipts, invoice, official statements, court filings, vendor testimony, and clear timelines. Do not threaten people. Do not leak private addresses. That's doxing. Do not attack family members. Do not spread claims that cannot be supported. Stay factual and focus on consumer protection. At least to the best of my abilities. My goal is to stop possible bad business practices before more people lose money. Fans, artists, vendors, volunteers, models, organizers, and attendees deserve transparency. If people are paying $80, $100, or hundreds of dollars for tickets, vendor tables, travel, hotels, and cosplay, they deserve clear answers. Nobody wants to spend hard-earned money and later find out the event structure was unclear, the operator changed, refunds are uncertain, or the event may not happen, and it might just get canceled and their money is just wasted for nothing, and as well as hotel bookings, travel wasted, wear and tear on vehicle, gas mileage wasted, all for nothing. Now shifting briefly to politics and the economy, this is connected because money is tight for many people. And again, this is talking about gas, and I think I already did reiterate this. I already repeatedly said this. And again, international conflict. So international conflict is part of that pressure. So Reuters reported that President Trump discussed possible sanctions relief for Chinese companies buying Iranian oil during his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The same reporting said the talks involve Iran, oil, and the Strait of Hormuz. That matters because foreign policy can directly affect oil supply, gas prices, shipping, and inflation. Another major U.S. political story is redistricting. AP reported that the Texas Supreme Court rejected an attempt by Governor Greg Abbott and state Republicans to remove Democratic lawmakers who left the state during a 2025 redistricting fight. That shows how political power, voting math, and representation remain major issues in Texas and across the country. So my message tonight is this: whether we are talking about conventions, politics, gas prices, public businesses, or deleted posts, documentation matters. If something is public, it can be recorded and again documented. If a business takes money from the public, it can be reviewed by the public. If a convention promotes itself publicly, it can be discussed by attendees, vendors, journalists, and content creators. That is not harassment, that is public accountability. And basically, it is the internet that anything or anyone can document, can screen video this, and use some bits for fair use. And if it clearly puts a disclaimer saying it's fair use and all that, well, I don't know what I can do about it. I am not like very private sensitive. I am myself and consider a public figure myself. A mid-profile, at least. I don't feel very high profile-ish, but I am already making a name for myself, already being out there already on the internet. So again, it can be discussed, when if a convention promotes itself publicly, it can be discussed by attendees, vendors, journalists, and content creators. That is public accountability, and basically every public businesses should expect that if they care about trying to get the word of mouth out and all that. That's what advertisement means. At the same time, I will keep my commentary responsible to the best of my abilities, but I cannot guarantee that. I will not dox. I try my best not to. I will not dox, but if but if there are a bad actor roaming the street, I would give a common description of where the owner or I mean not the owner, where the bad actor is hiding or where it is at if it's in a public open area. I will not threaten. I will not claim criminal guilt without verified proof. I'll try my best to. But I will speak freely, document what is publicly shown, warn people when something looks unclear, and encourage viewers to protect their money. Is always to have second thoughts and think wisely before making transaction on regarding public events. If it's uncertain that it would continue on. There have been few conventions that have already been put a nail in the coffin already that pretty much ended their career at the end of the road, all because of money and mismanagement. That is the update. Now again, Fandom Events says it is shut down, and let's see, events related listings including Alt Life Expo, public posts and screenshot shows pretty much community concern. The public deserves clear answers before spending money. You know, you gotta keep receipt, keep screenshots, verify official sources, and do not let excitement override common sense. And I try my best to not let excitement override common sense, but I've been having that bad instances, that's for sure. Okay. So yeah, that pretty much covers pretty much everything regarding the situation with Fandom Events / Lion and Crown LLC.
And of course, I hope you don't mind. Of course, I always embarrassing myself. No shirt, no shoes, kind of thing. And Happy Fan Service Friday, or Feet Service Friday, or Foot Fetish Friday. And you know me, not safe for work, 18 plus kind of person, male model. I appreciate the follow. Thank you for following me. Appreciate the followers. Appreciate the subscribers. And just trying to keep all of you viewers and attendee con-goers aware, specifically regarding Fandom Events and all the atrocious behavior of the bad actor, of what's going on in this financial legal issue going on here with all the convention tied under that company brand. I know I'm over my previous live stream, like numerous live stream and posts I posted, and I've posted a few on Instagram, General Sunbeam, talking about the fate and the future of Fandom Events, Windbloom, Etchy Expo, and all that. And I tag every convention and hotel and all that just to raise awareness and spread information, and to get this well broadcast across the search engine here on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. So yeah, protect your hard-earned money. Make sure to pay attention to all these when going to convention or going to any pop-up events. Many convention events strongly says this in fine print that all sales are final, no transfer, no refund, or anything. All sales are final. Even some stores and some stores do have that listing that says all sales are final. No refund, no transferring, and all that. But yes, there is some serious hot water with Fandom Events, with a lot of financial problems, embezzlement, and such. And all that is now have been fully addressed from me, and of course there might be more developing stories from Reddit, all the users on Reddit talking about Fandom Events. There might be other content creators talking about this as well. There might be those continuing to discuss on Discord and Skype, Blue Sky, Twitter X, Instagram, MySpace, Tumblr, any other social media source discussing Fandom Events. I'm already got it all documented across 4 different live streams: Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. And it is all well documented, and I communicate this very thoroughly. I'll be surprised if, I doubt, very little surprised I'll ever go viral or build a serious traction and momentum about this. I am very much like a ninja. I'm invisible. I doubt I'll go viral or go big. Like, I doubt that any of my live streams is gonna get shared or posted on stories or anything. I doubt I'll ever be mentioned. But it is what it is. It is publicity. This is news style commentary, and I am not that surprised if it get used as fair use, either some part of this or the whole commentary or whole live stream. I mean, I would consider this public domain and open to be shared and reposted, or to be used in fair use as long as I'm credited. You know, I'm General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan. I wish I could put a sun-shaped symbol with a GS somewhere here as my watermark. Well, I'm heavily communicating about Fandom Events and to keep the peace and making sure that attendees get their refund, because the early bird ticket special for Windbloom Festival 2026 since August 26, 2025 was posted, and that's like about 4 or 6 months until near the end of January 2026. Sorry, January 26, 2026 through January 30th, 2026. That's when Fandom Events filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy, and they sold all their assets to Lion and Crown, and now they just face Chapter 7 bankruptcy. From what I last understand, that's what's going on now, and I guess the owner of Fandom Event is laying low or something and working his butt off to try to pay back all that or something, or very much trying to run and elude further to avoid paying debt, owing the money to all past companies. Yeah, that's shady business. So, alright, everyone, viewers and audiences, I'm going to wrap up this live stream here, well, commentary-wise. So tonight, I covered a lot of serious topics involving Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, Windbloom 2026, or the fate and the future of Windbloom 2026, convention concerns, refund questions, public accountability, and protecting attendees, vendors, artists, volunteers, and congoers from possible financial harm. I know I have spoken about this many times already on my previous live stream and through several of my posts here on Facebook and a few posts on Instagram, and again, numerous live streams here on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I have strongly spoken about this many times already, but my purpose is simple. I want people to stay informed, well informed, protect their money, keep receipts, invoices, ask direct questions, and do not walk blindly into unclear business situations. I would just heavily presume that Windbloom Festival 2026 is canceled, called off, and it will not occur or it will not happen. So get your money refunded back and cancel your hotel for Windbloom Festival 2026. Cancel your Hampton Inn hotel and don't go to Mesquite Convention Center for Windbloom. It might be canceled, and I don't think it's going to happen. So look into getting your refund back, all your money, all your hard-earned money during that early bird ticket special for Windbloom Festival 2026. And any other related convention, let's say Etchy Expo, I don't think it's going to get updated for 2026 this year, or any other convention under Fandom Events / Lion and Crown, and any other future convention event under Lion and Crown. As a heads up, it's going to be considered Fandom Event 2.0 or 2.0. With any other new convention under Lion and Crown, it's the same ownership. He's going to just do a repeat and probably just steal your hard-earned money when it gets more expensive, more pricey, and your money might just get embezzled under the rug and gone. So yeah, just really addressing that strongly and thoroughly out there. So yeah, do not walk blindly into unclear business situations when it comes to spending that much money. To be clear, this is public commentary and consumer awareness. I want to reiterate once more, I am not here to harass anyone, dox anyone, threaten anyone, or make reckless claims. And just to be clear about me, as a fact, I am a total pacifist. I believe in origin of human life. I believe in clothing optional, Adam and Eve, Romeo and Juliet kind of thing. I'm a peaceful person, non-violent. I don't believe in harm, and I don't like horror, graphic, thriller, slasher, live-action movies, or anything too unsettling and graphic. I'm not a big fan of all that. Instead, I'm a big fan of fan service, etchiness, foot fetish, and clothing optional. That is what I stand for, and believe in intimacy, consensual intimacy. So I'm just here to speak my mind, document what is publicly available, and raise concerns when something does not look clear. If a public event takes public money, then the public has the right to ask questions. At the end of the day, I want conventions to be fun, safe, organized, and fair. I want fans to enjoy themselves. I want vendors and artists to be respected. I want attendees to know what they are paying for and what they're in it for. I want clear communication, fair refund policies, and responsible business practices. So thank you all for hearing me out. Thank you for watching, listening, subscribing, following, supporting General Sunbeam, the solar news. I appreciate anyone, everyone who takes the time to stop by, even if it is just for a few minutes. Now, I'm going to move away from the heavy discussion and relax for the rest of the stream. I will be doing some ASMR, just non-commentary, playing games, chilling, and keeping the atmosphere calmer from here. Again, thank you again for the support, the follows, the subscriptions, and for letting me speak my mind and speak my thoughts out. This is General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 0072, Sunbeam 0, and simply just Sunbeam. Signing off from the serious commentary portion. Just always stay aware, pay attention to your surroundings, think twice, have second thoughts. Again, it is the internet, so if you care about your privacy, your digital footprints, just keep an eye on that. Have strong privacy settings, but just note that when you're limited to your friends or a large amount of friends or followers, ask yourself, how many of those trusted friends that you trust will be able to not leak any of your public image? Keep that in mind. There are always going to be friends that will leak and share and repost and all that, and it's just very much considered public. Same thing with having a large amount of fans. There can be obsessive fans and similar things. So basically, social media is not so public after all. Like, not so private, I meant to say. Social media in general is not so private. It just still feels very public. So stay aware, stay safe, protect your money, and do the right thing. Understand right from wrong. Remember that money is the root of all evil, and not everything has to do with money. Other than to pay bills, and when I talk about money for me, I really do say I need the money. I got bills to pay. I want to keep this house. I just don't want to be I don't want to be on the street homeless. So I'm trying to be a successful and prosperous content creator. YouTuber, Facebook, Instagram, Rumble, Twitch. Hoping to work with them, solve business partnerships. Hope to get all my content monetized. So thank you very much for the follows and subscribe. And again, just going to stop talking and get my laptop back on the desk. Once again, viewer discretion is advised. Mature content warning. Part 8 of the continuing update based on any information that I'm gathered. Once more, this is update regarding Fandom Events / Lion the Crown LLC regarding Windbloom 2026 and any other convention, including any complaints made from Reddit or on the Discord. One of the group that I got kicked out, that I joined and got kicked out, was called a flagship Discord, which detailed and discussed regarding Fandom Events with the owner behind Fandom Events, the corruption and misconduct dealings, and a lot of legal action and legal consequences that has to do with finances and economics. Pretty much, the owner behind Fandom Events, Josh Wilson, owes a lot of money. He owes a lot of money to all the vendors, artists, to the staff, to the surrounding staff, and to the hotel and surrounding properties and all contractors that he owed money to. That's what the legal issue is. That's what's going on. He filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy. I have already discussed this on my previous live stream, on number 7, my previous live stream, and the live stream before that, number 6, number 5, number 4, number 3, and I have it all well documented on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. And I have also just come across a post that was posted 8 weeks ago from another user here on Facebook. And luckily I'm able to screenshot it and post it, and now it is like wildfire. So again, alright, I don't care about any other group. Delete invite, no. Share your selfie group, nah, I don't care about that. What's with all these random groups, man? I'm trying to grow as a content creator. Alright, just scrolling through my Facebook, and I'm going to read off here. Again, viewer discretion is advised. Thank you for one viewer. Thank you for watching my my Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I am General Sunbeam. Again, I am still documenting regarding the fate and the future of Windbloom 2026, Windbloom Festival 2026, hosted and owned by Fandom Event, now changed to Lion and Crown, which is still the same ownership. So that says a lot of things that define shadiness, sketchiness, fraudulent and scammy, and bad business practice. Again, no shirt, no shoes, gym shorts, no problem. This is my live stream after all. My live stream, my domain, my home turf. So I'm strongly exercising First Amendment rights, which is freedom of speech, freedom to the protest, right to protest, assembly, and press, freedom of the press, and freedom of expression, and freedom of religion. All protected under the First Amendment rights. And open door policy, exercising open door policy, and whatever the hell is going on here. So I'll just reiterate here what I posted here on my live stream, on my 8th consecutive live stream regarding Fandom Events, Windbloom 2026, and other related convention events tied to Fandom Events / Lion and Crown, and the owner behind it all. So good day to everyone watching. For those that care to watch my live stream, I want to continue this live stream with 2 major topics. First, the Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, and Windbloom situation. Second, the current political and economic news affecting people in the United States, especially gas prices and international conflict. Starting with Fandom Events and Windbloom. The situation is still confusing from a public customer point of view. The official Fandom Events the Fandom Events website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. That is the most important confirmed public statement. At the same time, the Windbloom website says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. It also says the previous entity connected to the website is no longer operating, and that certain event name and branding assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction. That means the event is presented as still moving forward, but the public still needs clear answers about who is legally running it, who holds ticket money, who signed the venue contract, and who is responsible for refunds. The TikTok page adds more confusion because it still has a Fandom Events group page. That Pixar page describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still lists Windbloom 2026 and Windbloom Exhibitors 2026 under that group. This matters because Fandom Events' own site says it is not producing future events or accepting ticket purchases, vendor applications, sponsorships, or registrations. So from a regular customer's point of view, the message looks mixed. One page says Fandom Events is done. Another page still shows Fandom Events branding tied to Windbloom related listings. There is also a real bankruptcy issue. Bankruptcy Observer summarizing PACER, P-A-C-E-R Federal Court Records, report that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas on January 30th, 2026. Case number 26-20026. It lists assets between $0 and $100,000 or 100 grand, and liabilities between $101,000 or 101 grand and $1 million. 1 million. In basic language, that means the company may owe more than it has available. That does not automatically prove fraud or a crime, but it is a serious financial legal issue for anyone who paid for tickets, vendor space, artist tables, sponsorships, or other convention-related costs. Oh, my wife is just posting on the TAG Not Safe for Work chat again, just random things, random reels. But okay, I just want you to know I have my phone out here and I'm reading this out loud, and it is all documented in real time, in real life here. I'm not hiding anything. Knives out, open door closed. Oh my gosh, here again, I got that ding. Oh, my wife just shared a reel, 2 reels on that group chat. Okay, as I was saying, there is a real bankruptcy issue. So it has been documented publicly, and it's already been called out, and I'm already been recording, I'm already been documenting this and streaming this open publicly. So it's public knowledge now because I make it so, and I ain't hiding it. So I'm like a no-nonsense sheriff here of law enforcement, like Volusia County, Mike Chitwood style sheriff, no-nonsense attitude, redneck style, Stone Cold Steve Austin style, trying to address this out as it is, and to stop fraudulent behaviors. I mean, if you care about your money, you don't want your money to get stolen by a corrupted convention or a shady, crooked convention dealership, stealing your money with false promises. And that's what's going on with Windbloom Festival 2026. On my 8th consecutive live stream documenting Fandom Events / Lion and Crown regarding the fate and the future of Windbloom Festival 2026. I already provided all the links and the tags and all the pictures on my other live streams on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. So it's all well documented and all presented on there as concrete, evident proof based on what I can ascertain on the internet. I don't care if it's very personal. The fact that the owner behind Fandom Event and Lion and Crown is stealing money, is committing fraud and committing heavy theft, stealing the attendee customers' money, and owing a lot of money to vendors, artists, and staff associated with it, is not very good. It is very, very bad, and is very criminal behavior, and crooked, and that should be punished and sought justice in the law enforcement and court proceedings. So yeah, from what I heard, that the owner behind Fandom Event is in hot waters in a legal court proceeding in some sort of civil lawsuit, dispute, or financial legal matters over all this, because they owe a lot of money to the vendors. They steal a lot of money, he steal a lot of money, and that's what's going on. And that's what I'm going to personally confirm or presume, that I am guessing that this is what's going on, and that's the answer, that's the case. So I'm making that as it is. So I'm already calling out that yes, Fandom Events is under a lot of bankruptcy, owing a lot of money to the vendors, to the artists, to the staff, and to those that are working for him to put on all this show. So he owes a lot of money, even to the hotel, to the convention center, to the property, to the city, all that. So yeah, in basic language, that means the company may owe more money than it has available. And it is a serious financial legal issue for anyone who paid for tickets,
vendor space, artist tables, sponsorship, and other convention-related costs. And now they're going to demand refund and stir up more backlash and more news and more content creation and more live stream talking about this, bringing all this to light, and that's what I'm doing. I'm bringing it to light. Oh, knives out, open season, open public, for everyone to watch, hear me out, and all this. There's no way I'm not going to like back down, and I am not letting all these criminal get away with stolen money, stealing all the hardworking attendees' money. If I would have spent that money on the early bird weekend pass for Windbloom 2026, in the next 4 months from now, I will be pissed to see that I lost all my hard-earned money for nothing. I'm making sure that's well documented into the internet. An LLC means limited liability company. In simple terms, an LLC is a business structure that can protect the owner's personal assets in many situations if the business faces debts, bankruptcy, or lawsuits. The U.S. Small Business Administration explains that LLCs can protect owners from personal liability in most instances, but the details depend on the law and the facts. So an LLC is legal by itself, but people can still question how it is being used when customers, vendors, or creditors feel left behind. The Beat reported that Fandom Events was a Texas-based company behind events such as OkiCon, HE Expo, Windbloom, Fort Smith Comic Con, Bomb City Comic Con, Mid-East Anime, New Mexico, Kawaii Con, the horror theme convention, and many and other anime themed events related. That article also reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Joshua Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The Beat did not make a court ruling or criminal finding, but it did say that the situation looked concerning and compared it to a possible start a new LLC and transfer assets while shutting down the old one type of maneuver. That is public media commentary, not a legal conviction, so I will keep my wording careful. Well, how can I guarantee that? Because I'm speaking my mind freely, protected under the freedom of speech and expression in the press. From the screenshots, I have one public comment says, Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. He sold Fandom to himself under a new name. I am quoting that as a public comment claim, not as a proven court finding. The stronger confirmed facts are still the official Fandom Events shutdown statement, the Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the bankruptcy filing, and the public reporting from the Beat. Reddit discussion also shows strong public frustration. The original Reddit post said, Fandom Events operated HE Expo, Anime Onsen, OkiCon, and other events, and added, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they had to cancel. Other Reddit comments made stronger accusations and complaints, but those should be treated as public testimony, not verified legal proof. Reddit can be useful as a warning signal, but it is not the same as court evidence. So my message to viewers is simple. If you already bought a Windbloom 2026 badge, vendor table, artist table, or hotel reservation, check everything now. Keep screenshots, keep invoice, receipts, emails, payment confirmations, and refund policies. Ask who is legally operating Windbloom 2026. Ask whether tickets are still valid. Ask who is responsible for refunds. Ask whether the venue contract is confirmed. Ask whether Tixar is authorized under the current operator. These are fair consumer protection questions, not harassment. Now shifting into current political news and gas prices. Politics is directly affecting everyday life right now. AAA or AAA lists the national average for regular gas at $4 or 4.528 as of May 15, 2026. Texas is lower than the national average, but still high at $3 or 3.996 statewide. Austin San Marcos is listed around 3.967. For drivers, delivery workers, 1099 gig workers, and families, that is real money every time they go to the pump at the gas station. The Iran situation is one of the major reasons oil prices are in the news. Reuters reported that oil prices rose more than 3% after President Trump said he was losing patience with Iran, with market concerns tied to tension near the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude was reported at $109.19 per barrel, and U.S. West Texas Intermediate was reported at $104.89. That matters because when oil rises, gas prices, shipping costs, food prices, delivery costs, and business expenses can all feel pressure. Another major story is President Trump's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Associated Press AP reported that the summit covered U.S.-China relations, trade, Taiwan, Iran, nuclear arms control, oil, and broader diplomacy. Even if people do not care about foreign policy, this affects ordinary Americans because China and the United States are deeply connected through trade, technology, manufacturing, imports, farming, shipping, and global markets. Ukraine is also still a major international crisis. Reuters reported that Russia launched major attacks against Ukraine, including drones and missiles, with civilian areas and infrastructure affected. This is another reminder that international conflict does not stay isolated. War affects human lives first, but it also affects global politics, military spending, food markets, energy markets, and public attention. So the overall point is this: whether we are talking about Fandom Events and convention money, or gas prices and international conflict, the same rule applies. Follow the facts, keep receipts, read official statements, do not trust rumors blindly, do not spend money without knowing who is responsible, do not let excitement override common sense. For conventions, fans deserve transparency, vendors deserve respect, artists deserve fair treatment, volunteers deserve proper recognition, customers deserve clear refund policies. For politics and the economy, workers deserve to know why fuel, food, and bills keep rising. This is why I talk about these topics. It is not just drama. It is money, accountability, and public trust in real life. To wrap this part up, Fandom Events says it is shut down. Bloom says it is still proceeding. Tixar still shows Fandom Events related listings. Bankruptcy Records shows a Chapter 7 case. Public comments and Reddit discussion shows people are concerned. Gas prices are high. Oil markets are reacting to Iran. Trump's China summit affects global trade and diplomacy. All of this is connected through politics, money, and public accountability. That is why I keep saying stay informed, document everything, ask questions, and protect your hard-earned money. And again, viewer discretion is advised, exercising freedom of speech under the First Amendment. So I'm trying to really document this and call this out and make all this public knowledge based on what I can do and what's within my control. I might repeat this again, but I'm going to say this. So again, let me add a careful update base. Oh, come on. Sorry. Just in case, for all the sources I'm using is ChatGPT, AI, ChatGPT by OpenAI, Google Gemini, and all that. And I am trying to spread the message far and wide across the globe and across the internet here. Trying to keep the peace, keep the community safe, and making sure that you don't lose your money to scams and bad actors. We want to make sure that every business, especially if it comes to convention events, public events, are legitimate, honest, and will not steal your money behind the scenes or behind any false promises. All right. Oh boy. I'm going to go ahead and give me some drink here. All right. Oh, I'm gonna remember this. Bought this for 67 cents at the HEB. All right. There you go. Gotta open this slowly because last time I opened this, it erupted. It really got
It really got turned on. This drink got turned on, and it erupted. It ejaculated. It erupted, ejaculated, got turned on. So I gotta be careful about this. Oh, look, oh, see? See? There you go. I really gotta be careful when opening this in the car, not to open it so suddenly. Oh, it's cranberry raspberry flavor. That's nice. Oh. Oh. Alright, it's 3:23 p.m. Gonna pick up my wife from work soon. Alright, what was I saying here? Okay, so I might repeat this because I'm strongly trying to spread information, spread awareness, and get my point across here regarding Fandom Event and the fate and the future of Wind Bloom Festival 2026. So again, let me add a careful update based on this screenshot and the latest public information I was able to check. The screenshot shows a Facebook post warning the Denver-only poly community and organizers about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, and Josh Wilson, the owner behind them both. Excuse me. Oh boy, oh my gosh. The post appears to make serious accusations and also mentions a possible future event called Alt Life Expo, Alt Life Expo 2027. I want to be clear. Now, I'm actually going to read this post. So this is posted by the individual, one of the posts user on Facebook by Amaris Polquat, Amaris Polquat on March 22nd, and it was posted publicly and openly. I don't know why he deleted the post or why this user deleted the post, but I'm able to screenshot it and share it. Now I'm getting it broadcast on here on the live stream, on multiple of my live stream. So the Facebook user Amaris Polquat posted on March 22nd, eight weeks ago, and quoting, it said, urgent info for the Denver area, poly community, especially organizers. If you are considering working with or attending any event by Fandom Events or Lion and Crown LLC, in parentheses, recently formed, aka Josh Wilson, it is my estimation that Josh is a horrifically bad actor. Again, it is my estimation that Josh is a horrifically bad actor, has had some atrocious behavior toward women, and shut down Fandom Events as a company to avoid paying his debts, his owed money. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. He is stealing money. And shut down Fandom Events as a company to avoid paying his debts. Links in the comments. Again, this post got deleted. It was posted 8 weeks ago and it was posted publicly. But I'm going to continue. He is currently planning on putting on the Alt Life Expo in 2027. Also linked in the comments. I almost worked with them until I found the link information. I think it's important we spread the word about yet another poly organizer giving us a bad name. Feel free to, and please do share any and all of this information. I would recommend at the very least boycotting this event. He really, this user, Amaris Polquet, posted this already, really did say, feel free and please do share any of all this information. Who the hell is, oh, it's just my wife, my wife, a student being a student 500, just posting another reel on the TAG, on a tag, not safe for work group chat on Facebook here on the Messenger. Okay, well, that's not important, but that's what the Facebook user Amaris Polquet posted on March 22nd. And he did consent, saying feel free to and please do share any of all this information. So this is regarding the Denver area poly community, especially organizers regarding Josh Wilson, the owner behind both Fandom Events and Lion and Crown, which was recently formed. So Josh Wilson created a scapegoat, or in a sense, well, not a scapegoat, but like in a different LLC company, Lion and Crown, to avoid paying his debts, to paying his money. Basically, he's stealing the money. He's stealing the money, especially for
the attendee customer for Windbloom Festival 2026 that is now going to become defunct and out of business, shut down and canceled, that for those that have paid for the early bird tickets are now going to be scammed and conned out of their hard-earned money. And I'm calling that out already. I already called out numerous times on my previous live stream and on the previous post. I sounded the alarm. I communicated, and now I'm letting all you internet, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and if you get shared to Pinterest, DeviantArt, VK, or any other social media out there, international social media, even on those exclusive to the mobile app, well, I don't care if this gets shared or reposted, but I am communicating this and I'm broadcasting this for everyone here to hear me out and to be well informed of. Oh, and my wife just posted another random reel video on the Facebook group. So again, let me add a careful update based on this screenshot and the latest public information I was able to check. Oh, my mouth is running dry. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to get some hydration. Oh my gosh, it's 3:29 p.m., almost 3:30. All right, so again, just to be careful, a careful update based on the screenshots and the latest public information I was able to check. The screenshot shows a Facebook post warning the Denver area poly community and organizers about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, and Josh Wilson. The post appears to make serious accusations and also mentions a possible future event called Alt Life Expo 2027. I want to be clear, I am treating this screenshot as public social media testimony, not as a court ruling or any form of law enforcement in any legal proceeding. This is part of a substantial proof add-on to the case, and again, just part of social media testimony, including this live stream and any of my live stream previously and my posts here on Facebook. If it gets screenshotted and shared as part of other documentary live streaming like what I'm doing right here, other content production, and well, I don't know what to say because again, it's protected under First Amendment, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression to address this like news style commentary. So the post appears to make serious accusations and also mentions a possible future event called Alt Life Expo 2027. Another convention. I guess it's going to be another brand new convention under Lion and Crown. And he's probably going to do the same thing with Fandom Event and all the convention as before, which is so sad and it's so depressing that he's going to get away with stealing all the money and not held liable for paying back paying back the vendors, artists, staff, and those that are working for him. And it's a heavy fraud right there. So I really want to point that out and get that communicated. I am treating this screenshot as public social media testimony, not as a court ruling and not as verified criminal proof. A screenshot can document that a public post existed, but it does not automatically prove every claim inside the post. At least I want to be fair about that. The confirmed public facts are already serious. Fandom Events official website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. I know I've said this many times, multiple times, numerous times, on this live stream Facebook, on other live streams related, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and maybe on a post. So yeah, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, refunds, vendor contracts, liabilities, obligations, or past claims, which is very shady, and that is obviously proof of fraud and theft, financial theft right there. Stealing money from all the attendees, vendors, artists, staff, the hotel or whatever contractors he worked with. He's pretty much stealing all that money and avoiding paying them back, avoiding that he owed money to them. Oh boy, that is the strongest confirmed point from the company's own website. That just sounds so retarded. Windbloom's own website says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. But it also says that the previous entity connected to the website is no longer operating, and that certain event name and branding assets were transferred through an asset-only transaction. It also says no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorships are currently being accepted through that website. So the public message remains confusing. Fandom Events says it is done, while Windbloom says it is still proceeding. Pixar adds another layer of confusion because the Fandom Events group page still describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still lists Windbloom 2026, Windbloom Exhibitors 2026, Enchanting Shadows Exhibitor Portals, and Alt Life Expo. Wait a minute, maybe Enchanting Shadows Exhibitors Portal and Enchanting Shadows and Alt Life Expo are under the same ownership with Lion Crown LLC. So that sounds more fishy that those two are going on. I could open the Alt Life Expo Pixar page, but it did not show enough accessible public detail to confirm clear date, operator, ticket status, or refund structure. So I would not state that Alt Life Expo 2027 is fully verified unless the current organizer publicly confirms it in writing, which I highly doubt it will ever be confirmed in writing or mentioned. There is also public discussion on Reddit. One Reddit post said, Fandom Events, operators of the Ecchi Expo Cons, Anime Onsen, and OkiCon, along with others, shut down. And the same poster added, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they had to cancel. Another Reddit commenter claimed the Texas Comptroller official site has the new LLC listed here, referring to Lion and Crown, and said it was also owned by Josh Wilson. These are public Reddit comments, not court findings, but they show why community concern is spreading. I also want to quote a more balanced Reddit comment because not every comment was purely hostile. One person wrote that they were sad to hear where things landed. So yeah, one person wrote that they were sad to hear where things landed, saying that when they had interacted with Josh earlier, his heart seemed to be in the right place. His heart seemed to be in the right place, but that he may have gotten in over his head. Okay. But that he may have gotten in over his head. That matters because this discussion should be fair. It is possible for a business to create good memories for people and still end in serious financial or organizational failure. So here is a safe and professional way to explain the screenshot. The post is part of a growing wave of public concern from convention attendees, vendors, volunteers, and community members. It appears to warn people not only about Fandom Events and Windbloom, but also about possible future events under Lion and Crown or related branding. The post may have been deleted. But if it was public when captured, the screenshot can still serve as documentation that people were raising these concerns at that time. And there is a Google document out there that details all the Fandom events the owner did and all the details from a vendor perspective that I found on Discord. I read it thoroughly and now I fully understand what's going on. All I can say is it has to do with greed and pride, egotistical and pride, largely greed, and has to do with that the owner failed to pay back the money that he owed to the vendors, the surrounding vendors, artists, hotel and property contractors and such. He owed a lot of money and that's why he's in in financial legal issues in depth and filed a Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Now it's all mentioned and it's all public news, so that's what's really going on there. Going on with Josh Wilson, the owner of Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, and basically he's trying to avoid, elude, and escape owing that much money to all the events that work for him and all that. He's basically just running away with all that money. That is pretty much running away with all that money taken from the hardworking attendees, vendors, staff, artists, and contractors. And I would have been pissed if he would have stolen my money, because I luckily did not purchase my early bird ticket for Windbloom Festival 2026. I really was lucky. I didn't even went through buying that. I don't know why I keep getting lucky that I'm getting away with all this. Like, I'm avoiding all these controversial backlashes. I am lucky that I had a feeling that the owner behind Fandom Events / Lion and Crown is off. It feels off. It feels shady. Like, I don't feel acknowledged or that I am complimented for working hard, despite that I volunteered at Windbloom and Itchy Expo one time, and I've been spending a lot of my money going there as an attendee. You know, it costs a lot of money, hundreds of dollars plus the hotel, food, and all that. And I know that the owner worked very hard to try to put on a good show, but I knew behind the scene that he is sort of like that he feels shady in some way. He feels off. Like, I don't get a lot of knowledge I don't get a lot of acknowledgement, and I know I consented, and I know I said myself that I'm willing to work free. I'm non-profit. I'm doing this for experience. I'm not trying to do it for money, and I'm trying to do do everything legal and legitimate. Everything on the table, not hands in the pocket. I don't like any shady or dishonest practice or bad business, and I did say that I'm willing to work for free as a true volunteer. I don't want any money or anything. I just want recognition and to be recognized, and that's all I care about is reference, reputation, recognition, and just to be added on the resume and all that, on the record. Now I'm producing all this here on my stream and calling this out and communicating all this, speaking my thoughts here. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on with Fandom Events / Lion and Crown. So yeah, the post that I talk about the poly in the Denver area, the post has been deleted. I did respond to it, and I did share it, and I screenshotted it. Now it got deleted all of a sudden. But now I got it saved, and I already shared it, and I already posted on ChatGPT. And now it's all mentioned here and documented here on my live stream under my own content. And I am not going to enable Fandom Event and other bad actors and scammers to get away with stealing money and all these scam and fraudulent behaviors. It is absolutely wrong. I don't want my money to get stolen. I don't want my money to be spent in the wrong direction. If I spend it on Windbloom Festival 2026, since that is still being advertised and going on and posted on Tickshare.com, I want to make sure I get my tickets. I want to make sure that convention still occurs, still running, still promoting. It is still going on. It is still being held at the Mesquite Convention Center at the Hampton Inn Hotel in Mesquite, Texas. Just like last year, 2024, 2023, and at Frisco, Texas at the Embassy for 12 when Windbloom II was being held over there. I got my Windbloom weekend badge. I mean, I got it as promised, and I'm glad, and I had a great time there over the few years, but now it feels so off and so confusing that Windbloom 2026 is continuing based on the event posted here on Facebook that I'm able to show on my multiple live stream, and now it went dark on the attendees that have purchased the early bird tickets back in August 26, 2025, and that's what's going on. The attendees is going to complain and wonder what the hell is going on. They booked a non-refundable travel or hotel, and now the Fandom Event, the owner of Fandom Event and the owner of Windbloom Festival 2026 have gone dark, left all the attendees that purchased the early bird tickets hanging. That's the problem right there. And now the owner filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy. You know, he owes a lot of money, and now he's going to refund that money. He better refund that money to the attendees that have purchased the early bird tickets for Wind Bloom Festival 2026 under Fandom Events. But now he's trying to get away and start a new convention under a different brand called Lion and Crown. So he's going to repeat the same process and steal more money and get away with it. And no, I'm calling that out, and I'm just doing the right thing, addressing that to prevent more people from being conned from the con artists and bad actors alike. That's bad business right there, and that's shady. I don't like that. That needs to stop, and that needs to be brought to the light of justice and get addressed. I'm making that my mission. I enjoy going to all these conventions, and I love going to conventions in general. I love having fun. I love enjoying the vibe of having a great time at convention. But I don't like that behind the scene that something like this has to happen, and it's just sad. But I'm trying to have a great time, and I don't like seeing all these corruption and these discrepancies and scrutiny in any legal proceeding or legal actions in the wrong direction that has to do with greed. I don't like that. So yeah, the post has been deleted. The post has been deleted, but I am able to ascertain it by screenshotting it, and now I have that post from that user that posted 8 weeks ago on March 22nd related to Denver, the Denver area and the poly community regarding the Fandom Events / Lion and Crown and the owner behind them all, and the rise of the Alt Life Expo in 2027. So I already have that posted, and I just shared it on my Facebook profile, and it's already on there, and I will leave it sometime. I might reread it again. Just to get it all here on live stream. And I might post it here on my live stream too. That's a reference, record, and all that. Down the history of the Internet Archives. The post may have been deleted, but if it was public when captured, the screenshot can still serve as documentation that people were raising these concerns at that time, including that Google document that mentions everything about Fandom Events that I'm able to read and save the copy of the download from Discord on a Discord group called the Flagship Discord. And of course I got kicked out of it. I'm just like, whatever. But again, this is my own turf here, my own turf here on Facebook. And I am making my own content where I'm in control here. And what I'm doing is nothing wrong other than speaking my mind and exercising First Amendment rights. So I don't see why this has to be kept classified, confidential. We're not going to hide and let the owner or any corrupted, crooked criminals get away with stealing attendees' money. So I don't see why that should be kept private. I'm gonna address it out openly, like a no-nonsense sheriff, like Volusia County, Mike Shitwood style. However, I am not going to dox anyone, spread private family information. Well, I don't think I'm spreading any private family information, so I'm not doxing anyone in any regard, or repeat unverified accusations as confirmed fact. I am going to focus on what can be documented. The official Fandom Events shutdown statement, the asset transfer to Lion and Crown, the Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the public bankruptcy related reporting already discussed before, and public community testimony. The basic concern is simple. If a company shuts down, transfers event names and branding, says the new company is not responsible for old debts or refunds, and then event listings still appear online, ordinary people have the right to ask questions. Who is legally running the event? Who holds ticket money? Who signed the venue contract? Who handles refunds? Are vendor registrations still valid? Are guests and staff protected? Is the ticket page current or outdated? These are fair questions. And if there is a new event like Alt Life Expo in 2027 being discussed, the same rule applies. Before anyone attends, sponsors, vends, performs, volunteers, models, or organizes around it. They should verify the legal operator, venue contract, refund policy, payment processor, safety policy, and written terms. Do not rely on screenshots, rumors, or old ticketing pages. Ask for current written confirmation. My message is not harassment, and even if it feels like harassing because I'm addressing all this, I will not be that sorry, because I do not want to protect crooked criminals from stealing the attendee customers' hard-earned money regarding Wind Bloom Festival 2026 when it was already been posted right before January, when it was posted last year on August 26, 2025, when the early bird tickets were on sale and it was affordable. And I did check on there, they were selling it. And I don't know how many attendee or customers have already booked a hotel or paid for their early bird tickets before the bankruptcy occurred, before January 30th, 2026 bankruptcy occurrence. I will not be happy myself if I were to purchase 2 weekend membership pass from the early bird special deal for Wind Bloom 2026 at the Mesquite Convention Center, also for the hotel in stay at the Mesquite Hampton Inn. I will not be happy that I spend that much money only for the bankruptcy, Fandom Event bankruptcy to occur, and that I simply just realized that I lost all my hard-earned money off like that. Ooh, burned into smoke, swept under the rug, and the owner is evading all that by switching to lying the crown and running away with all that money. Let me tell you that. So yeah, I had a feeling that the owner feels off. I had a feeling that things were going down the hill in a slippery slope of madness, and that there's a lot of financial legal issues, legal concerns surrounding that the owner of Fandom Events, Lion the Crown, Joshua Wilson, Mustard Daddy, Con Daddy, owes a lot of money to all the staff, vendors, artists, to the contractors, to the hotel, to the city or something, based on all the events he is hosting, and he's running away by not taking responsibility from that old event, the old management event brand, and switching to a different brand, Lion and Crown, and restarting a new, fresh event in next year in 2027, getting away with all the money. And he's probably using all that stolen money to kickstart a new convention without paying back the vendors, the artists, the staff, and all that. And that's why he filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy, and that's what's going on right now. That's why I assume that's the current developing story of Fandom Events / Lion and Crown regarding all this ordeal here. That's what's going on. Of course, no other friends and no other peers are going to tell me the heart of it, like what's really going on. But I'm just telling you, that's what I'm able to ascertain, and I'm able to pick up based on ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and other testimonies from Reddit, other social media like Reddit, other commenters on Reddit, and surrounding staff members that are associated with that company. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just sharing all this information here. I want to say this. Well, who is texting me now? What the heck? What's the... Okay, so I'm just communicating. Okay, so a friend just reached out to me. One of my friends, Phil D. Nguyen, he just messaged me about this at 3:50 p.m. already. He just messaged me this already. Hey Ty, just let you know that Fandom Events Cons has been canceled after the con chairman get called out for his bad behavior and actions. Sorry, dude, not everyone is perfect. I'm gonna respond to this on here. Well, I want to address, he's basically hiding under a new brand name. Yeah, so I'm just responding to a friend here on the Facebook Messenger regarding that he did he just said this at 3:50 p.m. And yeah, I'm live streaming right now, so sorry if I'm mentioning your name, but hey, I'm doing my job here. I'm doing the right thing, keeping the community safe and keeping the convention attendees well informed so that your money will not be stolen or misused and such. But yeah, I'm communicating with my friend, and yeah, he said hi Ty, hey Ty, just let you know that Fandom Events cons has been canceled after the con chairman get called out for his bad behavior and actions. Sorry, dude, not everyone is perfect. And I responded, yes, I am streaming about this now. Well, I want to address he's basically hiding under a new brand name, Lion and Crown, and he responded, I see, that's good. Just do your best. You can go to Colossicon, Texas instead of Windbloom this year. Yeah, I might think of going to Colossicon, Texas. I do love water parks and I love that freedom of going swimming and all that. So I responded and stealing money from the attendees since the Windbloom early bird ticket for this year's Windbloom Festival 2026. I am strongly escalating this to stop the owner from getting away with it. And he responded, well, it is a good thing that I stopped going to those Fandom Events cons since April 2023, 3 years ago. So this is from, yeah, I'm sorry if I'm addressing you this. I'm sorry if you're watching my live stream right now and I'm like saying all this out loud, but I'm not hiding it because I'm a man and I want to do the right thing and bring all this to the light of justice, making sure that every convention are honoring the word or man of the words or keeping the words and acknowledging we the hardworking attendee customers are getting what we wanted. We paid for our tickets. We want to make sure that we get our tickets, our badges, our passes, and not for the owner or the chairman to rip us off and steal our money and then shut down that company brand and open up a brand new LLC company brand and trying to do the same thing over and over. And sorry, I burped. I just drink this just to give you a heads up. Just being me myself. So yeah, he followed up with something about Etsy Expo in Austin and their issues. Disorganized and unprofessional. Let me respond this. Yes, I agree. I had a sinking feeling that I knew the owner behind all those convention feels off. It feels shady. And I'm very disappointed about all this. For the owner to shut down and say he doesn't take responsibility for any debts, a new company brand logo called Lion and Crown just to avoid or evade responsibility, financial responsibility. From my understanding, he is in hot waters in some kind of a civil lawsuit because of that reason. It has to do with a financial legal issue that he owes a lot of money, and that's what I am understanding here. So yeah, Fandom Events. Sorry, I'm not trying to say fan sound like the ghost, but fandom. Oh, my grandma's calling me. Hello? Yeah, okay. All right. All right, that is my grandma. She called me while I'm on stream, but hey, I'm just being me myself. So I'm responding to a friend regarding Fandom Event, and I just let him know about that. I really wish people can be brave like me, try to stand up, and not delete their posts or anything. I'm not going to delete my live stream or any of my content calling out all these crooked behaviors and criminal behaviors or any form of theft or misconduct. You have to give me credit that at least I am trying to keep the community safe and let the attendees and customers well informed and made aware of so they don't lose their money for nothing and be calmed. Yeah, I'm just responding to my friend, and let me see. I might share this screenshot and just share this and forward this to to my wife and to our surrounding friends. Sorry that I have to take a screenshot about this. I don't know why people saying screenshot detected, but again, I'm just trying to share that. Alright, well, spreading the word. I already shared that, and yep, that's what's going on. So I let my friend know about all that, and that good thing I didn't spend my money on that. I didn't spend my money. I did not spend my money on that early bird ticket special for Wind Bloom Festival 2026. Ever since that's what's going on, since it was posted on August 26, 2025, around last year at the previous convention, I'm sad that the Genshin-inspired fandom is possibly canceled, or very likely canceled, called off, and all those that spend their money on the early bird ticket are now gone, and hopefully are in the process of getting refunded. But yeah, I'm just letting my friend know about that. So yeah, I let my friend know through the live stream and all that, and and I am making it very loud and clear of keeping the community safe and keeping our hard-earned money protected so that we do not lose our money through bad actors, scams, and swindles and theft. It's so retarded that the owner behind Fandom Event and Lion and Crown is doing something like this, sweeping it under the rug and probably trying to silence any posts like this. But hey, I'm already being overlooked. I feel like I'm overlooked. I'm a ninja. I'm invisible. I'm like the one that gets overlooked. I guess nobody's paying attention to me, so I'm able to speak all this freely. like 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 I'm like I can sweep undetected like a stealth jet or something. Like I'm naturally just a natural repellent being overlooked. Like nobody pretty much gonna pay a lot of attention to me. Like I'm the one that's very intelligent to gather all these information based on what I know. That I'm even already showing that I'm capable of using AI technology, and you can see that I'm able to learn somewhat quickly. But I am mentally slow, as in, well, I'm just gonna say I'm mentally retarded because I'm slow in preparedness. Like I'm slow like taking action, but I'm not retarded in anything that has to do with law and order and criminal behavior and all this. I understand right from wrong. And I can tell you it is wrong for the owner to elude owing money to the contractor, staff and vendors, artists, to all those he owed money to. I'm sure that is wrong to avoid not paying back the money. That is stealing money, that's theft, and using all that stolen money to open up a different company, Lion and Crown, and open up another event in 2027, Alt Life Expo or other Renaissance events related, and to try to steal more money and using that same money without paying them back is retarded, and that's definitely theft, stealing money, and deceptive, scamming, fraudulent behavior, shady bad business dealership, and that should be reported to the law enforcement, to the Better Business Bureau, to the authorities, to the city, to the local city authorities. And yeah, it should be processed and made public on court process or court findings or court legal procedures and all that. So yeah, as I was saying, there is also a real bankruptcy issue. Bankruptcy Observer summarizing PACER, PACER, federal court records reports that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas on January 30th, 2026. Case number 26-20026. And basically owes around maybe $1 million, so he owes that much money, it seems. It doesn't all the way prove fraud or crime, but it is a serious financial legal issue for anyone who paid for tickets, vendor space, artist tables, sponsorship, and other convention-related costs. As I posted there on my live stream right here and all that, that's what's going on. And again, if there is a new event like Alt Life Expo being discussed, the same rule applies before anyone attends. Sponsors, let me check the messenger. Oh, that's my wife. I just shared that on the TAG group chat. Shared that my friend said all that, and my wife just said, oh. Well, at least she knows now, and that she's been made a form of, and so has her surrounding friends and all that. I feel like we in the movie than the Mummy. Oh, okay. Yeah, my wife. Oh, it's already 4:04 p.m. Anyway, as I was saying, if there is a new event like Alt Life Expo being discussed, the same rule applies. Before anyone attends, sponsors, vends, performs, volunteers, models, or organizes around it, they should verify the legal operator, venue contract, refund policy, payment processor, safety policy, and written terms. Do not rely only on screenshots, rumors, or old ticketing pages. Ask for current written confirmation. And if something do feel off, if something feels off, shady, sketchy, confusing, conflicting, or it feels like either the organizer behind Lion and Crown or Alt Life Expo is being difficult, don't proceed and don't give your money to them. Or you're going to lose your money and you're going to be conned or scammed out of it. At least again, I was lucky enough that I did not purchase the Windbloom ticket for this year's Windbloom during the early bird ticketing deals, that special at a discount rate. Now it's not showing, and I'm pretty sure it would have been around almost $200 or something for the VIP Aristocrat ticket and general admission ticket for Windbloom Festival 2026. It would have been almost $100 or something for a 3-day. And I didn't buy it. I didn't give my money because I would have been scammed and I would have lose that money for nothing when the owner did file Chapter 7 bankruptcy and fled and changed different company brand to Lion and Crown just to avoid disputes and avoid all this money that he owed money to. Oh yeah, I would not be happy to hear that, and I would not be happy that I lost money all over that allegation and such. So yeah, I already had a feeling that he's very off, that the Fandom Events feels off and shady in some ways, and and aside from that, I don't feel acknowledged. I don't feel like I'm part of the family in any way. I don't feel like they are praising me enough for my hard work when I volunteered over there. I feel like I'm overlooked, and I don't like that. I deserve some fair reputation, praises, and a lot of credit for my contribution for trying to help keep the show running. You know, I spend a lot of money in travel, gas, wear and tear, maintenance, hotel, food and water. You know, I spend a fair share amount of money for this convention for Windbloom and HE Expo, only for the owner to just sweep it away, steal all that money, take all that money, and run away with it, stealing all that money that he owed a lot of money to. Come on, that is obviously death. That's so retarded. Oh my gosh, my heart is beating. So yes, my message is not harassment. I just want to be clear. Even if it feels harassment, I am sort of sorry. I'll apologize, but hey, I'm not doing anything wrong, just addressing this and doing the right thing, trying to prevent money from being stolen and misused for his own self-centered, selfish, egotistical purposes. I mean, if he's using all that for himself personally, that's stealing money, or what's that word? Embezzlement.
embezzlement. And if you excuse me, I'll be right back. I am going, oh my gosh, I am going to use the restroom and drink some more drink and stay hydrated, and I'm eventually going to get ready to pick up my wife from work. Oh, oh man, I forgot I have black tea right there. Oh, oh my feet. All right. So as I was saying again, new event. I will say this once more. New event like Alt Life Expo under Lion and Crown being discussed. Same rule applies. Before anyone attends, sponsored, vends, performs, volunteer models, or organizes around it, they should verify the legal operator, venue contract, refund policy, payment processor, safety policy, and written terms. Do not rely only on screenshots, rumors, or old ticketing pages. Ask for current written confirmation. And my message is not harassment. My message is consumer protection. If someone is a bad actor, dishonest organizer, scammer, or unsafe person, then the proper response is documentation, reporting, and facts. Keep screenshots, keep receipts, keep emails, keep ticket confirmations, keep vendor agreements. Report suspected fraud to proper consumer protection channels like law enforcement, FTCs, if money was taken under unclear or misleading circumstances. But do not threaten people, do not dox people, and do not make criminal claims unless there is verified legal proof. Well, I mean, already should be some legal proof. Now I want to revise that part. There should be some verified legal proof, as Bankruptcy Observer have already documented that Fandom Event LLC have already filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy. So it's already been mentioned, because I did do my research and on ChatGPT. It mentioned already about that. And the Beat did report that both Fandom Event and Lion and Crown is under the same ownership, which is Joshua Wilson or Josh Wilson. And few commenters here on Facebook have already mentioned about that. And so as my surrounding peers and friends have already been made aware of and already know about it. And I'm going to be the few to put it all out on the table as it is. I'm going to communicate it out all openly, and I'm already streaming this on my numerous previous live streams all about this. I was curious and wondering what happened to Windbloom Festival, why the website is down, why the website hasn't been updated, why there is no guest announcement for Windbloom Festival 2027, why there is no update on Etchi Expo San Antonio or San Marcos at the Embassy Suite Hotel, what's going on with Etchi Expo 2026, why is there no Etchi Expo, what is going on, and any other follow-up convention related to that for this year from now to the end of December. What's going on with Fandom Events? What the heck is all that about? I knew Kawaii Con, the horror theme, was discontinued, and I had a feeling that they didn't able to make a comeback. And I don't know what happened to Fort Smith Comic Con and then the Bomb City Comic Con hosted by Fandom Event. I don't know what's going on or the fate of all that. And yeah, that's what's going on with Fandom Event specifically and particularly. And now Windbloom 2026 is in the next 4 months. Now it feels defunct, and all the attendees that paid for the early bird ticket is left confused if the event will occur or not, if the event is happening or not. But one of my friends said that the Fandom Event convention is canceled, so basically Wind Bloom Festival 2026 is canceled, and I'm going to presume that, but take my word for it. I don't know whether you believe it or not. Take my word for it. And now what? Oh, okay. Just something about the Hawaii trip on the group chat. So yes, do not dox people and do not make criminal claims unless there is verified legal proof of it from court proceeding and law enforcement or from any other authorities, including the FTC and legal and the city too. The internet does not forget easily. Just a heads up. The internet does not forget easily. A public post can be deleted, but someone may have already screenshotted it, like myself, regarding that post made by Amari Polquet from March, since it was posted 8 weeks ago, since March 22nd, regarding the Denver area poly community, regarding the Fandom event in Lion and Crown, recently formed under the same ownership, Josh Wilson, basically saying that if anybody is associated with them, working for them or such, that he is a horrifically bad actor. Do not associate with him and such. And he did, and that post consented to being. Feel free to share, or by all means share the post and any information about it. And that's what I did. It said so, and I shared it. I don't know why it got deleted, but it got shared. I don't know why that the post that the user deleted it or feels scared, but I ain't scared because I'm not hurting anybody, and I am not going to enable theft, bad actors, scammers to continue scamming people and being a con artist, continuing to con the hardworking attendee customers that work hard for their money, working 8, 10, 11, 12 hours, 5 days a week or 4 days a week, long shift, working their butts off only to lose all that money to a con artist, to a theft, with bad, shady business dealership, bad business. That's not how it works. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how it works. You know, I don't like anybody stealing my hard-earned money, working after I work my butt off. What I'm doing, you know, driving, burning gas money, burning mileage. If I have to work at a W-2 job, I hate having to come into work early in the morning and working 10 hours. You know how stressful and tiring that is? And to add more fuel to the fire and add insult to injury, having my money get stolen by a crooked con artist. Yeah, a con artist. A crooked convention organizer that is trying to elude owing money to all the people that work for him by switching to a different company brand and trying to open up new convention under that company brand and saying, oh, I'm not responsible, I don't owe anybody money back. Nope. I don't like that's what LLC stands for, so there should be some lawsuits, precisely some strong lawsuits against that. Civil lawsuits and criminal lawsuits filed and documented, and all this should be documented by all the attendees that have spent money towards this organizer of Fandom Events / Lion and Crown. I would be the one to really try to go far to exercise my legal rights to get my money back if I spent money on this Wind Bloom Festival early ticket for this year's Wind Bloom Festival, but luckily I went through with it. I know that the convention isn't a necessity. It's a big fat want. You just go to have fun. You don't get anything in return. No return on investment. You don't get your money back. It's a waste of time, space, and money. I knew I didn't buy the early bird ticket for the general admission for Wind Bloom Festival 2026 or the VIP Aristocrats because I had a feeling that something like this would occur and people that have already spent their money, well, I feel bad for them, that they lost their money all for nothing, and now they're working hard to get their money back to get refunded. And what they can do is to create their content like what I'm doing, live stream it and call it out and speak their thoughts freely, and address this and say this is bad business. That is wrong, and they should not be doing that. Every convention owners know that this is public business and that their event are open to the public, being held at a convention center or within a hotel or in a public street,
It is open to the public, and when when you're trying to advertise and market, and you're selling your weekend badge, your pass for money, and it costs money, and you're trying to have customers or attendees pay for those badges, for those tickets, you should be giving them their weekend membership badge, the pass to wear around the neck, and you should continue running that event. That is proper business handling. And at the end, if you do owe money to the vendors, you should honor your promise and keep your word. Be a man of your word and pay them back the money. Don't keep money for yourself. And this is what's going on with almost every convention and almost politics here. It's all about greed. It's one of the, I think that's, in my opinion, is one of the deadliest sins is greed. And that is why if I want to produce my own anime, I know the risk, and I try to not try to keep the money for myself and not try to keep any profits or revenues. I really am a non-profit, and I am trying to do my best to make sure that I am fair with paying everyone that worked for me if I were to do something like that. I mean, this is the risk of running a convention. The biggest risk of running a business is you're going to get bad reviews, you're going to get mixed bags of criticisms, a lot of hate, insults, a lot of article being documented, a lot of documentation. You will get the press, you're going to get each content creator talking about you, talking about your business, and they will speak their mind freely, protected under the First Amendment rights and open door policy, if I would throw that in there too. Because I don't want anybody to feel mistreated or have their money stolen, swept under the rug, and while the organizer or the chairman is getting away with it. That's bad business right there. That's fraudulent behavior. And yeah, that's what's going on. I know I have to say this over and over, and I'm trying to make it very strong based on the post. So yeah, that's the update right now and what's going on with Fandom Event and the fate and the future of Wind Bloom Festival 2026. The internet does not forget easily. A public post can be deleted, but someone may have already screenshotted it, like me, myself, for example. A convention can advertise publicly, but content creators, vendors, attendees, and bloggers may review it publicly. A business can seek publicity, but publicity also brings scrutiny, or potential scrutiny, backlash, controversies, complaints, and criticisms. That is the risk of operating in public. So my conclusion is this. The Fandom Events and Lion and Crown situation remains publicly unclear and concerning. Windbloom says, or who's messaging? Oh, that's from my friend. Good luck on streaming it, Ty. Just believe in yourself. I'll give it a like. Alright, yeah, I just got a pop-up message on the messenger chat. So yeah, so my conclusion is this. The Fandom Events and Lion and Crown situation remains publicly unclear and concerning. Windbloom says it is proceeding, but Fandom Events says it is no longer producing future events. Pixar still shows Fandom Events related listings, including Alt Life Expo under Lion and Crown, but the details are not clear enough for me to call it fully verified. Public screenshots and Reddit comments show growing community distrust. Because of that, fans, vendors, artists, volunteers, and organizers should be careful before spending money or partnering with any connected event. Stay factual, stay professional, protect your money, verify the official operator, get everything in writing, and do not let excitement override common sense. Oh man, it's getting hot. Oh man. Alright, so again, I have the notes. Again, just gonna dig deep for the update, or the fresh update. Based since that post was posted 8 weeks ago, and that I saw on the search regarding Fandom Events. Here on Facebook, on the Facebook search engine regarding Fandom Event, HE Expo Windbloom. So once again, viewer discretion advised. Public commentary, consumer protection concerns, convention community concerns, and financial controversy discussed. This is a General Sunbeam Live /Solar News dun 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 dun, something like that. I don't know. I wish I can come up with a little introduction with my own with my own news commentary channel as a news reporter or news anchor, similar to ABC News, Fox News, CNN, and all that. Similar to Bill O'Reilly style news. But this is a General Sunbeam Live Solar News. Public awareness update regarding Fandom Events, Wind Bloom Festival 2026, Lion and Crown, ticket concerns, hotel concerns, vendor concerns, refund concerns, and public accountability in the anime, gaming, and fandom convention community and the internet culture. Based on the screenshots and public information, Wind Bloom by Fandom Events publicly promoted Wind Bloom 2026 on Facebook back on August 26, 2025. As I have shared on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble earlier, multiple times on my previous live stream, I have posted the links, I provided the hashtags, and it should be all on there. Documented, well documented. The post stated, "We can't wait to see you once again for Wind Bloom 2026, with the event listed for August 21 through 23, or August Friday the 21st through Sunday the 23rd, 2026." And it also stated that early bird tickets are available now through Tixar. All right, let me drink this. Drink some more cranberry raspberry from the HEB brand. 0 calories, 0 sugar, no sodium, no caffeine. All right, let's see. Does any? Oh, well. Oh. Okay. So yes. So the post stated, "We can't wait to see you once again for Wind Bloom 2026 with the event listed for August 21 through 23rd, 2026." And it also stated that early bird tickets are available now through Tixar. That matters because later public information shows a major change. Fandom Events official website now says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not be producing future events. The same public notice says, alright, who is messaging me now? What's on the messenger now? Okay, that's just regarding the 2026 Hawaii trip community post on the group chat. 4:25 p.m. Texas Central Daytime. 4:25 p.m. late afternoon. Boy. As I was saying, so now there's a major change. Fandom Events official website now says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not be producing future events. The same public notice says certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, were sold to Lion and Crown LLC. It also says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, obligations, refunds, vendor contracts, or past claims, which is very alarming, concerning, and a true sense of shady dealership, shady business right there. That sounds fraudulent and an act of theft, stealing the money of vendors, artists, and any contractors associated with Fandom Events. And that, what it clearly said all that, and that just sounds very, very elusive and dishonest, trying to run away with all that money. At the same time, Wind Bloom's official website says Wind Bloom 2026 has not been canceled and is proceeding as scheduled. However, the page also says no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorships are currently being accepted through that website. That creates a serious public confusion problem for attendees, vendors, artists, staff, volunteers, and hotel guests. Volunteers, hotel guests, and anyone who may have already spent money. Public bankruptcy listings. Public bankruptcy listings also show Fandom Events LLC connected to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy case filed on January 30, 2026. Public reporting has raised questions about a reported ownership connection between Fandom Events and Lion and Crown through Joshua Wilson. That does not automatically prove fraud, criminal guilt, or personal liability, but it does raise fair consumer trust questions, especially when early bird tickets were promoted before the shutdown and bankruptcy information became public. But it does raise fair consumer trust questions, especially when early bird tickets were promoted before the shutdown and bankruptcy information became public. I want to be very clear. This live stream is commentary, opinion, criticism, documentation, public awareness, and information as well, and news style discussion. And any use here, any links and all that is considered under fair use for that purposes. I'm not claiming any credit that I own the branding. Oh no, I do not own Fandom Events. Hey, no, oh no. This is all for education and awareness here, information. I am not claiming confirmed fraud, confirmed theft, confirmed criminal conduct, or confirmed cancellation unless official proof supports that claim. This is just based on me just spreading, again, awareness information, but again, I'm just saying what is public and what I can sort of confirm what's already been addressed and already been on the internet already. And just sounding the alarm again. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech, freedom of the press, peaceful assembly and petition, rights from government restriction. And again, I am anti-censorship. That does not mean people should harass, threaten, dox, or make knowingly false claims. It means people have the right to discuss public business concerns, ask fair questions, document public information, criticize unclear business practices, and warn others to protect their money, their hard-earned money. I do not believe in reckless call-outs, but I also do not believe in sweeping public complaints and alleged wrongdoing under the rug either. So again, I do not believe in reckless call-outs, but I also do not believe in sweeping public complaints and alleged wrongdoing under the rug. If attendees buy weekend badges, book hotels, pay vendor fees, apply for Artist Alley, travel, like by airplane or train, take time off work, or support a convention with their hard-earned money, they deserve clear answers. They deserve clear answers. The basic questions are simple. Who is legally operating Windbloom 2026 now? Who is responsible for that? Who is legally operating Windbloom 2026 now? Who is holding ticket money? Who is holding the attendees' ticket money when they purchase the early bird special, the early bird ticket since Windbloom, since last year for Windbloom Festival, since August 26, 2025, when that was posted? Who's holding the ticket now? Who's holding the ticket money? Are existing early bird tickets still valid? Are vendor and artist alley payments still valid? Who is responsible for refunds? Is the venue contract confirmed? If Fandom Events is shut down and Lion and Crown did not assume old obligations, who is responsible for attendees and vendors? And who is responsible for continuing Windbloom Festival 2026 since for those, the attendee customers that have purchased the early bird tickets since August 25th, 2025, not August 25th, I mean August 26th, 2025, when that was posted on the Windbloom Facebook page. When for those that purchased the early bird tickets for the weekend pass, the weekend badge, or the VIP weekend badge for Windbloom 2026 for in the next 4 months, who's going to continue that event and who's going to give out the ticket and print out the badge, the pass for those attendees that have paid for them, and for those that have booked the hotel at the same location as last year, 2024 and 2023, for Windbloom Festival convention event, owned and hosted by Fandom Events. What's going on about that? Who's going to take care of them? So yeah, if Fandom Events is shut down and Lion and Crown did not assume old obligations, who is responsible for attendees and vendors and their money they spent for the tickets and the vendor fees and tables? What's going on with that? What about that? Where's the solution to that? These are not harassment questions. These are normal consumer protection questions. And we, the attendee customers that spent money and booked the hotel, deserve to know that, have the right to know that. There are also public complaints and allegations circulating on Reddit, Discord groups, community forums, and shared documents about past Fandom Events related issues, including alleged non-payment, vendor concerns, staff concerns, contractor concerns, hotel/property concerns, and event management disputes. Reddit and social media are not court-proof, so I am treating those claims as public allegations and warning signs and substantial testimonies from these attendees and all those that have experiences from being there. So not final legal conclusions. A Reddit thread about Fandom Events shutdown includes public community complaints and speculation about the Lion and Crown transfer, but those comments should be handled carefully as allegations, not confirmed legal findings. My message is simple. Do not panic, but do not be careless. I know I said that numerous times already, multiple times, but do not panic, but do not be careless. If you bought tickets, book a hotel, pay for vendor space, apply for Artist Alley, sponsored the event, or made travel plans, save everything. Keep receipts or invoice, screenshots, emails, bank statements, credit card statements, or any form of transaction by your bank, debit card or credit, ticket confirmations, hotel cancellation terms, vendor agreements, and official messages. If you believe you were misled, overcharged, denied a refund, or financially harmed, consider contacting your bank or a card issuer. Consider contacting your bank or card issuer. Try to get your charge back in some ways. Ticket platform, hotel, venue, or proper consumer protection agency. See something, say something. Document responsibly, report properly, protect your money, protect your safety, protect the community. And once again, good day to everyone watching. For those watching watching this live stream here on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, or Twitch, I want to continue this live stream with two major topics. First, the Fandom Events. Once again, digging the same hole, repeating and reiterating. So first, the Fandom Events / Lion and Crown and Windbloom situation. Second, the current political and economic news affecting people in the United States, especially gas prices and international conflict. Starting with Fandom Events and Windbloom. The situation is still confusing from a public customer point of view. The official Fandom Events website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. That is the most important confirmed public statement. At the same time, the Windbloom website says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. It also says the previous entity connected to the website is no longer operating and that certain event name and branding assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction. That means the event is presented as still moving forward, but the public still needs clearer answers about who is legally running it, who holds ticket money, who signed the venue contract, and who is responsible for refunds. The Tixar page adds more confusion because it still has a Fandom Events group page. That Tixar page describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still lists Windbloom 2026 and Windbloom Exhibitors 2026 under that group. This matters because Fandom Events' own site says it is not producing future events or accepting ticket purchases, vendor applications, sponsorships, or registrations. So from a regular customer's point of view, the message looked mixed. One page says Fandom Events is done. Another page still shows Fandom Events branding tied to Windbloom related listings. There is also a real bankruptcy issue. Bankruptcy Observer summarizing PACER, P-A-C-E-R, Federal Court reports that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas on January 30th, 2026. Case number 26-20026. It lists assets between $0 and $100,000 or $100,000 and liabilities between $101,000 or $101,000 and $1 million. In basic language, that means the company may owe more than it has available. That does not automatically prove fraud or crime, but it is a serious financial legal issue for anyone who paid for tickets, vendor space, artist tables, sponsorship, or other convention-related costs. An LLC means limited liability company. In simple terms, an LLC is a business structure that can protect the owner's personal assets in many situations if the business faces debts, bankruptcy, or lawsuits. The U.S. Small Business Administration explains that LLCs can protect owners from personal liability in most instances, but the details depend on the law and the facts. So an LLC is legal by itself, but people can still question how it is being used when customers, vendors, or creditors feel left behind. The Beat reported that Fandom Events was a Texas-based company behind events such as OkiCon, Expo, Windbloom, and other anime-themed events. That article also reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Joshua Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The Beat did not make a court ruling or criminal finding, but it did say the situation looked concerning and compared it to a possible start a new LLC and transfer assets while shutting down the old one type of maneuver. That is public media commentary, not a legal conviction. So I will keep my wording careful. I cannot guarantee that. From the screenshots I have one public comment says, Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. He sold Fandom to himself under a new name. I am quoting that as a public comment claim, not as a proven court finding. The stronger confirmed facts are still the official Fandom Events shutdown statement. The Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the bankruptcy filing, and the public reporting from the Beat. Reddit discussion also shows strong public frustration. The original Reddit post said Fandom Events operated Expo, Anime Onsan, OkiCon, and other events, and added, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they had to cancel. Other Reddit comments made stronger accusations and complaints, but those should be treated as public testimony, not verified legal proof. Reddit can be useful as a warning signal, but it is not the same as court evidence. So my message to viewers, to all you audience and viewers, is simple. If you already bought a Windbloom 2026 badge during the early bird ticket special at that time, vendor table, artist table, or hotel reservation, check everything now. Keep screenshots, receipts, emails, payment confirmations, and refund policies. And ask who is legally operating Windbloom 2026. Ask whether tickets are still valid. Ask who is responsible for refunds. Ask whether the venue contract is confirmed. Ask whether Tixar is authorized under the current operator. These are fair consumer protection questions, not harassment.
Oh man, I'm feeling hot. Oh man, it's hot and sweaty. Dang, things are heating up here. Ugh. All right. So yeah, these are fair consumer protection questions, not harassment. Now shifting into current political news and gas prices. Politics is directly affecting everyday life. Okay, I'm already read all this. Sorry if I'm repeating this over and over on my previous live stream and on this live stream, but I guess I have already said this so many times. So I'll just say this again to wrap this part up. Fandom Events says it is shut down. Windbloom says it is still proceeding. Tixar still shows Fandom Events related listings. Bankruptcy records show a Chapter 7 case. Public comments and Reddit discussions show people are concerned. Gas prices are high. Oil markets are reacting to Iran. Trump's China summit affects global trade and diplomacy. All of this is connected through politics, money, and public accountability. That is why I keep saying stay informed, document everything, ask questions, and protect your hard-earned money. Alright, so I'm going to reiterate once more again. So viewer discretion is advised. This live stream discusses politics, public business concerns, convention controversy, online privacy, social media criticism, and public accountability. This is commentary based on public information, screenshots, official websites, reporting, and public discussion. I am not encouraging harassment, doxing, threats, stalking, being a creep, or mob behavior, or any form of violence. Again, what I'm doing here is just speaking my mind, communicating, addressing this, broadcasting this live, exercising First Amendment rights, freedom of speech and all that, and open door policy. So I'm not encouraging all these violent acts. No, I do not want to see. I don't throw hands, and I don't want to see anybody throwing hands here. So I am speaking as a content creator, documenting public topics, and I will separate confirmed facts from allegations, opinions, and unverified testimony to the best of my abilities, but I cannot guarantee that. So once again, good day to everyone watching this live stream or YouTube, Rumble, or Twitch, or any other live stream that I'm broadcasting. So thank you for watching, and thank you for subscribing, following me. So again, good day to everyone. Hope you're doing okay. Hope life treating you well. It's hot. It's warm here. It is almost 5 p.m. and it's Friday. Thank goodness it's Friday. It's the weekend. This is Ty Mant Nguyen. Ty Mant Nguyen, Ty M. Nguyen, also known online as General Sunbeam. I want to give you a current update on politics, gas prices, international news, and convention community concerns involving Fandom Events, Etsy Expo, Windbloom Festival, Lion and Crown, and Kawawakon. Starting with politics and the current news cycle. President Donald Trump's China visit remains one of the biggest international stories. AP reported that Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping discussed Taiwan, trade, technology, Iran, oil, nuclear issues, and possible U.S.-China business deals. Trump also said he is undecided on a major Taiwan arms sale. This matters because U.S.-China relations affect trade, imports, technology, jobs, prices, and world stability. The Iran crisis is also affecting the economy and gas prices. Reuters reported that oil prices rose more than 3% because of renewed fears around U.S.-Iran conflict, shipping risk, and instability around the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude was reported near $109 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate was reported around $105 per barrel. That
that connects directly to the cost of fuel, trucking, food delivery, shipping, groceries, and daily cost of living. AAA or AAA currently lists the national average for regular gas at 4.528 as of May 15, 2026. Texas is lower than the national average, but still expensive with regular gas listed at 3.996 statewide. California is much higher at 6.142. Again, California is much higher at 6.142. So when people say politics does not matter, gas prices prove otherwise at the pump. You can see it for yourself when you drive. You take a picture of the gas station, you take a picture of the gas price, and post it on Facebook here, on YouTube, or make a content out of it, like what I'm doing. I'm live streaming all this. You can do all that, and it shows that politics does affect me, it affects you, it affects the everyday life of people here. And I hated that. I hated it so much. Alright, so foreign policy, energy policy, war, shipping, and inflation can all show up at the pump, pretty much. Another domestic political story is Texas redistricting. AP reported that the Texas Supreme Court rejected an attempt by Governor Greg Abbott and state Republicans to remove Democratic lawmakers who left the state during a 2025 redistricting fight. That is a reminder that politics is not only presidential speeches, it is also district maps, voting power, state government representation, and who controls the rules. Internationally, Ukraine remains under heavy attack. AP and Reuters reported major Russian drone and missile attacks against Ukraine, including damage to civilian areas and infrastructure. This war continues to affect lives, military spending, global diplomacy, food markets, and international security. Now shifting to conventions and public fandom events. Conventions are fun, but they are still public-facing businesses. They sell badges, vendor spaces, artist tables, sponsorships, hotel blocks, guest appearances, and public experiences. That means they can be reviewed, documented, live streamed, criticized, praised, recorded, and discussed by attendees, vendors, artists, bloggers, journalists, critics, and content creators like myself, and any other people that just pass by. To be clear, a convention being open to the general public does not mean people can ignore venue rules, privacy rules, or event policies. If an event has filming rules, photo rules, press rules, or no recording areas, those should be respected. But if a business publicly advertises tickets, guests, vendors, events, schedules, and branding, then it should expect public attention. Yeah, public attention. Public reviews and public accountability. For Fandom Events, the official website says Fandom Events LLC has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also says that on January 26, 2026, Fandom Events sold certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, to Lion and Crown LLC. The same page says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, liabilities, refunds, vendor contracts, or past obligations. That is why people are confused about Windbloom Festival 2026. The Windbloom website says Windbloom is proceeding as scheduled and has not been canceled. But the same page also says the previous entity associated with the website is no longer operating, that certain event name and branding assets were transferred in an asset-only transaction, and that no ticket sales, vendor applications, registrations, or sponsorships are currently being accepted through that website. The Tixar page adds to the confusion because the Fandom Events group page still describes Fandom Events LLC as an event management company and still shows listings such as Windbloom 2026 and Windbloom Exhibitors 2026. That creates a public mismatch. Public Fandom Events Sorry. Fandom Events says it is done. Windbloom says it is proceeding, and Tixar still shows Fandom Events related listings. The bankruptcy issue is also serious. Bankruptcy Observer, summarizing Pacer federal court records, reports that Fandom Events LLC filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas on January 30th, 2026 under case number 26-226. It lists assets between $0 and $100,000 or $100,000 and liabilities between $101,000 and $1 million. That does not automatically prove fraud or criminal guilt, but it is a major financial warning sign for attendees, vendors, artists, staff, and anyone who paid money. The Beat reported that Fandom Events was tied to events such as OkiCon, HE Expo, Windbloom, Anime Lovebach, Anime Onsen, and others like Bomb City Comic Con, Fort Smith Comic Con, Midis Anime, New Mexico Anime, and maybe other related anime convention, or Hawaii Con, the anime horror theme convention. And there is a workout, like a gym workout, called the Power Up, Level Up convention or something, probably another Comic Con. But yeah, it's all hosted under the same roof of Fandom Events. So yeah, the Beat also reported that a Texas business registry showed Lion and Crown was owned by Joshua Wilson, who was also identified as the owner of Fandom Events. The article was careful not to make a final legal judgment, but it described the structure as concerning. On Reddit, one user wrote, I knew they were in trouble considering how many events they had to cancel. Another comment said that the cons were run so badly overall, and the volunteer staff were treated poorly. Yeah, I was treated poorly, I guess. I was given a freaking Friday badge and not a proper volunteer badge when I was working at Windbloom or HE Expo. I know I was a volunteer at one of those conventions, or both of those conventions, over the years. I think one time at each. But I wasn't given a proper volunteer badge. I was given a typical attendee Friday badge, and I felt so mistreated in a sense. I mean, I worked very hard. I did what I was told, and I listened to my superiors. I deserved to be treated and treated better and given better. I mean, at least I was fed. I was given that. I was properly fed with water and food. I'm glad, but if they really did treat their volunteers that poorly and not feed them and such for their hard work, yeah, that should be added to the problem, aside from theft, stealing money, and being dishonest in general, and exercising bad business practice. That is so retarded. So yeah, another comment said the cons were run so badly overall and the volunteer staff were treated poorly. I am quoting those as public Reddit testimony, not as court-proven facts. Reddit comments can be warning signs, but they are not the same as official evidence. A public comment shown in my screenshot also claimed Lion and Crown is no other than Josh Wilson. And that public comment presented in one of my Facebook posts is one of the one that was associated with Fandom Event as a staff in probably the Renaissance Fair event. Actually, I forgot there is a Renaissance Fair event in Abilene, Texas, probably from northwest on this side here, on my left hand side from the northwest past Killeen. So the Renaissance Fair convention, there is a Renaissance Fair event hosted by Fandom Event as well, and I think the husband and the wife of that team, the Halcyon Nights, that are the married couple. So the commenter that posted is Kayla Johnson, Caela, Kayla Johnson, who posted and shared that screenshot. So that public comment was her, that Facebook user, showing one of my open public Facebook posts about all this, showing in my screenshots. Also claimed that Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. Again, I am treating that as a public comment claim, not a legal conclusion by itself. But again, that is substantial proof added to the testimony. You can add that testimony as a part of the whole case as a whole. But I'm addressing that out openly, publicly. So it was one of the users that is associated with Fandom Event, pretty much at the Renaissance Fair in Abilene, Texas. And it's probably the group called the Halcyon Knights. That does LARP, live action role play, and all that. From my understanding, they are associated with Fandom Event, or used to, I guess. So Lion and Crown is none other than Josh Wilson. Again, I am treating that as a public comment claim, not a legal conclusion by itself. The stronger public facts are the official Fandom Events shutdown statement, the Windbloom status page, the Tixar listing mismatch, the bankruptcy filing, and the Beats reporting. For Kawawakan and Beach episode, I searched for reliable indexed web information in this session, but I could not confirm clean official details from search results. So I would not state dates, location, ownership, or event status as verified unless it comes directly from Kawawakan's official website, official social media, ticketing page, listing, venue listing, or a reliable event calendar. The safe way to say it is Kawawakan appears to be separate from Fandom Events unless clear evidence proves otherwise, but attendees should still verify the operator, location, date, refund policy, hotel details, and ticket terms before spending money. The general rule for any convention is simple. Before buying a badge, vendor table, hotel room, or travel plan, ask who is legally operating the event, who is responsible for refunds, whether the venue contract is confirmed, whether the ticketing platform is authorized, and whether vendors, neighbors on right of something, I don't know, I'm getting a random text all of a sudden. Whether the ticketing platform is authorized and whether vendors and artists have written terms. If the event is real and stable, those questions should be easy to answer. I also want to make an important privacy point. Alright, regarding the privacy point, if you become a model, cosplayer, a streamer, public figure, celebrity figure, influencer, vendor, organizer, convention guest, or online content creator like myself, your public image can be saved, screenshotted, reposted, clipped, criticized, praised, archived, and discussed at will. That is the reality of the internet. What I call the wrath of the internet. Once something is public, it can spread quickly like wildfires. So once again, I want to make an important privacy point regarding your additional footprints. If you care about your online privacy here, very much don't be like me, because I am showing my whole identity here. I'm showing my face, I got my feet up, I'm not hiding anything here. So regarding privacy point, if you become a model, cosplayer, streamer, public figure, celebrity figure, influencer, vendor, organizer, convention guest, if you become the president of something or the face of something, or online creator, your public image can be saved, screenshot, reposted, clipped, criticized, praised, archived, and discussed, or be like a lol, and be turned into a meme or such. That is the reality of the internet. Once something is public, it can spread quickly like wildfires. But that does not mean anyone consents to harassment, stalking, doxing, blackmail, impersonation, deepfakes, or threats, or even violence and harm. Public exposure increases risk. Just a clear heads up. Public exposure increases risk, but abuse is still wrong. If someone cares about additional privacy, they should use strong privacy settings or be like my family and don't use Facebook. Do not create a Facebook account. Do not create a Twitter X account. Do not create a YouTube account. Do not create a Rumble account. Don't create any social media. Don't post a picture of yourself, your public image. Don't be a model. Don't be a live streamer or a content creator like what I'm doing. And don't basically take a picture of your selfie and post it on Facebook to either to the general public or to your selected friends. Because even you send it to your friends and you have a large amount of friends on your friend list, let's say 5,000 friends, how many of those is going to leak your image anyway? How many of those is going to save that image and post it elsewhere? That's the real question. How trustworthy are your friends are willing to not disclose that or not save that image of yours and not put it on a magazine or share on a live stream or broadcast it or any way? Well, think about that. Even sharing it to your friends is considered public. If your friends are willing to not leak it or save it for their own hard drive and then post it on different social media on the website, it will get leaked out. It will eventually get leaked out. And I will know because I will eventually find out. I mean, there's a term called viral, and I would know because I would trace how I would trace to that viral to the origin. If I somehow go viral or go big or gain serious momentum or gain serious traction, again going viral, I will know. I will find out leading to that original post that got me going viral. I'll find out. So I just want to let you know, viewers and audience and the general public of the social media internet, I will find out if I somehow go viral. Well, I do appreciate going viral. I do appreciate the amount of attention and going big and being well known. I mean, I am a mid-profile person. I already knew the risk of that. Me exposing myself like this, live stream and creating video content on YouTube and other social media platforms, I know the risk of exposure and that people will use this as fair use in their YouTube content and all that. So yeah, public exposure increases risk, but abuse is still wrong. If someone cares about digital privacy, they should use strong privacy settings, avoid posting sensitive personal information, separate public branding from private life, and think carefully before sharing images, addresses, family details, travel plans, or financial information. As a content creator, I myself understand that my own public identity can be screenshotted, criticized, misunderstood, or misused, such as deepfake, Photoshop to be memed or turned into a locale, to be parodied and such. Like that is what's going on with all top government figures, especially the President of the United States, the POTUS. The POTUS is heavily been deepfaked, being marginalized, are being used for parody purposes. There have been a lot of stolen images of the POTUS and the previous president and all that. I've seen that on YouTube, and I've seen a lot of that being turned into meme and all that. So yeah, that's one big example of the wrap of the internet right there. So as a content creator, I myself understand that my own public identity can be screenshotted, criticized, misunderstood, impersonated, misused, or deepfake, potentially being blackmailed, and all that. I know the risk. That is part of the risk of being online and active. But I still choose to document, live stream, speak, and build my platform because I believe in public discussion matters. So my closing point is this. Conventions can still be fun, but they are still businesses. Politics can feel exhausting, but it affects gas prices, money, economics, travel, safety, and daily life. In everyday life people, like myself. Public figures can seek publicity. Again, public figures or celebrity figures can seek publicity, but publicity also brings scrutiny, potential scrutiny, backlash, controversies, heat, problems, and potential threats, intimidations, and stalking or stalking behaviors from obsessive fans and such. If an event takes money from the public, it should be ready for public review. If a company shuts down while another related event appears to continue, people have the right to ask questions, inquire about it. This is not about attacking fandom. This is about protecting fans, artists, vendors, volunteers, attendees, and hard-earned money. Stay informed, keep receipts, keep invoice, document everything, verify official sources, avoid harassment, avoid spreading misinformation and targeting the wrong crowd, like the innocents. Respect privacy and ask clear questions before spending money. And I'll be right back. Oh my God, I probably should get ready and head out to hang out with my wife. I pick up my wife from work. I'll be right back. Ooh, it's so hot. I don't know what degrees it is or how hot it is. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's about to be 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Partly sunny, so it's 87 degrees precisely here. 5:10 p.m. And again, today is Friday, May 15, 2026. Here local time. Again, thank you for all the viewers watching. For any current viewers, right now I have no current viewers and no comments. 2 likes. Thank you for the 2 likes, and thank you for sharing or reposting. I appreciate for sharing this for publicity and all that. So once again, viewer discretion is advised. I am speaking as a content creator, commentator, and public observer. This segment discusses public business concerns, convention events, politics, gas prices, social media posts, and public allegations. I am not encouraging harassment, doxing, threats, stalking, creepy, or mob behavior. I am also not declaring anyone criminally guilty unless there is a solid verified legal source, law enforcement statement, or court record. I am speaking from public information, screenshots, official websites, and public reporting. Anything that can be ascertained as public knowledge on the internet, and from other social media related sources like Reddit, 4chan, VK, or any other international social media discussion about all this said subject topic. And again, viewer discretion is advised for political insensitivity, and I'm just communicating this openly to all hear and see. So once again, good day to everyone watching. I want to provide an update regarding Fandom Events, Lion and Crown, Wind Boom Festival, and a newer concern being discussed around Alt Life Expo 2027. I also want to be clear that if a public post is deleted, a screenshot may still exist as documentation. Like I actually screenshotted that and took a picture of it. That is part of the reality of the internet. Once something is posted publicly, people can screenshot it, save it, share it, discuss it, or use it as a record of what was publicly said as fair use. The screenshot I have shows a public Facebook style post warning the Denver area poly community and event organizers about Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, and Josh Wilson. The post claims that people should be cautious about working with or attending events connected to Fandom Events or Lion and Crown. It also mentions Alt Life Expo 2027. I want to be careful here. That post appears to be public testimony or public opinion, not a court ruling. If the post was deleted, the screenshot still documents that
that the post existed, but it does not automatically prove every claim inside the post. And I'll just leave it off there because it's 5:12 and I should get ready to pick up my wife from work. Thank goodness it's Friday, and I'm gonna end this live stream on Facebook, and maybe I should go ahead and end the live stream on YouTube, Reddit, and Twitch. So thank you for viewing. Thank you for following me on Facebook, Rumble, Instagram, and YouTube. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. I am General Sunbeam. One word, one big word, GS, General Sunbeam. Sunbeam072 on Twitch. So I appreciate the follows and thank you for hearing me out from start to finish. And again, I will continue talking about any updates, or I'll gather any information, any ongoing developing story information regarding Fandom Events / Lion and Crown, the owner, Josh Wilson, and any of those still associated with Fandom Events / Lion and Crown. Remember to get your money back, and be careful where you spend your money, your hard-earned money, because tickets, like any convention tickets, are non-refundable. I want to make that clear. So just be careful not to get duped or be conned by con artists or scammed from scammers and fraudulent, bad business behaviors. And this is your boy, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan. Peace. And again, I'll be continuing to live stream later on. So just a heads up. Three. All right, 3, 2, 1. We're live streaming on Facebook, and I am still live streaming. Testing, mic check, testing. All right, there you go. So we're still live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. Again, providing concrete facts, solid facts, no opinions, and all that. Everything is based on what I can ascertain and what I can gather on the general public of the internet. Tickets. All right, gonna post these links just for transparency, based on what I can ascertain again. All right. All right, so okay, time to get to the point. So I posted some few comments coming from me. So again, exercising First Amendment and content disclaimer, viewer discretion is advised. This content may include mature themes, discussions, or commentary intended for adult audiences, 18 plus. Viewer discretion is strongly recommended. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including freedom of speech, expression, and press media production. So once again, mature content warning for political insensitivity, discussion talks, especially regarding conventions and any convention that have been politicalized, agreement, disagreement, backlashes, controversies, all that, all the hate and negative discussions. Again, this is very serious. This is serious voodoo here. And also I want to give a heads up to all the viewers watching. So again, viewer discretion is advised. I'm currently wearing no shirt. I'm not wearing any shirt. No shoes, so I'm barefooted. Gonna be some foot focused, foot centric, and just shirtless summer talk here. Me wearing my shorts, again PG-13, again just some foot centric content and serious discussion. And just maybe a short live stream on Facebook. Again, just trying to provide updates, sounding the alarm, and giving the general public of the internet and all the social media viewers update regarding convention. So in political matter and politics, what the politics discussion and vlog talks, this politics talk is going to be about Wind Bloom under Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, the same ownership behind Fandom Events / Lion Crown. I'm able to gather every document, and based on what I heard and read, I'll read it again. So again, exercising First Amendment rights and speaking my mind, open door policy. And again, I'm currently shirtless and barefooted. Gonna kick my feet on the desk and open up the camera. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right. So hello, viewers and audience. It's your boy General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Titan, Sunbeam 007, and Sunbeam 072 on Twitch. I'm still live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. Been going AFK. Been doing my lunch drop gig. Spending time with my family. Taking care of my car maintenance, keeping my vehicle in check, and changing out the license plate sticker. Renewing my license plate sticker. So now it has been updated. Cost almost $100 something. But it costs money. Everything is getting expensive, especially with the gas price going up. Or going up and down, fluctuating up and down. Same thing with convention. That's what I'm here to talk about. Fandom Events, Lion and Crown LLC, the ownership behind Etchi Expo, Wind Bloom, Anime Texas, Anime Osan, or all these conventions within the same branch or the same wing as Fandom Events / Lion Crown. And I'm here to speak my thoughts, speak openly, transparently, and provide what I know. Again, knowledge is power. And you cannot erase that. You can't erase what people have already learned and known. And I've been this intelligent. I'm not retarded or ignorant when it comes to law and order and understanding right from wrong. But I am retarded mentally, intellectually, because I'm slow. But when it comes to law and understanding legal rights and legal matters, I am not that retarded. But let's get on to it. I want to read. So I'm going to reread again. I want to reread here again. So once again, viewer discretion advised. Mature, political, and sensitive topics discussed. Welcome to General Sunbeam Live / Solar News. This is take 3, part 3 of the continuing public commentary stream about Fandom Events / Lion Crown LLC. Wind Bloom Festival 2026, or the upcoming future Wind Bloom Festival 2026 in the next 4 months, and any related convention that's also coming up. Convention planning, ticket concerns, hotel concerns, vendor concerns, and public accountability in the anime, gaming, and fandom convention community in the ACCC. This is not brand new breaking news. Concerns about fandom events have been discussed before, including older community call-outs and public discussion documents going back around 2023. This was the time, this is Fandom Events, Etchi Expo, the cosplay prom, or the cosplay gala. There have been discussions about that before, which led to the creation of the Kimochi Con, or the Waifu Expo, by one of their staff members. I'm not sure how they had the money to open up a Waifu Expo. I don't know how much it costs to run a convention, but I got AI, like I got ChatGPT and Gemini that can help me lead to it, but I am not really interested in running my own convention as an organizer. I mean, going through all this backlash here, all these politically insensitive conventions are so politicalized. It's all in hot waters. I mean, this is the risk of what's running a convention. I can tell you that much. You're faced and you're going to be suffering potential backlash, controversies, all these heated, hot water debates and hate and bad reviews and critics. Oh, I'm one of those people. You know, I'm a content creator, a streamer, and I'm blogging about this right now. But, but I'm gonna continue. So again, it ain't a brand new breaking news. It's like a developing story. It has been like this, and it's been ongoing. I heard about this controversy since 2023. Something about the owners has to do with financial burden and financial struggles and cheating off the vendor money or something. But again, that's what I heard and that's what I read. But I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to continue on. So including older community callouts and public discussion documents going back around 2023. Now with Fandom Events publicly stating that it has ceased operations and Windbloom 2026 still showing confusing public information. I want to continue the discussion in a clear, documented, and responsible way. Once again, exercising First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, media, and documenting and recording this is protected under First Amendment. So I cannot be lawsuit. I cannot be sued for speaking my mind and documenting this, creating an actual transparent facts, warning the hard-earned attendees, the customer, we the customer attendees, spending our hard-earned money, working 9 to 5, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, to pay to support these conventions, only for the owner or the chairman to cheat off the hard-earned attendees' money, to steal their money. That's theft. Especially that the price running so many conventions that their tickets are so pricey, expensive. It feels so inflated. It's just sad. But I really want to get that off my chest and speak my mind about that and call that out for what it is. That's theft. That's scamming, that's deceptive, that's dishonest, bad business practice. But, again, with the Fandom Events publicly stating that it has ceased operations according to the Fandom Event official websites, and Windbloom 2026 still showing confusing public information without any updates or announcement from the original owners themselves. I want to continue the discussion in a clear, documented, and responsible way. I am not here to encourage harassment, doxing, threats, or personal attacks. The purpose of this live stream and any of my previous live stream and content and even all my posts on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and any other social media across the general public of the internet coming from me is to discuss public information, ask fair questions, protect attendees from having their money stolen and not getting what they wanted in return, and remind people to check their money, check their banks, money, tickets, hotel bookings, vendor payments, travel plans, and refund options. If you bought an early bird ticket, booked a hotel, paid for vendor space, volunteered, staffed, or made travel plans connected to Windbloom Festival 2026 and or Fandom Events or any related convention, please review everything carefully. Check your ticket confirmation, hotel cancellation deadlines, refund policy, bank statement, vendor agreement, and travel terms. If you are unsure and still have a refundable option, consider protecting your money before the deadline passes. As customers, attendees, vendors, volunteers, and staff, people deserve clear answers when a public event takes their hard-earned money. That makes sense. Conventions are expensive. People work long hours, pay bills, and still try to support the community. Attendees are one of the main reasons conventions stay alive, so transparency matters. Or in other words, we, the attendees, the customer, spend $100, almost $100, $150, $175, almost $200 for a 3-day weekend pass, Friday through Sunday, to attend your show, to go to your convention, to go see the panels, to support your events. We, the hard-earned attendees, deserve a clear answer, a proper answer on what's going on to make sure we don't lose our money. We work hard for our money, having to work 9 to 5, W-2 job, working 8 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, 5 days a week. It's backbreaking, it's strenuous, it's frustrating, it's stress, and you know it's just as stressful as all the chairmen and the organizers of every convention, of all things cons and events and public events, having to work their butt off to put on a good show for the attendees. But the attendees are the one that keeps every of the events, all of your events, all the events, conventions, busy, to keep on recurring, to happen again. I mean, that's what happened to Acon. Acon, you know, it got too expensive, too pricey. They closed its doors at the end of the road. And Ushicon, with the previous ownership, they closed it. They said it's the end of the road because they didn't have enough money and don't have enough support. It was under a different ownership. So convention that has to do with financial burdens or financial struggles, they close their doors, or that's the end of the road because they don't have enough attendees backing them, plus the COVID-19 and the, all the financial strains caused by COVID-19, lack of attendee supports. But here with Fandom Events, this is a more of a legal matter, a legal concern from what I heard, that has to do with one of the 7 deadly sins, greed and pride. The owner is greedy. It's all about the money for himself, and he doesn't really care about the vendors or the attendees. Well, that's what I heard or read on a Google document. It was from a forum, or not on a forum, yeah, well, particularly on a forum, but on a Discord group chat, on a Discord server, where one of the attendees or one of the insiders that have served or been to Etchi Expo or several of their convention events hosted by Fandom Events, serving as a vendor, and they have provided full details and showed a lot of text and written text from the owners, from the Fandom Event owners on Twitter, X, Instagram, Facebook, maybe YouTube. A few of those social medias that have to do with text, like Instagram and Twitter X, the most, where you can see all that. They showed a lot of those that have to do with greed and pride and egomaniacism from the owner behind Fandom Event and all the branches of the conventions. But again, but yes, I'll repeat again, if you bought an early bird ticket, book a hotel, paid for your vendor space, volunteered staff, or made travel plans connected to Windbloom Festival 2026, Fandom Events, or any related conventions, or even upcoming conventions after Windbloom of this year, make sure to please review everything carefully. Check your ticket confirmation, hotel cancellation deadline, refund policy, bank statement, credit card statement, vendor agreement, and travel terms. If you are unsure and still have a refundable option, consider protecting your money before the deadline passes. We, the attendees, deserve to have answers, clear and proper, transparent answers of what the heck is going on. And I cannot stress this enough. It's luckily that I did not purchase the early bird for Windbloom 2026. I would have gone for it. I would have gone for it, but I would have lost my money. I would have been scammed. I would have been conned by the owner of Fandom Events / Lion Crown LLC. And it's shocking that the owner, the organizer, the chairman, the founder, the owner would do something like that. I mean, I want to call out for what it is, because I don't want to lose my hard-earned money. I don't want to work my butt off and breaking my back and injuring my feet or suffering a heat stroke, working 12 hours just to lose $200 or $300 for a 3-day pass, only for the convention to have legal trouble, stealing money from the vendors and artists or such, trying to have sap all that money for themselves. That's theft. That's stealing money from the hard-earned attendees, vendors, artists. I don't even know what it's like to be a chairman or an organizer running the convention as the king. But it felt very greedy, very shady, and very egotistical and prideful. Because I know that I seen the owner, especially at Etchi Expo, wearing the crown, and act like the king, like he's the king, the boss, the big head honcho of Etchi Expo. I mean, that's what I said when I was there at Etchi Expo from 2023, 2024, and not 2025, but I was at Windbloom for 3 years when it was held at the Hampton Inn Hotel Inn at Mesquite, Texas, near Dallas, and I was at the Windbloom first year in 2022 at the Embassy Suite Hotel in Frisco, Texas. And we were there, me, my wife, and maybe another friend, Maris Mackay, was there. And we met Echo Eagle, Echo Geo there in 2023 and 2024 or 2025 for Windbloom in the Hampton Inn Mesquite Hotel. And we were there. We all had a great time. And it's kind of sad when we have a great time. We try to have a good time, go into panels and avoid drama and avoid trouble. But behind the scenes, business-wise, it is very sad and heartbreaking and heartbrokening that the owner of Fandom Events slash Lion Crown LLC to scam the hard-earned money of the vendors, artists, let me see again, vendor artists, and those that purchase tables or purchase anything from them, including we the attendees, spending money on the 3-day weekend passes. And then we have to pay for the hotel and for those and pay for gas to keep the vehicles, gas, vehicle maintenance, airplane travel. You know how much it costs, even food and water, basic necessities. It costs a lot of money, almost $1,000 total, or about almost a grand total just to go attend a convention, a 3-day weekend convention, without nothing in return, no return on investments, all for a big fat want. To meet the voice actors, meet the celebrity figures, all that. Only for the chairman or the organizer of Fandom Events just to steal your money, take your money. That's a lot of hot waters. Yeah, I could see a lot of backlash and a lot of controversial matters behind that. Come on, it's just sad that I want to go to convention and not be cheated off of my hard-earned money. I work hard for my money. And all I want is publicity, mass media attention, press. I mean, I love that there are some photographers and videographers there, and I love free photographies. Man, I had to spend a lot of money on photographers just to have my cosplay pictures to build my cosplay portfolio, and I love it so much. And that's the most I care about for my return on investment, to recoup back my money spent on these conventions. Man, I spent almost $1,000, assuming that I spent on hotels and 3-day weekend pass going to Etchy Expo and Windbloom primarily. Every other convention hosted by Fandom Events is just too far in different states. Oh, hey Fly, how you doing? What you doing on the mic? I hope you're doing alright, Fly. Stop looking at me. Yeah, you turn you around. Yeah. I don't want to see your freaking butt, Fly. Get out of here, Fly. Fly in my ass. Giggity. Alright. But yes, we the people, we the customers, we the attendee customers have spent our hard-earned money, spent our freaking hard-earned money for you, Fandom Events, to keep the convention running. And it's so pricey, so expensive, it costs so much, and we deserve a clear, transparent answers. Open, honest statement. What is going on? Will there be Windbloom 2026? Will Windbloom happen? Is there going to be a Etchy Expo Dallas, Etchy Expo the Big D 2026? Will there be Etchy Expo Orlando? Will there be Etchy Expo in San Marcos at the Embassy Suite Hotel at that same location as last year in 2023 or 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025? Will there be another Etchy Expo for this year? Come on. I feel that it's half-assed, and I feel that I hate that, like you with Fandom Events and many other conventions alike are leaving all of us, the attendees, hard-working attendees, hanging in the dark. And I don't like spending my hard-earned money, spending $100, $150 just to be scammed and have my money lost, all for nothing. Only for the convention to be half-assed like that, just saying that, oh, Fandom Events have seized their operation, there will be no more future events, something like. Yeah, I mean, like, I already posted the link and several links and all that, and I shared it to some of my friends on the group chat, on Instagram, and on Facebook Messenger, on the chat, and now I'm calling this out openly on my third Take 3 live stream here on Facebook, and on Twitch, and on YouTube, and Rumble. Of course, I'll be posting this copy on YouTube and Rumble to spread my word out and trying to, grow my trend and go viral, hoping to gain traction and momentum. I've been going to Etchy Expo since 2022, made some friends, going back there, volunteered at Etchy Expo, maybe 2 years, helping the AV tech or something, doing what I was told as a volunteer. I work very hard, and I have a can-do attitude, a strong work ethic, and I was there pledging my loyalty, pledging my allegiance to Fandom Events, doing what I was told, doing what's best for the business. And you have to give me that. I mean, I don't really argue with anybody. I don't argue with the chairman, with the volunteers, with the staff. I dare to have a good time and have fun and enjoy the event. And behind the scene, again, I will say this multiple times over and over. I don't appreciate the organizer, the chairman, or the big boss, the head honcho, stealing money, committing financial theft, stealing the attendees, the vendors, the artists, the celebrity figures, voice actors, hard-earned money. You know, they pay for going there, they pay for all that. And to take their money, cutting corners, doing everything cheap, yeah, I can see that the owner of Fandom Events / Lion Crown LLC is in deep hot water, in legal trouble financially, and they're in a lawsuit or something. I mean, that's what I heard. Again, that's what I heard and read, what I'm able to ascertain, and it's not a breaking news. It's not fresh, brand new news. It has been mentioned before around 2023, and it was through a Google document that has stated all that. I mean, people have already probably have been calling this out already, or have been talking about it in Reddit, on Reddit, 4chan, or something. I'm calling out on Twitch and Facebook, spreading the news. But I'm going based on what I heard and what I'm able to gather publicly, what is public knowledge and public news, and I'm already making this publicly and openly. I ain't going to hide it because I am not going to defend a convention owner that steals money or commit some sort of fraudulent, scamming, deceptive techniques to steal the attendees' money. Because I would have lost my money if I would have spent my money on the early bird ticket for Windbloom 2026. It would be almost $200 I would have lost on booking the hotel. I would easily cancel the hotel, but I would have lost that hard-earned money for a 3-day weekend pass for an early bird special for Windbloom 2026. But luckily I did buy it. I was smart enough, and somehow I was so smart enough to get away safely and not be conned by Fandom Event with all these legal trouble, financial trouble with the lawsuits and the backlash, the controversy. Hey, I'm speaking my mind and saying as it is. Because I want to save all the attendees that have already spent their money on the early bird special since it was posted on August 2025 last year. It was posted after Windbloom 2025 had concluded, and they posted it early, that quick. And at this time, it was only 4 months away into Windbloom Festival 2026 at the same hotel in the same city of Mesquite, Texas. And they would have already been announcing the guests, the celebrities, and I think that's not going to happen because it's already 4 months away, and they should have already been updated already, and they should already have their tickets and the tickets. The badge is on for sale, and I checked on the Tixar website, and there's nothing going on there. No updates of the tickets or anything. So Tixar, Tixr, Tixar. I mean, I posted the links. The reference on my Facebook and on YouTube and Rumble, and I cannot stress that enough. Right now it's 5:33, and I'm gonna head out to go bowling with my friends. My senior friend Joe the Pro, Jose Velasquez, Old School. Hey, at least shout out to Old School, Joe Velasquez, for a legitimate person. He's the most sincere, humble, and legitimate person who hardly lies and deceives, and, well, he doesn't scam intentionally or hurt or harm anybody financially like that. Old School Velasquez, Joe the Pro, he's the best senior friend. Humbled, humility, and, well, he takes a fair amount of pride and is very dedicated and loyal to bowling. And I will go meet up with him at Spare Time, Texas for Wednesday evening night bowling for a different bowling league. And I just want to give y'all a heads up. And I'll be live streaming on Facebook again, IRL live streaming. I mean, I'm here to have a good time. This is why I'm wearing no shirt and no shoes, because I want to live free, be free, and feel free. And that's why I love Itchy Expo. It was my first adult, not safe for work, 18 plus convention in 2022 from a friend named Matthew Wu. Special thanks and shout out to Matthew Wu for sharing me and suggesting that convention for me and my wife, or my girlfriend at that time. When my girlfriend and myself came to Texas from Honolulu, Hawaii in 2021 around July after getting our second vaccine shot since the pandemic, COVID-19. That was our first convention, our first adult convention by Fandom Event. And at that time, I didn't know who was the organizer, the chairman. I didn't know Fandom Event owned multiple strings of conventions, believe that, and they last purchased or annexed Fort Smith, Fort Smith something Comic Con, and they also running a like an energy style, like some kind of an energy style convention. But yes, the Fandom Events, I can see that they outrun so many conventions in within a year that they have already gone broke, like financially strained to the point that they had to file Chapter 7 bankruptcy or something. Again, that's what I'm able to ascertain from ChatGPT and Google Gemini on the deep dive and on using the agent to gather what's all across the internet from Reddit, 4chan, Pinterest, MySpace, Tumblr, and any other sources of the platforms, social media platforms on there. And it's all about rumors, gossips, and even on Discord. I mean, Discord is more private, and there's no way to get that leaked to the general public for it to be searched out openly on the search engine. Again, that's why I'm going through ChatGPT, because I want accurate and honest information and not just hearsay. I want some proof that has been made public on mainstream news like CNN, Fox News, ABC News, NBC News, and other local news like Mesquite News, Dallas News, KXAN, KView, and all that. And I'm one of those news, well, my own news, my own press news media, the Solar News, General Sunbeam News, speaking my mind based on what I know. And again, this is all, it's politics here. Life is full of politics, and this is politics, and I'm speaking about politics about regarding Fandom Events, Lion Crown, LLC, and the owner behind that. Everything is all out, knives out, it's open door policy, baby. Whether you disagree or agree, again, it's politics. I mean, I hate politics, but I gotta say it what it is because I don't want to lose my hard-earned money. So I will reiterate that luckily for me, I didn't purchase the weekend pass for Windbloom 2026 when it came out, when it was announced, and when the event was created for Windbloom Festival 2026 since last year on August 2025. After the event was concluded at Mesquite, Texas, at the Hampton Inn at the Mesquite Convention Center, right adjacent, close to the Hampton Inn Hotel. I didn't purchase the early bird weekend membership pass for Windbloom 2026. I would have been conned and scammed, and somehow I got lucky again. I avoided trouble and all these rabbit hole of corruption, and it's very sad when you think about it. I just don't understand that. So yes. So again, as customer, attendees, vendors, and volunteers and staff, people deserve clear answers when a public event takes their hard-earned money, work their butt off for their hard-earned money. 9 to 5, 10, 11, 12 hours, 8 hours, 5 days a week, 4 days a week, long shifts, back-breaking, strenuous and strained. People sweat and get sick. You know they work their hard for their money, and they got bills to pay, to put food on the table, to feed their kids, take care of their pets. You gotta look at it this way. I'm here to humanize the people that work very hard. They're the backbone. We, the attendees, and the vendors, and the artists, and the celebrity figures, voice actors, actors. We are all human beings here. People that are trying to make ends meet, to pay their bills, and we want to go to conventions to have a good time, and it's not fair for our lousy owners, organizers, and chairmen to be greedy, selfish, self-centered, petty ego, and prideful for themselves to keep all that money and not, take care of their attendees and attendants for the customers. That's theft. I mean, you're stealing a lot of money, large money. It's like a bank robbery. So conventions are expensive. People work long hours, pay bills, and still try to support the community. Attendees are one of the main reasons, the backbones. Convention stays alive, afloat. So transparency matters. I know I repeat that. I said that like a few times, but I gotta make it very strong, get my message out. Personally, I was lucky I did not book a Windbloom 2026 hotel nor spend money on the early bird weekend badge pass. Would have cost me about $200 or almost $200 or about $125 after tax and fees from Tixar.com. I have attended Fandom Events related conventions before, which is including Etchy Expo in San Marcos twice, Etchy Expo the Big D twice, and Windbloom Festival. last 4 years, and I have spent a lot of money supporting these events and even volunteered over there. Again, spending money supporting these events over the years. That is why I believe attendees deserve fair communication, clear refund information, and honest business practice. This stream may also include open news style commentary about current events, U.S. politics, international news, public health topics, internet culture, creator life, content creator life, scam awareness, and random discussion. This discussion is commentary, opinion, criticism, public awareness, and news style discussions. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech, freedom of the press, peaceful assembly, and the right to petition the government, or the right to petition the government and public businesses if they disagree, which is called the open door policy. Fair use may apply to criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research depending on the facts. This stream is not legal advice, financial advice, medical advice, or official event information. Please verify all details directly with official sources, ticket platforms, hotels, banks, venues, and proper authorities. And the saying goes, when it comes to dangers and challenges, you see something, say something. Document responsibly, report properly, protect your money, protect your safety, protect the community, keeping the peace. Creator appearance note. This stream may include casual creator branding, shirtless / fan service style presentation, and bare feet, foot-centric, foot-focused moment. The discussion remains non-explicit and commentary-focused. Thank you for all the viewers and audiences for tuning in, hearing me out from start to finish. Subscribe, follow, and support General Sunbeam / Sunbeam Titan for more public commentary, creator live streams, convention discussions, and solar news updates. And that's what I gotta say to that. Alright, kicking my feet up. It is 5:42. I should probably get ready. I might just wear something casual. Again, I'm wearing my shorts. I might just wear sandals or flip-flops. I mean, I love wearing flip-flops, but I don't like wearing shoes. I don't like wearing shirts. I prefer Tarzan, Jungle Commando, Jungle Boy style. Back in the Stone Age. Alright, so, oh my gosh, I gotta figure out where I'm at. Oh my gosh, I hate having to read all this. So, so I just finished doing my lunch stop gig for Wednesday. It is not that busy. It is fair. It's a fair route. 2 pickups as usual and about 4 stops, 4 office company stops. Then I went to hang out with my family, my immediate family members, to update my license, my blue license sticker plates, as it's going to expire next month. And I want to give a shout out to my immediate family member for taking care of it. Thank you for paying for it. It cost almost $100. And the gas price is so expensive, almost $4.30. $4.30 at the pump. Now it went down to almost $4. So at least it went down a bit, but it's still freaking pricey to get a full tank. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. I'm back home, I already had lunch. Thanks to my immediate family members for taking care of me. And that's why, again, I want to have a good day, a good time, good life. I want to live life to the fullest, being me, myself, and feeling good. Living free, be free, and let free. The freedom, living a natural aspect of freedom. And I'm grateful to be an American, to be a citizen of America here in the United States of America. Proud to be an Asian Vietnamese American individual. Been living here for most of my life. And I'm here to follow the policies, rules, and laws, even though I disagree with them, even though I disagree with the government. And I can't just say the same of businesses, every businesses, and convention policy practice. Can't say the same. Oh my gosh. So yes. So right now, this is probably going to be a short live stream. Again, just providing strong update and notice. Reiterating what I said based on all my previous live streams and posts about Wind Bloom 2026.
Expo, and any upcoming convention owned by Fandom Events or owned under Fandom Events / Lion Crown LLC. And based on what information that has been posted underneath my comments or any of my posts on Facebook or any response on the chat, on the live chat on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch regarding Fandom Events / Lion Crown, they're both basically under the same ownership. And I am saying that openly and transparently, whether it gets posted or shared, it is public knowledge now because I make it so. For those that care to watch my live stream and hear me out talking about Fandom Event, the future and the fate of Fandom Events and their convention related. Basically, it is pretty much already a nail in the coffin for Fandom Events and for the fate of Wind Bloom Festival 2026. I know I said this over and over, and I've already sounded the alarm numerous times and posted on Instagram, and my message has been communicated and addressed openly. And I have shared it to my surrounding friends, including letting my wife know about Wind Bloom Festival 2026. So now she knows that it will very much be canceled. And it's sad, but luckily I did not spend any of my hard-earned money on the early bird weekend pass or book the hotel, because I had a feeling it's going to get canceled. Possibly, it will get canceled possibly because the owner of Fandom Events is in financial trouble, in legal financial trouble. It's probably in a lawsuit or in a court proceeding or such. So it has something to do with theft and financial theft and all that. And now there's a lawsuit. I mean, that's what I assume right now. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just going based on that, what I heard and read. So again, just scrolling through all my notes. I already read all this. I mean, I have a lot of things to say here. So again, I have already discussed about, AI, artificial intelligence, and self-driving cars with Waymo and Cruise, and then talk about the Hanta virus. Yeah, that's been going on since CNN reported on the cruise with the outbreak of the Hanta virus, and it's the same. It might end up the same fate as COVID-19. The lockdown, the stay-at-home orders, the vaccine, and I just want to make that address and all that. So overall, this is the bigger message. We are living in an era where technology and public health move fast. AI is changing content. Robots are changing work. Autonomous cars are changing transportation. Drones are changing warfare. New illnesses and outbreaks can move through global travel, but none of this should make us panic or give up. It should make us more alert, more educated, more careful, more aware, and informed, and more responsible. Technology is not automatically good or bad. It depends on how people use it. Public health news is not automatically a reason to panic. It is a reason to pay attention, verify facts, and protect yourself. That is the balance I want my audience viewers to understand. Stay informed, stay skeptical, stay healthy, and keep common sense in the center of the conversation. And that's the memo for that subject topic. So again, oh my gosh, this is just a repeat about the Waymo and the Cruise and self-driving cars. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I should probably get ready and try to head out to bowling right now. Oh man. Alright. So again, I want to be very clear. So talking about Second Amendment. So the Second Amendment is to protect the right to keep and bear arms, and it is not to be misused as domination, intimidation, to scare people, setting arguments, threaten neighbors. So the rights to bear arm, to own a weapon, doesn't mean to misuse it to act as a threat or to dominate. It's to be used in your own home for self-defense and if you truly feel threatened with equal force. So, oh my God. So yes, to wrap this part up, yes, Americans have constitutional rights. Yes, the Second Amendment has deep historical roots. Yes, lawful self-defense matters, but responsibility matters just as much. A weapon should never be used to dominate, scare, threaten, or murder. The correct culture should be safety, training, restraint, secure storage, lawful use, and respect for human life. That is how we honor rights without glorifying violence. And that's what the true meaning of the Second Amendment stands for. So, so I just want to reiterate that part for the Second Amendment on guns and gun violence, and that's what it's supposed to be. Is to use firearms responsibly, not to dominate, hurt, harm, and to be on the offense. Now, to reiterate about the hantavirus and related to COVID-19, so basically in simple language, this is not something to mock, dismiss, or turn into internet drama, but it is also not automatically another COVID-19. COVID-19 spreads efficiently from person to person through respiratory transmission, which is why it became a worldwide pandemic and led to major public restrictions. The hantavirus is different. It is usually connected to rodent exposure and the Andes virus. Person-to-person spread is considered limited and tied to close contact, not casual public contact in the same way COVID spread. Symptoms matter too. The World Health Organization, WHO's outbreak update described illness involving fever, gastrointestinal symptoms, and progression in severe cases to pneumonia, acute respiratory distress, and shock. CDC says early hantavirus symptoms can be confused with influenza and may include fever, headache, muscle aches, nausea, and fatigue. Serious cases can involve breathing difficulty and may require supportive care. If someone had a true exposure and then develops worsening breathing symptoms, chest tightness, severe weakness, or serious illness, they should seek medical care right away and mention possible rodent or outbreak exposure. The prevention message is practical. CDC says the best way to prevent hantavirus infection is to avoid exposure to rodents in their urine, droppings, saliva, and nesting materials. If you find rodent droppings, do not sweep or vacuum them dry because that can stir contaminated particles into the air. CDC advises using disinfectant or bleach solution, wearing gloves, soaking contaminated material first, wiping it up carefully, disposing of it safely, and washing hands afterward. That is a simple but important message. Do not create dust, do not breathe in contaminated debris, and do not treat rodent contamination casually. And yes, this does remind people of the COVID era because many of us remember lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, sanitizer, distancing, mask, and vaccine rollout. So yes. Oh man, I got a very long message to read. So again, when people joke about all this, public health is not about who gets to brag the loudest. A person can feel healthy and still be wrong about a risk. So, and I just mentioned this, so yes, if a person can be skeptical and still remains respectful, yes, people can have opinion, and a lot of their opinions are just politically negative, negatively condescending, mortifying, But it will, and if it happens, if the hantavirus breaks out and it becomes just similar to COVID-19, despite all the news and all the alarm being sounded, even if it was just to the POTUS, the president, the current president, about the hantavirus outbreak. And I'm just trying to remind the public, it might end up being the same as COVID-19 with the lockdowns, the stay-at-home orders. So, with that being said, I already communicated that on my previous live stream. Now, I also said in the comments that I can screenshot things for the record and do better on research. That is exactly what I believe in, and that's what I'm doing right now, calling that out, calling out the comment about the hantavirus. If someone challenges me, I'm willing to go back, check sources, verify information, and improve how I communicate here, how I address here. That is not weakness, that is discipline. Or that's at least me improving, but calling you out as well, calling out the commenter who criticized me, calling out any criticisms, and make it all public knowledge here on the stream and any of my public content production, video content productions. If I make a post, I want to stand on facts, not hearsay, he said, she said, gossip, not rumors, and not false narratives. I want to be corrected by concrete evidence, not mocked by attitude or word of the mouth and negative, condescending remarks or rhetorical speeches. There is a difference. Another person asked me to make a post about the Disney cruise, and I said, sure will. That is an example of a constructive comment. I don't know if that person or that commenter is joking or just being sarcastic or just saying it without meaning it or whatever, but it is there and I can screenshot it and post it as proof with some images, as a pop-up image, explaining it and backing it up with that proof. That is how public discussion should work. Someone brings up another topic, asks for coverage, and I can look into it, research it, and address it properly. That is better than dismissing everything with sarcasm or a joke, or just some blind he said, she said, hearsay, and just blind rhetoric talks. So let me say this clearly to the audience and viewers. I am not here to argue with every person who does not care. If you do not care, that is your choice. If you think a topic is not important, that is your opinion and impression. But I am still going to speak on what I believe is worth discussing. I am still going to raise awareness and keep the general public of the internet well informed. I am still going to encourage people to stay informed. I am still going to post on my own wall or on a profile on my channel and use my own platform to talk about public issues, health, safety, technology, content creation, streaming, modeling, and real life concerns, as well as safety on the internet when leaving digital footprints. And to anyone watching, this is a mature lesson. Do not let dismissive comments stop you from communicating. It's freedom of speech and it's open door policy. So stay aware and stay respectful. If you disagree with evidence. If you correct someone, correct them with facts. If you do not care, scroll along and move on, but do not act like awareness itself is a problem. And once again, for anyone who wants to follow my content and support the work, you can follow me here on YouTube, on Rumble, and Instagram, General Sunbeam. Thank you for following and subscribing, and thank you for following me on Facebook and any other social media that I have shared. I will continue posting, researching, commenting, speaking my mind, speaking my thoughts freely, and building my platform one step at a time.
It's 6 p.m. Time flies so fast when I'm already away doing lunch drop and having to renew my license plate sticker and to bring food home from spending time with immediate family members. So I'm gonna cut the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble because I don't want my senior friend calling me or texting me where I'm at. They're gonna remind me it's bowling for Wednesday night league, and I'm just gonna waste my time and gas going there just to see my senior friend and live stream all this for nothing. But thank you for the views and follows and subscribe and supporting me. Once again, keep an eye on Fandom Events, Lion Crown LLC. Get your money back. And again, I do expect another backlash, another wave of backlash from us, we the attendee customers that have spent the money on the early bird special, on the early bird deal for Windbloom 2026, Windbloom Festival 2026 for that convention, which is in 4 months, 4 months away at the Hampton Inn at the Mesquite Convention Center, and there has been no fresh update, no announcement for guests or cosplay guests or any celebrity figures. So yes, do try to get your money back. Try to get chargebacks if you can. Check your money, check your banks, check your credit card. And again, just like me, speak your mind out. Exercise First Amendment, open door policy. We, the attendees, have spent our hard money for Windbloom, for the ownership behind Fandom Events / Lion Crown. Same owners, same chairman, same organizer, the head honcho. I mean, everybody know who he is and or who they are and all that. And I believe in transparency and I believe in doing the right thing, making sure that we, the hard-earned working attendees, don't get our money ripped off, stolen, and cheated on. We don't want our money to be conned by con artists, scammers, and any form of theft. This bad business practice of shady businesses. So I'm calling that out, and that's what's going on right now from what I heard and what I read on a Google document from Discord, on a Discord private server or whatever, but I'm calling out publicly that there is a Discord document that details everything about what the owner of Fandom Events did, ripping off vendors, artists, and attendees of their hard-earned money. So it has to do with greed and pride for the 7 deadly sin. That's all I can say for short. Greed and pride. And selfishness. But that's all I gotta say, and that's the memo. Anyway, peace, and thank you for watching. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oop, dropped my phone. Yeah, sorry about that. But I'm gonna head off to bowling right now, and I'm gonna check to see if there's any new chat and likes. No new viewers, reaction, and likes. But I will head off to bowling, and I'm gonna live stream again at bowling. So thank you very much. And just in case, this is my health records right here.